Preemptive steward pets.
All right, guys, I'll be starting in just a moment. Just give me a few minutes here. And thank you very much for the $10, Tash Gordon. Oh, I'm sorry, the 10 euros. All right, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Preemptive Stewart pets. Aw. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, he's so cute. Come here, baby. I love you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was learning from Loner how to be unfashionably late. Yes. Thanks. I'm trying to figure out what the best times are to stream. Um, hey Stuart, hey Kalinda, hey chat, hey Conradical. Yes, this is Stuart. He's an absolutely adorable baby. Aw, hi. And he purrs very, very loudly, which is what he's doing right now. Hello. Hello. Oh, you're so cute. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the best times to stream are because on Sunday, I think, when I started around the morning and then like I kept going, I had like about 99 viewers at like my peak, and I think that that would be pretty cool if I could keep that up. Although I don't, I get the feeling that the issue with streaming is that it's one of those things where it seems like with television, you kind of got to pick the right time, because if you go live when like literally everybody else is live, you're not necessarily going to be able to get viewers from them unless you are doing something really neat, or you make your content like more attractive than whatever it is that they are doing. I mean, like even right now, Mr. Mooten is live over on DGG with something else, which is the morning show that he does every morning at like 8 something or other. So, I mean, even that is something. So, I don't know if, and he usually gets like about 1,500 viewers or something like that, which means that's where all the DGG people are going to be right now. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's always where they're going to be. Yeah, I don't know. So, I'm not necessarily expecting, um, aw, hi. Oh my God, he loves the pets. Memberships. I'm working from home because of the snow/ice. Congrats, by the way. Oh, thank you, Conradical. Aw. Also, it's a weekday, which means not as many people are going to be able to tune in. Like if they're at work or whatever. Aw. This guy is a big sweetie. He just wants all the pets. Aw. Hi. I loves you, Stuart. I loves you. Yeah, so things are kind of exploding over in Minnesota. Um, Trump wants to de-escalate. Stephen Miller's walking back what he initially said. Apparently, Greg Bovino is gone or going to be gone. I think like judges are starting to come down on what's going on there. There's been some, yeah. And apparently, within the White House itself, there's been some issues too, as well, with like the rhetoric around the guns and all that other stuff, because it doesn't look good when you're a Republican president and you come out and you start saying weird shit about how you can't bring a loaded gun to a rally. That's that's not good. That's usually maybe the kind of stuff that you hear from Democrats, although even then, I don't know that even a Democrat would say something like that. Didn't they pull uh the Catholic Church and just relocate Bovino, or is he out/out of? I'm not sure what's happening with him. Oh, hey, thank you. Thank you, Conradical, for the membership. I'm not sure what's going on with him. I don't know if he got I keep hearing different things. But you know what? Let's find out. Aw. So, oh yeah, and also Ilhan Omar got attacked. Um, so Stephen Miller acknowledges possible breach of protocol. Yes, here's Stephen Miller. We can watch this, but let's see if we can find out about what happened with Bovino. Russia's 1.2 million casualties in Ukraine dwarf all its conflicts since World War II, the report says. Damn. Oh, also Russia hit a civilian train. He's apparently being sent back to El Centro. Yeah, maybe. Hi. Aw. He might, yeah. Well, hold on. Let's see. Gregory Bovino. God damn. This fucking essay motherfucker. Okay, what is happening with him? Border Patrol leaving Minnesota after second fatal shooting. The rise and fall of Border Patrol Commander at Large Greg Bovino. Yeah, so they, huh. Everyone is saying it in a different way, but he's supposed to leave Minnesota, basically. BBC. Oh yeah, they had to find the most unflattering picture of him. You know what? Based. I respect it. Because fuck this guy. He's been locked out of Twitter accounts, but that's it as far as I know. Also, base kitty cat. Oh my god. Yes. Yeah, he's a sweet kitty. My sweet, sweet kitty. He's a real love bug, my cat. So they're saying he is expected to leave Minneapolis in what may mark a shift in the White House's tone after a fatal shooting. But that doesn't mean that, like, yeah, so everyone's just saying that he's expected to leave. The most recent one is this, but this might be a longer article. He was sent back to Cali, at least Reuters thinks so. I mean, Reuters is generally pretty good. Yeah, this is a longer article. I might listen to this because I can listen. But actually, let's see. Yeah, okay. Immigration helped Trump with the White House. Now tactics could hurt her. Yeah, this is actually, let's see. Seeking damage control, Trump weighs less aggressive approach in Minneapolis. No, stop. President Donald, yeah, oh yeah, he's sending Tom Homan too to the border. President Donald Trump's borders are, Tom Homan met with Minneapolis mayor and Minnesota governor today, met with the Minneapolis mayor and the Minnesota governor on Tuesday in a show of detente as the White House sought to ease unrest gripping the city after 2 U.S. citizens were shot dead by federal agents. Homan was put in charge of the Minneapolis immigration enforcement drive to replace U.S. Border Patrol Commander at Large Gregory Bovino, who sources said was being demoted and removed after having overseen most of Trump's border crackdowns in Democratic-led cities. Yeah, that's, by the way, like, that's again, reminder, Minnesota does not have that many illegal immigrants in it. According to the estimates that we have, this was not about cracking down. Yeah. This was not about cracking down on like actual illegal immigration. It was about terrorizing blue cities because that this same kind of shit is not happening in Texas. Or like even then, and I understand that Texas would cooperate with the federal agents or whatever, but there I don't even know if there's like been like a surge in ICE agents at in these other states trying to like round up illegal immigrants or whatever. Now there won't be a change in tone, just a change in person. There was another shooting yesterday. Oh yeah, I know. I did see that. Although I don't know that there's been any updates on that. And was that shooting was that a US citizen or uh live updates, Minneapolis ICE crackdown. Okay, so we've got Representative Omar attacked in Minnesota. Um I think Louisiana is the only red state that requested them. Yeah, oh, okay. So that's like insane. It's an insane like the one place that I maybe might expect them to go is like fucking California. And it's interesting that they haven't like they've kind of done that, but not really. Oh, because they were in New Orleans. Is New Orleans a blue city though? Because that wouldn't surprise me. I would expect that it probably is, because that's usually what happens. Um, yeah, there's usually often I don't even think that they've shown up in blue cities in Texas. Like Austin and Houston are blue cities, or at least Austin is. I mean, let's say for the sake of argument that they are planning for elections this year, what kind of favorability do they expect by intimidating blue states? Like that's gonna make them vote red. Yeah. It's like I think a lot of it also is just has to do with Donald Trump and his weird like personal shit. Like he doesn't like Somali people, and he heard there were lots of Somali people in Minnesota, because he doesn't like Ilhan Omar and he doesn't like Tim Walz, and so this is who he's choosing to go after. And because of he's fucking social media brained, and he saw that stupid Nick Shirley video, this is now like what he's obsessed with. I mean, yeah, that's probably part of it. That on top of the fact that like Stephen Miller is a giant fucking white nationalist dude who just wants to purge like or go after the browns and the blacks that are not like African Americans who were born in America. And I mean, hell, if he could remove those people too, he probably would because let's be real, like he's pretty crazy. Like he actually I listened to an article in the Atlantic about him the other day, and it's basically he just wants to roll things back to before like the Hart-Celler Act, the 1960s immigration bill. Dude, Ilhan Omar doesn't deserve this shit, bro. Yeah, I know. Ilhan Omar's got a pretty crazy life. She's a Somalian immigrant, and or I'm sorry, a Somali immigrant. God damn it, now it's even impacting me. Um, and like obviously that country's at civil war, and it would have been when she grew up too. Also, I believe, I don't know if she's an outspoken advocate against it, but I think she might be. Actually, maybe not. Hold on, let's see. Uh oh yeah, she wants to abolish ICE. My problem though, of course. Oh, against female genital mutilation. Because I thought that I read that that it had been done to her when she was a child. But I might be wrong about that. I might be confusing her with another person. Yeah. That listen, I understand that like we talk about like I guess if anybody in here has spent any time in DGG, I understand people or that like Destiny talks about circumcision. like it's really bad, but like female genital mutilation or FGM is like so like it's bad, but it's so much worse. And I think maybe the reason why I say that is like not only because it has way more negative impacts, but also because the reasons behind it are just like fucking insane. Like the entire point of it basically is to remove like it's to like remove women or remove like woman's sexual desire and sexual pleasure, because like that's often a thing that we are targeted for, you know? And it's like, to me, that's like kind of nightmare fuel inducing shit. Maybe it's because I'm a woman, that's why it impacts me more, or like I think about it more, but it's fucking horrible. Like just the fact that like this whole notion about how like women are often, there's all these ideas about how like we are cucked out of the idea that, or that we can't, that we're not the one, that sexual pleasure is never about us, it's always about like the men, and like the female orgasm is a myth and all this other weird shit, you know? Yeah, I hate that crap. Not gonna lie, even I get a shiver from that. Yeah, no, I if you've read about it at all and you know about it, then you'll understand. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. And I'm a guy, yeah, I know Barabas. It's not even close to being the same as barbarian. Yeah, especially depending upon how far you go with it, because there are like different ways in which you can do it. But yeah, oh, now to be fair, I don't know if Destiny's ever actually said like that it's exactly the same thing. If he did, I think that might have been before he read about it. But you know, obviously, but yeah, I don't think it's even close to circumcision, in terms of like what it does to you. But Republicans got 2.2% of the vote in the most recent election for New Orleans for mayor. Wow, goddamn, rip. Yeah. Everyone is talking about how brave she is after getting sprayed with a syringe, but nobody seems to be talking about what was in the syringe. Yeah, I know. Also, I believe that she had a comment too about how like she grew up in war, or she's seen war, so this was probably not much to her. I think that's also probably why she was basically willing to go on, or like to like kind of walk up to the guy and confront him immediately after like he kind of came at her. I It's not surprising to me that she would manage. Yeah, unheard after man sprays unknown some substance at Minneapolis town hall. See the moment it happened. Oh yeah, yeah, I've seen the video, but we'll watch it again. I also need to do my wrist exercises. Honestly, Dems are gonna hit a big wall if this abolish ICE keeps going. They need a reformation, but abolishing it is gonna be the same as defund the police in the end. Yeah, I think that I kind of agree. Like the problem that I have is like, what is your motivation behind saying abolish ICE? The issue is that it's not a great slogan, because it can be easily misconstrued by the other side, like defund the police, as we don't want any immigration enforcement. And then you got to explain that that's not true, which I think is fucking stupid. And I mean, really, the actual answer to this is that we need to be calling for comprehensive immigration reform. Like that's just it. That's what needs to happen, because none of these problems are going to go away and none of this shit is going to be fixed unless you do that. And part of that has to be amnesty for the people who are not criminals, who are currently in the country and who have like not committed any crimes. And then you need to close those loopholes so that future people aren't going to come in illegally, and make it easier, you know, for people to immigrate legally, so that people will not want to come illegally. Because right now people come illegally because it's fucking impossible to come legally, you know? Um, like, I'm very lucky in that I could go and fill out the form and pay the money and get US citizenship probably within a couple of months because my mom's an American. But the vast majority of people cannot do that. And if they want to become a US citizen, then they have to jump through a whole bunch of fucking hoops. Like even getting when I remember when Melina married Destiny, and it like the length of time that it took for her to get her green card, and then all the weird ass restrictions that were attached to that was just kind of crazy. Um, I don't think anyone knows it's kind of scary. Like DMSO can penetrate the dermal layer, but apparently she spoke for a while after. Hopefully she got to talk to her. Yeah, hopefully. I'm pretty sure all medical checks will be done to Helena. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, yeah. There'll be medical checks for her, and hopefully they'll come out with information. Anyway, let's watch this. Yeah. And then yeah, and I will watch and react to the Pisco v Ogre Boy thing. even though Loner's probably going to do it when he goes live later, assuming that he does go live today. Jesus Christ, that motherfucker was on until like I think 8 or 9 o'clock last night playing Hollow Knight, and I still don't think he finished it. Okay. Come on, CNN. You can do it. I know you got it in you.
Impeachment.
What? Where's the video? Where's my video?
I don't know.
What is happening?
I need a napkin to know nothing.
Why are we talking about Ilhan Omar chat? Because she was attacked last night. Hello, Boof Clouds. There we go. Jesus. Fucking CNN video player.
Face impeachment.
It looks
I don't know.
It looks like he mostly got her in the shirt. Holy shit, what the fuck? It's so cold out and I'm sick and I'm working, goddammit. Oh, geez, Barabbas, I'm sorry. That sucks. Sprayed with a syringe full of something. Yeah, we have no idea what. Don't get me wrong, I don't like her, but that shit shouldn't happen. Well, yeah, absolutely. Oh, also, that's another thing. There's some stuff that I might actually even do it today, depending upon if Loner goes live or not, because fuck it. I might talk to Destiny again, but this time I don't want to confront him or whatever. I just wanted to have a conversation with him about political violence, because this is something that I've also been thinking about and kind of rolling around in my head, and I think it could be an interesting philosophical discussion. Get a woman like Ilhan. Damn, she really. Oh yeah, no, she's not. She doesn't take shit. Which I mean, I think is yeah, of course not. You know, I mean, she is a tough lady. Like she grew up in a fucking war zone. Because like she's a Somali immigrant.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her. I need a napkin to know nothing.
Oh, look at it. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure, like, she's just like, okay, fuck it. We're not, I want to continue. I'm not done. Oof, I assume that your opposition to her is because of her Israel stances, which, I mean, you know, fair. She's more calm than people around her. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, she's seen some shit, so it is not surprising. Oh yeah, Omar, who was not injured in the attack, said after the town hall ended that she has survived war and that she is definitely going to survive intimidation. And whether these people think that they can, whatever these people think that they can throw at me because I'm built that way. Based, Giga Chad. The congresswoman immigrated from the U.S. as a refugee who fled the Somalia civil war. Yeah. She's just built different, guys. I'll support her if she transfers some of that juicy fraud money. What the fuck? Listen, she needs to come into my chat and give me the Somali fraud money that she doesn't actually have, but that we're just gonna, you know, for the memes. The alleged fraud money. Or, you know, Tim Walls could give me some of that. Built different, yeah, exactly. I need to get the Giga Chad emote. Except I want the Giga Stacy emote because I think that's a funnier meme. Or like just both. I actually have a lot more room for more emotes. So yeah, I need to get more. I just wish that YouTube wasn't so fucking weird about it. Are we calling every Somali a fraudster now? Is that what we were doing? No, I think it was a joke. It was a joke, right, Testy? I mean, the way that the smiley emote kind of indicates that. But no. Honestly, the only joke that I might make is I might call her like a badass pirate, but that's just because that's because pirates are fucking cool. But that's also because I think, yeah, I don't know, pirates are fucking cool, and historical pirates are interesting. But you know, that's also because that like I said to Epic the other night, I am a fan of the television show Black Sails, and if y'all haven't seen it, you should check it out. It's like my favorite show. And I think The Expanse clocks in at number 2 pretty close. I need to finish watching that though, but The Expanse is also really, really good. Those are like the kind of TV shows that I like. Um Another show that's really good is The Pit, which is a really good like medical show. Um it's apparently really realistic, and I really like the way they did it. Season 2 is airing right now, and once it's over, I'm gonna binge watch the shit out of it if I feel like I have time. It's funny, the streaming thing has actually really taken up a lot of my time lately, and it's been fun. I really enjoy streaming. I just need to figure out what the best time to do it is so that I can maximize my view count. Especially since I have figured out that I think that I've determined that if I make $150 a stream or $250 a stream, then I will be able to make the money that I need to live. Like at minimum. Hello, Mr. Miser. Good morning. It's fucking cold. Yeah, it is. It is. It is fucking cold. And after stream today, I'm gonna have to go out in that. You should watch Pluribus. Yeah, maybe I should. There's always lots of new stuff that I should watch. Oh, also, yesterday was International Holocaust Remembrance Day, which I should talk about something. Yesterday I was looking up stuff that I could talk about, like just like to get more information on certain things. I guess like I could provide you guys with some more terrible stuff. Although I feel like I should actually look it up in the book instead of just what I had seen on Wikipedia, because I went and looked some stuff up yesterday. But I'm sure. Are you guys all familiar with Dr. Josef Mengele or Mengele, the infamous Auschwitz camp doctor who was responsible in part for the selections? Or he was one of the doctors that did the selections after a cursory medical exam. Know who that? Boof Clouds, are you joking? Yep, unfortunately. Yeah. What's in Auschwitz? Oh, I see, Boof Clouds. Good job. Yeah, the twins thing, that stuff was fucking like that's like some horrific shit. Mengele would like he had a thing for like experimenting on children, and he saved like he would pick children up out of the selection line, particularly if they were twins. He wanted to experiment on them. He would inject people. He would inject people's eyes with chemicals to see if he could change their eye color. He did one experiment where he sewed two twins together to try to create conjoined twins, and then they later died. Um, Oh yeah, he'd check if he could remove the eye. Yeah, if people had heterochromia, he would kill them, and then he would take their eyes and ship them off to Berlin for study. Oftentimes people that he killed, their skeletons would be sent back to Berlin for further study. He was obsessed with trying to prove racial science stuff, and that's what a lot of his experiments pointed towards, the kinds of shit that he did. But like the thing that was like to me was the sewing of the two twins together, who and then they died later. I think of like sepsis, or no, it was gangrene. And like he had like no he would amputate people's limbs. There would be no anesthetic. Basically he would just torture people, and this guy was a doctor. He had like he got the education. I guess like Nazi doctors just didn't take the Hippocratic Oath, or they just didn't give a fuck. Did you ever check out when they do the animal heads with electropads? No. Yeah, bots. I know. The Japanese did some insane shit. Epic recounted some of it here. I haven't even gone to read about that. Actually, based on what I've heard, it sounds like I would imagine probably that Mengele's experiments might be somewhat close to what the Japanese did. Maybe not as bad, but he's getting there. Also, the worst thing about this, by the way, is that he got away. He escaped. His son later on, in an interview, said that his father seemed to have no remorse whatsoever for any of the things that he did. I think he had a heart attack and he drowned in Brazil. The Mossad was closing in on him, but they never got him, and he died. So he managed to escape any sort of justice for what he did. I believe that that they decided to prioritize getting Eichmann as well because Eichmann was a more higher priority target than he was. And so they might have gotten Mengele if they had gone for Eichmann instead. But I understand Eichmann was obviously a very, very, very important dude in the Holocaust. He was disappointed when his son didn't become a doctor. Yeah, I actually don't know that much about his son. One of the most fascinating things to me are the people, like the ordinary people who lived through Nazi Germany and who came out the other side and like how they felt after it was all over. Or even the people who were part of that apparatus, maybe at the lower level, or who were the children of people who were part of that apparatus and them coming out of it at the lower level. And or like them coming out of it afterwards and what it was that they felt about it. There was a really good DW did an extremely interesting documentary series that was I don't remember what it was called now, but it was basically it was based on diaries of people who were living during the Third Reich from 1933 to the end of the war. And there was a whole bunch of different people whose diaries that they go over and they talk about their stories and how they felt as they went through it. And there were a bunch of diaries in there that were from people that I'd never heard before. Who the fuck claimed he advanced medical science? Someone in Hassan's orbit. Oh, that was Anissa. She said some dumb shit. Yeah, that's not true. There is still a kind of weird fascination people have with monosomy and autosomal disorders, but he was a really bad doctor. Oh yeah, his son was a lawyer. I think they met once or twice. Actually, I don't know that much about his son. Let's Oh, you know what else is really interesting too? The Holocaust Museum's encyclopedia. I really like it because on a lot of the articles, they'll have like this little blurb that'll tell stories about Jewish people who were killed in the Holocaust, and it'll give you their names, photographs, and like it'll tell you some stuff about their lives and then how they died, which I think is good because we often don't remember the people who were killed. We usually only remember the people who escaped, or those are the stories that we are told. Now obviously it's heartbreaking, but I mean, it's still like, I think it's important to remember these people that were lost. Also, Jesus Christ, look at this motherfucker. He was an SS captain as well. Oh, they called him the Angel of Death. Or the White Angel. Der Weiße Engel. Weißer Engel. Wolfgang Gerhard. Oh, burial name. He changed his name. Does his son have his own Wikipedia? Yeah, one child. After Auschwitz. Yeah, he was in South America. Like the Mossad was looking for him, but they didn't find him until later. Later developments. Oh, this the Auschwitz album. In 2007, the Holocaust Memorial Museum received as a donation the Huckner album. Hooker. This is always so hard for me. The O with the umlaut. It's like I believe that the way that it's pronounced, or the way that people say that it's supposed to be pronounced, is like like it's like a U but with kind of like an R at the end. Whereas the U umlaut is just like a longer U sound. But this one's always been harder. It's also in the commandant of Auschwitz's name, Rudolf Huss. Like I kind of just say it like that. But yeah, this was the Auschwitz album. Album of photographs taken by Karl Friedrich Hooker. 8 of the photographs include Mengele. In February 28, a 180-page volume of Mengele's diary was sold. Oh, was it a fake? For an undisclosed sum of the grand sum of the unidentified previous owner who acquired the journals in Brazil was reported to be close to the Mengele family. A Holocaust survivors organization described the sale as a cynical act of exploitation aimed at profiting from the writings of one of the most heinous Holocaust. Wait, so was the diary real? Because like there's been a couple of instances. There was a while ago there was a Hitler diary that came around, but that wasn't real. There's a Slayer song about him. Who Ooker. Hooker. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Am I a neo-Nazi if I like Panthera? I don't think so. Oh, he was balding? I see. I see what's going on here. I mean, yeah, it does look like he was balding. There was actually a doctor who worked with him, or rather who was forced to work with him. Mengele had an assistant who was a Jewish doctor. I think his first name is Niklos. I don't remember his last name, or I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it. But he wrote, like, I think it was called Auschwitz, a Doctor's Eyewitness Account. I have a PDF of it. And he basically talked about the things that he saw there. The movie The Gray Zone features him as one of the characters, and the book is in part based on, and that movie is in part based on his book, because that he was there when the the Sonderkommando revolt happened in I think it was October of 1944. No, it was 43. Wait. Actually, no, I think it was October 1944, because Auschwitz was liberated in. Wait, hold on. I am not remembering all my dates. I have like a timeline of the Holocaust that I wrote up. That I. Oh, also he was at Birkenau as well too, which is the death camp. Top. January 1945 was when it was liberated. That's right. I don't know why my brain kept going to August. That doesn't make sense. The war ended in April 1945. Wasn't there a book from Hitler's journals and the books of the people who knew him personally? I think it was like his driver and a few others. I think there were books of. I don't think Hitler never kept a diary or a journal. There may have been books of others. Like we have Himmler's notebook. Goebbels kept a diary. I think his wife might have too. Oh, does anybody else know the story of Magda Goebbels and her children? I imagine you all probably do if you're like historical and you're aware of these things. She was quite something. She was kind of insane, actually. Also, I believe she was younger than him. Okay. Oh, she was 43 years old when she died. How old was he when he died? Probably nothing like Ava Braun, who was she was like I think in her 30s and Hitler was in his 50s. Yeah, oh yeah, she was absolutely spicy. We've got oh. Oh, hi ZJM. Hello, welcome, buddy. Welcome to our early morning stream, where we are, of course, once again talking about Nazis, because yesterday was Holocaust Remembrance Day, so I was talking about Mengele. Johan's not even here to hear like the insane, crazy, fucking insanity that went on. Yeah, there was. These hours are diabolic. Yeah, I know. Listen, ZJM, okay, here's the thing. I actually should make an on-screen goal. So I have calculated, I think, that the least amount of money, I think that I should be making $150 per stream in order to like, I guess, I don't want to say break even, but to live, basically, like to make enough money to be able to afford my expenses. I was going to stream in the other room and use the treadmill and everything, but then that fucking laptop decided to crap out on me, and the Linux won't boot, and the Windows is doing that fucking annoying thing where I try to sign in and it just kind of loops over and over and over again. It never actually finishes the sign in. The fam sesh, it's a snow day. Hey Zed. Yeah, that's true, it is. Yes, Spots. I do in fact use Arch. Actually, I installed Endeavor OS on the laptop, which is it's an Arch-based operating system, but it was just automated because that I could not be bothered. Yeah, I don't know. I think like the two crashes and the fact that I basically shut down the computer, like hard shut it down both times, kind of fucked it up. And I'm not too sure about the SSD that I put in there either. It might not be a good one. I don't know. So yeah. Essentially, I want to build a new computer. I want to build myself a new God machine for this room, and then I want to take this computer and put it in the office and use it for streaming. The God machine that I want to build is going to be like probably about like $3,500 or something, maybe, or maybe even $4,000, depends. No, wait, it wasn't journals. They did have a book on his private library. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. If you can find that, I would be very interested to know about it. I'd also love to find the Goebbels diaries, because he kept a diary, and I've seen like parts of it because historians quote from it, but I don't know if the whole thing's ever been released. But those are like the two really big ones that we have that have been particularly useful. And by the way, in both of those, in Himmler's notebook and in Goebbels' thing, they both wrote about like the intended extermination of the Jews around the time after we think Hitler gave the order. I'm a few minutes behind. Is Marathon Man on the movie list? Oh, Marathon Man's a good movie. Yeah, actually, it should be on the movie list. I've only seen it once, but it's good. I know that it is at least in part based on like Mengele, or at least other doctors like him. Although in that case, it's actually about a dentist. It's not about like a doctor. But yeah, I remember that. That was a good movie. It's been a while. Yeah, we should do movie stuff. I like early hours for what it's worth. Oh, well, that's great, Tuckman. I'm glad you do. Yeah, hello, TRC. Everyone's starting to flood in right now. I was gonna say, I also like, I don't know where Addie is, but if she's around and she wants to come on and tell any stories about like her grandparents or whatever, that would be like so fucking based, because she has Holocaust survivors in her family, and it would be really interesting to hear about it. Hey, Chase. But yeah, like I think there's some other stuff I'm trying to. Hitler's Private Library by Timothy R. Ryback. Oh, Timothy W. Ryback. That name sounds familiar. Then there's R. Hitler by Joseph Goebbels. By the way, I don't know if this is warranted because it's largely from memory, but I used to joke that Goebbels had like a really weird man crush on Hitler. Like, I feel like of all of Hitler's inner circle, Goebbels was probably the one who was the most dedicated to him. He was also coincidentally the only one who didn't abandon him at the end. Everybody else left. They all abandoned him, but Goebbels was the only one who didn't. He stayed and died at the bunker after he shot his wife, and then he shot himself after his wife murdered their 3 children because she couldn't bear the thought of them growing up like without National Socialism. That tends to happen in cult following. Oh yeah, I know. I know. No, yeah, like Goebbels was fanatically dedicated to Hitler. And yeah, that's why I wanted his diary, because I could have swore that, like, I think that, like, the level of sycophancy is insane. Oh, maybe it was 7. Actually, how many? It might have been 4 or 5. Hold on. How many children did they have? Oh, it was 6. 6 children. And Magda also had a child from a previous marriage, but he did not die because he was not there at the time, and he survived the war, and her. But I mean, yep, there they are. There she is, there he is. That's her son, and then there's the rest of the children, and she poisoned them all in the bunker at the end with cyanide. Oh, Hitler even had his dog killed too. And Eva Braun took poison, but Hitler shot himself in the head. And yeah, they were murdered by their parents in Berlin. Yeah, May 1st, 1945, which was May 1st, 1945 was, I believe, or it was like in May 1945 was when the war actually ended. April 1945 was like around when it was over. Hitler's birthday was in April. Yeah. Look at the names description on the wiki page. Wild. Oh, yeah, they all had H names. Harald is that was Magda's son. Oh yeah, and this was their wedding. They had like a fucking Nazi wedding. Look at this shit where like people were standing and like doing the salute as they walked down the aisle. Yeah. They did the full on thing. Interestingly enough, oh, also by the way, like he cheated on her, and I think I'm pretty sure she cheated on him too. Like they would have affairs. There was when I was in Berlin, actually, we went to it was like a country estate place that later on got turned into, it was something for East Germany. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it might have been a some sort of school in East Germany or academy. But before that, it was a it was like a country estate where Goebbels would bring his mistresses, you know. Oh yeah, The Young Hitler I Knew by Ian Kershaw. Ooh, God, I love Ian Kershaw. Ian Kershaw is such a good historian. His two-volume Hitler biography is really, really good. He that was I think I devoured that over the course of one summer. Like I read both books. It took a long time because they're really long, but like the way that he writes is so good. I also remember too in one of the last chapters of that he quotes something. Oh, hello, Addie. He quotes in the final chapter where like for the end of the war, this kind of sticks in my memory. There's a quote that he has from, I think, something that someone said to a passerby that was recorded at the time. It was save yourselves if you can, the Russians will be here in half an hour. I don't know, like there are certain things that are just like that kind of like stick in your mind, like Jesus, this is history, you know, like, or that picture of the Soviets raising the hammer and sickle flag over Berlin. Like this is the moment the world changed because of all the stuff that happened after World War II. I know that's like kind of cheesy or whatever, but when I think about history, it's just, there's just so much. It's so interesting and so fascinating. Yeah, a very progressive marriage. Yeah, no, they didn't. This was not a Christian wedding. Yeah, yeah, I know. Helga, Hildegard, Helmut, Huldina, Hedvig, Heidrun. Yeah, these are all. They just really wanted to. They just really wanted to do the fucking the goddamn the H names. Um, Silly German names. Um, oh yeah, but like he cheated on when Goebbels cheated on her with like with an actress, who he probably like there was probably some coercion going on, you know, because he would he slept around a lot with a lot of the women who were stars in like the various movies that were made by the propaganda ministry, and of course he would do he was like an Epstein type figure in that regard. People didn't like him. They called him the poison dwarf because he was like a real ugly dude with his clubbed foot. So yeah, he absolutely abused his position, but Hitler basically forced him to break off the affair. Hitler kind of like played like matchmaker with all of his inner circle. He wanted like all the women in his inner circle who were like secretaries or whatever to get married to various men from in his inner circle, which is kind of funny that he did that. Whilst he maintained a secret relationship with Eva Braun, and that's setting aside his weird ass relationship that he had with his niece with Gelly Raubel, yeah, Raubel, most moral poly couple. Oh, I mean, they were not like she was furious. Magda was super mad that Goebbels was cheating on her. Although I'm pretty sure she cheated on him too. So yeah, actually, that's there should be something about that in here. But they almost wound up having a divorce. Oh, she has a diary too. Oh no, this is Goebbels's. Goebbels wrote in his diary, "We have made a solemn vow to each other. When we have conquered the Reich, we will become man and wife. I am very happy." Oh, this is when they met. This is before she and Goebbels became romantically involved while on a short trip with friends to Weimar in February 1931. A relationship began, and by April, they began making plans for their future together. That's interesting. Yeah, this is before they took power. If you want a random psych bit about Hitler's art, he was terrible with faces in his art and stuck to. Oh yeah, yeah, I know. He was actually. It's interesting because that I think I think it was actually suggested that he would do much better if he went to architectural school and became like an architect rather than a an artist. But he didn't want to. Like that was just not something that he wanted to do. Um, but yeah, his paintings of art were actually pretty good. Shame he didn't actually just go become an architect, you know? The world would have been a very different place. Um, his buildings still looked off, like the angles didn't seem right. Yeah, yeah, maybe a little bit stylized, but he maybe might have been able to learn or to get around that. I don't know. When he was living in Munich, actually, after he got rejected, oh no, it might have been Vienna. He would sell his art for like money, and that was like how he managed to live. It was a meager living, of course, but yeah, he would draw stuff and then he would sell it and people would buy it. I think, and then obviously some of his art later on will be sold. And of course, even later on from that, he made a bunch of money off of royalties from Mein Kampf before he came to power. And then after he came to power, that became lots more because literally every single German had to own one, or if they felt like they did, like it was some kind of loyalty test. But nobody actually read it because it was a dog shit book. I tried to read it, and it is like, ugh. It's all over the place. That dude was not a good writer. The war in Europe ended on May 8th. Yeah. Karl Dönitz succeeded Hitler after his death and held on for 2 weeks. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he was. By the way, the only reason why it's very funny actually. All the top Nazis hated each other. Goebbels or Martin Bormann, who was one of Hitler's inner circle. I think he was like, I don't want to say he was like his, well, he wasn't his secretary, but yeah, he was one of his inner circle. He actually, when Goering ran away, and tried to negotiate a surrender to the Allies, Bormann was actually the one who basically talked Hitler into having Goering like declared a traitor and killed. And it's because that, yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think he was good. I knew better art students in college. He was very, very mid. Listen, I'm just like, you know what? The world would have been so much of a better place if Hitler had actually just tried to pursue art, you know? Maybe. I'm just coping, okay? But I mean, probably not. You're right. Oh, well, fine. Stuart, what are you doing? Oh, there's old Goering at the Nuremberg trials. He always had like this look on his face. I thought the movie actually did a pretty good job of like of showing that. And the fact that he would wear like these big sunglasses and he wore them in the courtroom too when he was like sitting in the dock. And he always was listening in one ear with the on the headset. He never like put it on his head. He just put it up to his ear. Rudolf Hess went to the UK to try to get peace talks going, and they brandished him a traitor. Yeah, actually, Goebbels was really happy that Hess was gone. He wrote something about that in his diary. He was like, now that crazy Hess is gone, which I thought was funny. They all hated each other, man. Well, except for Eichmann and Himmler. They were, they didn't, at least as far as I'm aware. But like, they also both belong to the same organization, so it's a bit different. But all the top Nazis who were in charge of their own, like, departments, they did not like each other. And they were, like, competing against each other and all this other kind of shit, you know? So yeah, it's rather funny that they all basically decided to jump like rats fleeing from a sinking ship. When like towards the end of the war, they all abandoned Hitler. And they left Hitler in the bunker alone, where he was hopped up on fucking drugs and getting like cocaine eye drops from Theodore Morell, his insane quack doctor, who Goering here nicknamed the Reich Minister or the Reich Master of Injections, just because that his solution to everything was to give you drugs, and he would just inject you with shit. Like Morell had all kinds of crazy shit. Nobody liked him either. He looks like he's waiting in a mechanic shop. That's weird. Dude looks so comfy. Oh yeah, no, I know. He always had this sort of almost laid back kind of. It was rather funny. Like at the Nuremberg trials, like he's like almost like disarming in a way. But I think maybe that's what he was going for. Where was it? World War II, end of the war. There was. I thought this was interesting. Okay, the Goering telegram. As the Soviets approached Berlin, Hitler's efforts to organize the defense of the city became ever more meaningless and futile. His last birthday, celebrated in the Führer bunker in Berlin on the 20th of April, 1945, was the occasion for leave-taking by many top Nazis, Goering included. This is when they all ran away. By this time, Goering's hunting lodge in Karenhal had been evacuated, the building destroyed, and its art treasures moved to Berchtesgaden and elsewhere. Goering arrived at his estate at Obersalzberg on the 22nd of April, the same day that Hitler, in a lengthy diatribe against his generals, first publicly admitted that the war was lost and that he intended to remain in Berlin to the end and then commit suicide. He also stated that Goering was in a better position to negotiate a peace settlement. See, so this is interesting, where like Hitler was open to Goering negotiating a peace settlement. OKW, that's the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, so this the Wehrmacht High Command. OKW operations chief Alfred Jodl was present at Hitler's rant. Oh yeah, this is the rant that's in Downfall. Although I think they changed like the order of the events in the film somewhat, but this is that rant where Hitler's throwing the pencils on the table and screaming about how he should have like purged all the high officers in the German army like Stalin did in the Russian army. Yeah, Chase. Himmler tried to negotiate with the British. He did. And basically what happened is Hitler lost his shit when he found out about this, by the way. And he had Himmler's right-hand man, Fegelein, killed. Fegelein was married to Eva Braun's sister, by the way, who was, I think, pregnant at the time. And they were married because that Hitler match-made the fuck out of that whole thing. Like Fegelein was also like an insane philanderer. He slept around a shitload and he continued to do so after he was married. But yeah, he was summarily executed. I think initially he was spared because Ava managed to talk Hitler into it, but then later on he was just killed. I believe that more stuff came out about stuff that Himmler was up to in order for that to happen. Steiner. Yeah, Steiner. You remember, I'm sure you remember that scene in Downfall where Himmler was screaming, "Bring me Fegelein!" And then he starts screaming, "Fegelein, Fegelein!" Like he just screams his name over and over again. Yeah. Downfall's a really good movie, by the way. I think it's probably like one of the best portrayals of how Hitler was at the end of his life and just also how Hitler was in general. The actor who plays Hitler, Bruno Ganz, we have one recording of Hitler talking normally and not where like he's doing like a rehearsed speech or whatever, where he's like screaming or giving, and being performative. We have one recording. It was a secret recording that was made, I think, where he's talking to another head of state in like a train car. It might have been like the Dutch, but I'm not 100% sure. Yes, Downfall is on the movie list, Conity. And Bruno Ganz studied this. He studied the way that Hitler spoke in that and also his speeches so that he could sound exactly like him and replicate his voice. And the way that he looks just like him, like the way that he was at the end of his life, where he would walk around with his hand behind his back because it was shaking. There was speculation that he might have had Parkinson's disease. Also, I imagine too that it would not surprise me. I think he was hopped up on so many drugs, and I bet that Morell probably like gave him other drugs to combat the side effects of the drugs that he was initially giving him. Hitler was like a fucking hypochondriac too, so. It was him talking to the Finnish. Yeah, that was a secret recording that they made. Because yeah, like normally, like there were no recordings of Hitler just speaking normally. I imagine probably because that would like kill the mystique. But yeah, I think Bruno Ganz did a really good job. A lot of the other actors also looked really good too, who were like portraying the different Nazis, and they did really good jobs with that. There are so many interesting tidbits in that movie that I really that I quite liked. I think they, for the most part, they did a good job. It's based on I think the main thing that it was based on was I think it's called Joaquin Vest's Inside Hitler's Bunker, which is a book, another history book that reads like a novel. I actually bought that when I was in Berlin. And I think I read that fairly quickly. I don't remember if I finished it or not, but I got that at a little bookshop when I was in Berlin. They were selling it in English, and I grabbed it. It was fairly cheap. But that's a really good one because that was also written like a novel. Although people say that it didn't talk enough about the Holocaust, I think Downfall actually did a really good thing. It did mention the Holocaust. Like they even had Hitler talk about, say like, well, at least I managed to purge the Jewish poison. And he says it to Albert Speer as well, which is funny. I felt like that was the movie's way of giving a big like middle finger to Speer and his ridiculous accusation or his ridiculous claims that he didn't know about the Holocaust when there's no way that's true because he was the fucking Minister of Armaments. Ulrich Matthias as Goebbels was such an uncanny valley looking at his face. Yeah, I know. I think I remember actually I think he was my professor's teaching assistant who then went on to be he was like the professor for the Nazi German class that I took. Or like he taught that class while he was in grad school. And I remember him commenting that he did not like Goebbels at all in Downfall. He just thought that he just did not look right. But he, the guy who played Himmler did a really good job. He looked just like him. And I think that's true. Oh, Conspiracy is another movie that we have to watch too. The HBO movie. That's a good one with fuck, who was it? God damn it. Kenneth Branagh. And I can't remember the name of the other guy who plays, or Stanley Tucci, I think. Yeah, those two guys. They as like Eichmann and him and Heydrich. Bruno Ganz literally looks. Yeah, I know. They did a really really good job. I think obviously he was supposed to be the star of the movie, and so like if he didn't work as Hitler, then that movie just wouldn't have worked. There were a few other things that movie did that were not correct. But for the most part, it was fairly well done. And I think that they did a really good job. Also, I believe that was I think that was the movie that basically full on broke the taboo of having swastikas and like symbols in your films or whatever, because the movie was in German. There was also a German version of that movie, which Conspiracy is based on. It's also very good. Oh yeah. I think that's called the Wannsee Conference or something. I have not yet seen that, and I should watch that. Okay, just a sec, guys. Stuart's messing with the water bottle again, so hold on. He loves to shove like the top off of his fucking fountain. It's so annoying. It's kind of ridiculous. How many people are still here listening to me rant about Nazis? Okay. Oh, 39. Nice. Okay. So Addie, are you still here? Because if you are and you have time and you want to come on and talk about Nazis, or not Nazis, sorry, if you want to come on and talk about like your grandparents, if you have any stories that you want to tell from them in the Holocaust, that would be really, really neat. Yeah. Oh, the other thing too that I think there are Nazis in JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Ooh, someone just messaged me about a book called Hitler's Children, Sons and Daughters of Leaders of the Third Reich talk about their fathers and themselves. And Mengelé's son is one of the children interviewed. That's super interesting because I find that really, really cool. Like, it's so interesting to hear about what these people learned, what they were taught, the things that they thought afterwards, and all of this other stuff. It's so interesting. Also, don't worry, Chase. I'll talk about the Hassan tweet that you mentioned. Don't you worry. And we're like, believe me, we're gonna get to our hourly or our daily leftoid bashing, because I am on Team Hutch, and I think it's possible to call out leftist bullshit and to go after MAGA. And I will. Like, yeah. Hello, Addie. Good morning. Hi there. Yeah, so I'm sorry that I
Hi.
missed International Holocaust Remembrance Day, but I don't know if you were here or not, but earlier I talked about Josef Mengelé's absolutely grotesque and terrible experiments on children, where he sewed twins
Yeah,
together and did other god awful things. Yeah,
asking questions that nobody needed the answers to.
yes, basically. It looked like mostly he just wanted to like prove racial science shit. Like he just was trying to like prove, oh, there must be a biological difference between these people's bodies and ours. And yeah, it was just insane dumb shit, but that he
I think he was
did.
just like a sicko who liked to hurt people and found a bunch of subjects that couldn't say no.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably, like he I mean that's often the case in this particular instance, like, right? Like the Nazis found
Yeah,
like the worst people to man the camps or to do things, and they could then like basically act out their absolute worst urges on people who they considered not human. Yeah. Um hmm. So
good guys, good guys.
your family, you have Holocaust survivors in your family, yeah? Did you want to tell us
Yes,
about
I have a
that?
whole bunch. Sure, just a heads up, I am baking cookies in case we have to go to the shelter tonight.
Ooh.
So if I get distracted, that is why.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Are you on like on your phone?
Uh, I am on my phone, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're just gonna in the background we'll hear a beep 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 as you run to get the cookies. Um,
Or if I just say like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, because I like
yes.
mess something up. That's what's
Oh
happening.
no. I'm sure the cookies were probably delicious. Is there are they like a
So brown butter, chocolate chip.
ooh,
Yeah.
nice.
My shelter mates are already spoiled, so we have to keep the level up.
Oh, is there do you have to like walk to the shelter, or is it in your building, or
Mine is in my building, like in the basement, so like the whole building gathers there.
oh nice. Do people sleep down there like in their basement, or do they bring like tents or whatever, or
Ours is pretty shitty. Like
ooh.
it's basically an unfinished concrete basement that's like
Ah.
super musty, dusty, gross.
Ooh.
Um, but it really just depends. Like some like in a lot of the newer buildings, people have like ones in their apartments or on their floors that are like double as bedrooms or utility rooms that are more livable.
Oh.
Last Iran war, a bunch of people, all the in Tel Aviv, all the parking lots, like the underground parking lots, are also built to be bomb shelters. And after a few days, a bunch of people ended up moving into some of the parking lots under the malls and creating little like parking
Tent
lot
City.
communities.
Yeah.
Um, for it was really
Oh,
cute. They had like little
there
playground,
was
like they had little jungle gyms and
oh, that's nice. Corey Gill Schuster actually did a video. Normally he just goes out on the street and talks to people, right? The Ask Project guy. But he did a video. I guess he must live in Tel Aviv of like him. He decided to like record him getting woken up in the middle of the night to go to the shelter, basically.
yeah, oh
And I think he
my
had to
God, that's
like
like
go
my
to a
worst
parking
nightmare.
garage, yeah, and like in his robe and
Yeah,
everything. Yeah. Like I think, yeah, he just put on a house
not
coat and
not everyone has in that building. So like some people have to go outside
yeah.
and like yeah, that's also why I like showering and sleeping and like pooping are like the most stressful things to do when you might have
Yeah.
a siren at any moment.
Oh yeah. Wait, do people in the apartment buildings you said people have that they have like shelters in their apartment buildings? Is this like in high rises too? Because I thought that it didn't work like
Yeah,
that. Don't they have to be underground?
yeah.
Like how do they like what? Do you just go sit in a metal box, and if like a missile strikes your building, is the idea just that it you'll be safe even if the rest of your apartment gets destroyed, and you just like wait for people to find I don't or are these
So
yeah.
there's different I don't think there are like different English words for the different kinds of shelters. Um, so I'm just going to do my best to try and explain them. But basically, you can have like a mamad, which is like a safe room in your apartment or your home or whatever. So that would be like whatever floor you're on. And generally speaking, when they're building the building, they'll all be stacked up on top of each other, and it'll be like super reinforced, have like very very thick concrete.
Ah.
um, in that room, which can definitely withstand like rocket fire, missiles, not so much. Like, for example, some of the people who died in the last war with Iran were in their mamads, and like the rocket like hit their mamad directly, so like they weren't going to survive, but like their neighbors who were like a floor down did survive,
Hmm.
um, even with the ballistic missiles. Then there's something called like a mamak, which is like the same idea, but like for the whole floor. Like it's just a different like planning, like building planning thing. And then there are mamads, which is like a just like a shelter. They're generally underground. Like they're more public access, generally like colloquially, and they tend to be underground, although not always. But like there are like like requirements and kind of like rules about like what needs to be made and like how there has to be have like the right, because you also have to be able to shut the door to like reinforce it fully. And like let's say ours has like a little pump sink that hasn't been used ever and hopefully never will. If it's underground, there has to be another escape route in case like the exit gets blocked. And then yeah, like if it gets hit, if your building gets hit and you're in the shelter, like you just stay and wait for someone to come and rescue you. Like you don't go
Ah.
out because it could be fire, it could
Oh yeah,
be
yeah, of course, yeah.
like, and like the building could be unstable, but like the most stable part of the building is going to be the shelters
Oh,
because it's the
okay.
most reinforced.
I see. So they just kind of, yeah, all right, yeah, I understand. I imagine like
Like if
I
you look at a lot of the buildings that were like bombed in Israel, like you'll see the pillar of the shelters like standing, and then like the rest of the building will look like burnt out and destroyed.
Yeah, I'm just picturing now that like one of the big, maybe like the in the center of the building there's just like this big pillar and all the shelters in everyone's apartments are built, but yeah, or something to that effect, or
Yeah,
like there are multiple pillars for each room and it just kind of goes up, and yeah, and this is what the shelter's
right.
attached to, you know. Yeah, that kind of thing. That's
The same way, like when
interesting.
you have a building, like all the bathrooms will be one on top of the other because then the pipes can just be in one place.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Like it's a similar concept.
Yeah. They are all essentially rooms with very thick concrete walls, either above ground or all below. Oh, yeah, Funky Tortoise said in the chat.
Right.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Like there are differences, but it's just not everyone has access to all of them. And like generally speaking, the idea is to get to the safest, closest place,
Yeah.
depending on the time, like the amount of time that you have.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so thanks for that. That's neat. That's interesting to learn about that. But anyway, yeah, so Holocaust survivor
Holocaust.
parents, yes, or grandparents
Yeah,
rather.
yeah, I could tell you a couple stories. I'm not gonna like, I'm just gonna call all of them grandparents just for like anonymity
That's
purposes.
fine.
So if I'm talking about multiple grandfathers, that's what that is. Um, but a lot of different parts of my family were like survived the Holocaust. I posted in Discord a while back a story about my grandfather who jumped off the train on the way to Auschwitz. It was actually pretty cool. They managed to like saw a little hole, and there was somebody in their kettle car that was a locksmith, and he picked the lock from the outside,
Ooh.
and they jumped off and like just ran into the forest, and um, they did send dogs after them, but they didn't see right away, so they managed to not like get away without being shot at. And then I mean they all separated, not every, but like they didn't all stay together. It was like 40 men because they had tried to escape earlier on the train, or like a few days before, and so they separated like the men from the women and children. So like his wife ended up in Auschwitz, but he managed to escape. But they did reunite after the war.
Oh, that's good. She survived.
Um,
By the way, just to get an idea,
yeah,
chat, even though I'm sure like maybe some of you know this, but if I upload this as a segment or whatever, the train cars that they put people in, they were cattle cars. It was cold. They had like maybe a bucket. There was no food, no water, nothing. So people would die on the way there, like on the journey, because like there was,
And they would stay
yeah,
standing up because
yeah,
it's crowded.
yeah, there was nothing. Yeah, and you were crammed in there too, like fucking sardines. Like, yeah, they would just shove everybody in there, and then they would make them get off the train, and yeah, like people,
And the journey took like sometimes a week or more. Like
yeah,
it was a long, because they would go from like
especially,
country to country picking people
yeah,
up.
especially the people who were being sent into to Auschwitz, because there was a lot of like the Auschwitz became, it was like kind of like the last death camp that was still running. Birkenau was, and that's why like so many people were killed there, because like they killed most of the Hungarian Jews. The Hungarian Jews were sent there. Yeah, like Jews from other like Western or like remaining Eastern European countries went there, because that by that point they had closed down Treblinka and the other camps. Although they did bring Helmno back online for a short period in order to continue killing people, but then they also shut it down too. And a lot of these camps, they destroyed them to get rid of the evidence. But yeah, anyway,
Yeah.
go on.
Another one of my grandmothers actually grew up in the Polish town of Auschwitz. Like she called it Auschwitzin.
Yeah, that's the name. The Polish, yeah.
Like before the war. And she always used to tell us how they used to go sledding, because Auschwitz, one, was like a Polish army barracks that got converted into the concentration camp. And she lived like on the top of that hill overlooking it. And so they used to go sledding there in the winters. They actually were taken to Siberia in the beginning of the war because her like family was well known in the community, and it ended up saving them because they.
Oh, did they run away like from Poland to the Russian side, and then get taken to Siberia?
No, the Russians were trying to get a lot of the prominent members of communities in areas of Poland that like didn't ultimately fall under their control, but like before it was all officially divided up, to get Russian passports. And since her father refused, they arrested the whole family and sent them off to Siberia. So they actually didn't
Oh.
know what was happening. Like what she always used to say, you should tell us. My father used to say, when we get back, nobody's going to believe what we've been through. And then we got back and there was no one to tell.
Hmm. Yeah, because that I'm
Um,
assuming most of the people in that community were probably killed, or at least all the Jews that were in that
yeah,
community. And even
exactly.
yeah.
But because they were arrested, in what they thought was, I mean, it was pretty crazy, spur of the moment thing. They did manage to take some pictures with them and like a few like different artifacts. And so I've been back to her house, like that. She went back to her house recently with like some of my cousins and all that, and
Oh.
they were able to like she knows her, because her father was pretty, like her family was very influential in the town. Like she knew, like a lot of people remembered her and recognized her, and they were actually quite sweet. They let her come inside.
Oh, that's
They kept
nice.
her dining room was painted purple before the war. She was very pleased that they kept that color because she was a bit of a design snob.
Did they so they got sent to like a gulag in Siberia then? Or
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
Jesus. Okay.
yeah. That's like also I have another grandparent that was the case too. He was in the part of Poland that came under Russian control at the beginning of the war, and all the Jews were basically sent to gulags. The Polish Jews, anyways. And he was 6, so he never went to school. Like he never learned. He went straight. Like his whole family went there. And then when the war ended, he like his first formal education was when he came to America eventually as an adult and went to Brooklyn College and became an electrical engineer. He had to like teach himself how to read and write as like a teenager, and then they just didn't know what to do with all these refugees, so they just let him go to college at
Hmm.
like 16.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there was some people were like that's an interesting, that I'd be curious about that, if although wait, if they didn't have Russian passports, I'm guessing that they kind of just served out their sentences or whatever, and then like they were able to leave the country if they wanted to, because that's yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
they basically like all the Jews from Poland, when they took that part of Poland, were sent to the gulags, and then when the war was over, they basically just like let them go
Hmm. Yeah,
because they didn't really want them.
Yeah, Stalin probably didn't want any extra Jews. Stalin really did not like Jewish people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and especially not the Polish Jews for some reason. I mean, I'm sure there's other people. I don't really know that much about that
Oh,
part of
Stalin.
history other than
Yeah.
like family stories, but everyone I know, every Polish Jew in my family that was under Russian rule during the war was in a gulag
Hmm.
the entire time.
Jesus. Yeah, the gulags are like a whole other. Like, obviously, that was also very horrible too. You know,
Yeah.
like it was. I don't know if I'd say it was as horrible as Nazi. Well, maybe you're as horrible as your
It
average
wasn't.
Nazi concentration camp, but I wouldn't say, yeah, because I think the purpose of them were different. The gulags were like forced labor
Yeah,
camps, but people were still underfed
exactly.
and they would die there, like of neglect and stuff.
Oh,
But
yeah, but it wasn't on purpose.
yeah, no, that's generally that's the line that, or that's what I hear. My professor of Russian history actually wrote a he wrote a journal article where he said that in the Soviet Union, or in Stalin's Russia rather, a lot of the stuff that people said was genocide couldn't necessarily be considered genocide because what they actually were doing, or because a lot of the deaths occurred due to like neglect, even if it was severe neglect, which is obviously different from the intent to destroy in whole or in part. Now, obviously, you can. I don't know if he wasn't talking about the Holodomor. I think he was talking more about like other stuff, like the targeting of the kulaks,
Yeah,
or yeah. I don't know what he thinks about the Holodomor, but that is something that is argued quite a bit anyway, in terms of whether or not that was
yeah.
genocide, because that
Like
intent, yeah,
fundamentally, they weren't relating to, at least I can speak to the Jews, they weren't relating to them as like subhuman things to like squeeze value out of before killing. In the same way, they were just like prison, like suspicious and like didn't trust them.
yeah,
And also, just even like the odds of anyone going to a camp and making it out alive versus going to a gulag and making it out alive are like drastic, that like very, very different.
yeah, pretty much. Yes, yes, Chase. I was talking. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you mean the Holodomor, as Jordan Peterson said? But yes, I was talking about the Holodomor, the Holodomor. Did I say Holodomor or I'm sorry, Jesus. Yes, I'm talking about the Holodomor. I don't actually know that much about that, which I should learn more about it for debating Lactoid. But anyway, if you have other stories, but yeah, that's
I have a
super
few.
interesting. Were any of your grandparents involved in like any of the resistance, or like were they in camps at all, like German camps, and then did they make it out? Or well, actually, you said that one of your that your grandmother was in Auschwitz. Um,
Yeah,
I'm
she
assuming
was there until it was liberated.
I'm assuming she would have been in Auschwitz one then, because that's or the Monowitz, the forced labor camp where they made people make shells. I know that there were women that had to work there. Do you know what
Yeah, the
year
truth is
this
I don't
was?
know.
Oh, she didn't
She
tell
didn't
you.
really tell us stories.
Ah,
So we only know, like, not everyone talked about
that's fair.
their experiences.
Yeah, must have been
Um,
exceedingly
like that part of the
traumatic.
family, it was like the parents and a son and a daughter, and they were all separated and then ended up surviving and reuniting after the war. But
Oh,
we
that's
don't necessarily know the story. Like, not all of them told their stories, only some.
yeah, that's very lucky. You said that
Um,
some of them talked to Yad Vashem like on video, and they spoke
Not to
in
Yad Vashem, to the Shoah
oh, the Shoah
Foundation.
Foundation, yeah. And they spoke, was it
Yeah.
in Yiddish? Did they say those? Did they
Hmm.
talk?
Like
Yeah.
Yiddish, German,
Yeah, and
a combo.
you said you had to like you use AI to translate the transcripts.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, because
yeah.
those two were people who I really didn't know much about their stories, so that was really cool. I
Oh,
like just learned about them like recently, just finished it.
do you remember them, or
Um,
did you want to share that with us, or do you
yeah,
remember? Yeah.
absolutely. So one of them, my grandmother, she grew up in, I mean, she would say Wadowice, Poland. Her father was like the rabbi of the community, and so what's his name? Not the previous pope, but the one that liked the Jews. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The one that
Like
liked
two
the
or three ago. He
Oh,
died.
Pope John Paul?
They grew up together
Oh,
because
neat.
she was like the rabbi's daughter, and he was like also just like clergy family. And I remember when he died, she was like, "Oh, that's a shame. He was a nice guy."
Well, that's really interesting. Yeah, I believe that he was
Yeah,
involved in the I think in the like the sort of passive or like nonviolent resistance against the Soviet Union in some way, or he was like a prominent
yeah.
spokesperson during that time. I think it might have been in Poland. I'm
He
assuming, yeah.
did. She used to tell us that he saved her at one point, that he like broke her out of prison or something. But I don't have any like documented. I haven't been able to like place it, but at the beginning of the war, before they escaped Poland, she said that at one point they were arrested, and he snuck like her and her mom out, which I thought was cool. So
Oh yeah. Yeah, there was there's at least I think there's at least some or a few stories of like Christians saving Jews and whatnot because that they were able to make you or like Polish people saving Jews being able to use their positions, and the Polish resistance did a bunch of that too. So
yeah, so like this grandmother and her mom, because was it you that I was explaining to about how like because of the difference in the Jewish education approach to educating men versus women, that the women had a much easier time blending in Polish society.
yes, yeah, it was you. Yes, yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. You explained that. Yeah, about how the women would were able to more easily blend in if they managed to leave the Warsaw Ghetto or whatever. And there was a point before the ghetto was sealed where Jews were able to leave the ghetto and go to work and whatnot before the Germans completely closed it off and trapped everyone in there. Yeah,
yeah.
and the other ghettos too.
Generally,
So
a lot more Jewish Polish women were able to pretend to be Gentile because they didn't go to Jewish schools, and so they knew how to do the right prayers and how to carry themselves and how to speak and just customs and traditions that would make them not stick out versus the men that weren't educated that way. Which is why there are more stories about women surviving that way in
hmm.
general in Poland. Um, so that's what she and her mother did. Her father was, I mean, he was a known figure, but he also um, he was taken away. He was one of those that like they put in the middle of the ghetto and shaved half his face to embarrass him, and then eventually was like executed in public in like the early days
Ooh,
of the ghetto. And I believe that's the fate of like her brother as well. He was about like 12 or 13, so
damn.
he didn't. But she and her mom, like
Was this in the
they
Warsaw
were running.
Ghetto?
I believe it was in the Lodge ghetto,
Ah, okay. 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 Yeah. That was another
but
big
I'm not
one. There was also a
sure.
revolt in that one later on too. A lot of these
Yeah,
places had like uprisings or revolts. Usually by like the last
yeah,
group of people that were there before they were going to be shipped off and killed, and they decided that they wanted to die fighting.
yeah. But they also like at the beginning like had a lot of fun, like mortifying the community elders and
Yeah. Oh, hey,
taking them off
hey,
the land without
hey,
shooting after
Vasterman,
being ordered.
Slava Ukraini. We'll talk about Ukraine later. Oh yeah, Wuj, Loj, it's pronounced Wuj. I learned that recently, which is fucking weird, and I will never, yeah, but apparently that's how you pronounce it, which
Well,
is strange, because I just want to say Lodge
that's
Ghetto.
like the Polish pronunciation, and then there's like the Yiddish Polish pronunciation, and then there's like the English pronunciation. Like there's a lot of different.
Oh, there's a bunch of different ways to say it. Yeah, I was trying to say it the way that the Poles do, but yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, like I say, my grandmother would call Auschwitz Auschwitzin, but
Yeah.
like that's like a very Yiddish
Okay, yeah, yeah.
pronunciation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's closer
Uh,
to the Polish name for the
yeah,
town than the German one,
yeah,
which was they called it Auschwitz. There was a bunch of different, yeah, they changed all the names, the Germans did, and they referred to a lot of these places by their German names because they wanted to Germanify everything or Germanize everything. Germanify. They
Yeah.
wanted to Germanize everything. Yeah.
Took me a while to figure out that like Auschwitz and Auschwitz were the same thing. Like as a kid, because like you just hear stories and you don't like put it all together.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would imagine that there's like probably. Do you know like the years in any of this? Like the first story that you told about them escaping from the train. Do you know like what year that was? Or, although I would guess it was probably 43 or 44. If
I
you,
I probably do. I'm browning the butter, so I can't go look it up in my
it's fine.
notes.
It's
But I can
fine.
get back to that. I'll
Wow.
get like as soon as that's done, I can absolutely look that up.
My God, those cookies sound delicious.
Listen, gotta make it into a fun thing. It's like a ritual already.
No, I think it's cool. It's neat, like to have like community like that and stuff. For all the shit that you guys are going
Yeah,
through, I think that that's like a really good way to handle it. Yeah, and
I really
also
like it actually.
Big Daddy Uncle Sam is there, or is going to be there now to protect you guys, along with the Jordanians and the David Slings and the Iron Dome, of course. Should Iran decide to lob
Yeah,
missiles your way.
like the country will continue. I just don't want to land on my head. There's nothing anyone can do about that, you
Oh
know?
yeah, of course, yeah. Well,
The odds are low.
yeah.
Not nothing.
Hmm. Okay. Oh yeah, people are liking the stories. If there's any other,
Oh,
were there more
amazing.
stories in there that you were mentioning, or were those the main
Absolutely.
ones?
You're gonna have to help me out with like the names of things because I actually don't like the way that they spoke about it or how my family talks about it is that I don't know a lot of the names of things. But
I
my
might be able to
other
help you. Yeah, maybe.
well, there was a camp that started with like a J. Do you remember what that one? You know what I'm talking about?
Um. Oh
I
God.
think it was mainly a death camp, but not
Uh.
entirely, maybe.
I. I think. Well, the death camps. Um. Oh yes, you're right. I did forget the Iron Beam lemmings, although I'm pretty sure the Iron Beam was not well, no, it was Helmno, Belgic, Sobibor, Treblinka, Auschwitz, Birkenau, and Majdanek were like the six death camps, but I know there was another one that I saw on the list that I remember it started with a J and I was like, wait, I've never heard of this one before. But then
Yeah.
but now it's not here. Um Oh wait, there was one that was like it was where they did the early oh Yazin Novak, Chase wrote in the chat. Geez, Chase, you're so good. You have
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. That's the one.
yeah, it was a concentration camp and extermination camp. Yeah. This
Yeah.
one, oh, this was in uh the independent state of Croatia in occupied Yugoslavia. So
Hmm.
this what I think um this was established and operated by the Ustashi regime. That's why I haven't heard of this one because this was not like um a Nazi camp. It was so much as it was a yeah, these guys they killed the Serbs and they killed Jews and Romani people and political dissidents. Yeah. Most of what I know about this comes from what I learned when I was learning about the breakup of Yugoslavia, because the Serbs were they were very scared of what the Croats might do to them if the Croats got their own independent state, especially since the president of Croatia was using the checkerboard flag, which was the symbol of the Ustashi regime, and this like freaks them out.
Oh
They were
wow.
like, "Oh Jesus, they're going to genocide us again," So in response, they decided to go crazy and establish their own thing and do some ethnic cleansing. The Serbs, I mean.
Wow.
But yeah, okay. So go on.
So my grandfather was there. He was like running, but like every 2 days to a new place, and there's like a lot of details about like hiding, and he like a lot of people would let him hide for a day or two, but then as the searches would get on, he would have to continue, and that was like his life for the whole beginning of the war, and then he ended up at that camp, um, and because he told them that he was a mechanic, I believe, even though he wasn't, they didn't gas him right away. And he was sent to, they would send like his group of people to the front lines to like repair the broken vehicles, like under fire, basically. And essentially, he was there for maybe like a month or two, and then one day he just noticed that like his supervisor wasn't really paying attention, and he just ran away.
Ooh.
And managed to escape.
Was this
He
at,
was like,
was this at Yazanovac?
mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, it says here that they don't that the camp that this camp actually seems like it was very sort of almost impromptu. Like it didn't have much infrastructure from what little I'm reading about it. It says
Yeah.
that there was no gas chamber, but that a lot of the murders were
No,
like
they would like ship them out. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like he was under their thing, but like he was like moved around with like a group from there. And they like he in his testimony he talks about how like his bunker was like back to back with wherever, like at one point, like for a few weeks, wherever they were like unloading the trains of people that were going. I think this was, I don't remember when exactly, I have to look it up.
That's
that were
fine.
going straight to the gas chambers, and so he like wanted to warn them, but he thought it would be better if they didn't know.
Yeah, there was a lot of that.
So, yeah. But anyways, after, and then again they had put him on the front lines repairing tracks, and then he ran away basically, and he was in the what's it called? He was in the forest, like running. It was also, I think it was wintertime, so it took him like a week or so to get anywhere, and then his testimony is very difficult to understand because it just like doesn't flow very well. So from what I understand, he was like begging people to like let him in to, like, he ended up after like running for a while in an area that was like controlled by the Nazis, and like begging people to try and hide him, and some people would say yes, come back tonight, and when then he would come back, like they wouldn't be there, or they did, whatever. It was like very touch and go for a while there, and then eventually there was this guy, what's his name? I don't remember, who his wife, he had been out, like I think in World War One, he had been sent to war, and his wife died, and so he came home to take care of his like 7 kids. So he like wasn't drafted or anything, but he was, and basically they took him in. He talks a lot about only a few of the kids were home, but he basically took care of them, and they would like hide him in like the barn and sneak him food, and then eventually they all have to like run away together, and they kind of helped each other get through until the end of the war, and they were like separated, and like that was that. I think he ever, I mean, I never heard about him. So
yeah, lots of escapes through forests, or forests were used a lot by partisans and whatnot to set up camps and stuff. Lots of
yeah. Oh, so that's what I was going to say. The grandfather that jumped off the train, he joined the partisans.
Oh, based. Was it the Jewish partisans or the? Okay, yeah.
I'm not sure.
There was.
I do know when he was running through the forest after they jumped off, he tripped on a little package and he picked it up, and inside of it was like a Jewish prayer book and a Kiddush cup and like a few other like Judaica items, and he made like a vow to like the people that he was with that if he was reunited with his wife like after the war, that he would gift these to her. And we have those items still because they were all reunited. And then so he took them through with him through the resistance fighting, and basically at the end of the war they all just decided to go to the last train station that they were at together, and they all just like ran into each other. from what I was told.
Oh, that's interesting.
Sounds improbable, but
Oh yeah, I mean, hey, that kind of thing can happen. Yeah, there was one group of the Bilski partisans who I think it was like two Jewish brothers. The movie Defiance is based on their story. I couldn't remember it, so I had to look up the movie to find the info about them. But yeah, they rescued Jews and then they fought against Nazis and stuff, and they operated out of a forest. So, but yeah, they that's kind of interesting or it's actually really, 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 really interesting. That's also a pretty good movie, Defiance. Those were up
yeah,
north in Belarus. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I know. This is just one example. But I know that there were various like there were different Jewish partisans. And various other and Polish partisans and all this other kind of stuff as well too, who would they were people who escaped from Jewish ghettos or concentration camps. And yeah, that's and they would do resistance against the Nazis. Obviously, there was also the Yugoslav partisans um, in Croatia and stuff, in the independent state of Croatia, as it was called, the Ustashi regime. That was where Tito came from. He and his guys, they were all partisans. Kalinda, how are we doing this morning? Oh, hey, it's you, Gelatinous Rube. Good. We're talking about the Holocaust. And then I was going to move on to talking about lefty shit, but yeah. Anyway, thank you, Addie. If you have more stories, but yeah, thank you. That's super interesting. Also, if you wanted to later on when you get a chance, if you have your notes or whatever, if you wanted to, you could always tell me the story, the dates and whatnot, or any of the names that you might not
yeah,
have. But yeah.
absolutely. Here, I can check one of them now. It's on my laptop. Let me see if it'll come up quickly. I don't want to keep you.
Oh, it's all good.
Um,
My grandfather was in
oh,
artillery and he never talked about the war. Oh yeah, Vasserman, I can imagine that would be. I assume, yeah, he would have served in the Red Army. There were a lot of Ukrainians who fought and died in World War II in the Red Army.
the escape from the train was wait, where was that? In 1944.
Okay, yeah, that
When
makes
exactly
sense.
was that? Either I think they were trying. Oh yeah, from Hungary. They were in
Okay.
Hungary trying to get to Romania, and they were caught, but they're Polish.
Yeah.
And let me see, where was the?
The Hungarian Jews is
They jumped off in
interesting.
Slovakia.
Oh, okay, okay. The I think it was the Hungarian Jews who were they're
Decimated at the
hmm?
end.
Hmm?
Like at the end, like they just.
Yeah, their deaths were postponed because the king kept holding off with it and until eventually the Nazis just did it. I think that was in Hungary.
Yeah, they all brought them
Noise.
into Auschwitz at the end, and there's these really dark stories about how. I mean, they're really fucked up jokes that a lot of the Polish Jews would make about how when the Hungarians came to Auschwitz, they were a lot heavier to lift because they hadn't been starved for a bunch of years first.
Oh yeah.
And other
Oh
messed up jokes like that
yeah,
only Jews can make.
yeah. Jesus, yeah. The film The Gray Zone is about the Hungarian Jews. And the revolt that because a lot of the Hungarian Jews were the ones who, or at least some of them, they participated in the Sonderkommando uprising, and that film is about the killing of the Hungarian Jews as well, because that's most of the Jews that they were killing by the time when that movie takes place.
Yeah,
No,
they
it was this guy, Miklos Horthy. This guy was the guy who was in charge of Hungary, and I believe he kept putting off sending off the Jews until I believe there
they
was a
also
coup
they
against
had
him.
sorry.
Sorry, yeah. No, go on. What else?
No, I was going to say the Polish Jews had the advantage of learning the Nazis as they were figuring things out, and so they were able to notice each step and each change along the way versus the Romanian Jews that were not the Romanian, the Hungarian Jews that were like largely sheltered from that progression and then just taken straight in when they had like the final solution like running full steam ahead. And so they were able to like murder like a huge amount of them in a really, really short amount of time, both because they had it was so like fixed like figured out at that point, but also like they had no idea what they were walking into. And so it was a lot easier to kind of like cajole them and just kind of make them do it. Whereas the Polish Jews at this point would have been a lot less obedient and a lot less trusting and would have made a lot more problems along the way and warned a lot of other people, but they just had no idea.
Yeah. How many? About 564,000 Hungarian Jews killed in the Holocaust. Yeah, but I was right. King Horthy did stop the deportations. But it was too late. By the time they had stopped the deportations 3 days later, almost the entire community of Jews in the Hungarian countryside had gone. The largest Holocaust killing after 1942 was the Hungarian Jews. Yeah, and this was also like towards the end of the war too. So like it's crazy that they were still like so intent on doing this as they were losing the war, because this would have been after Stalingrad when the tides had turned, but they were so hell-bent. Eichmann especially was fucking hell-bent on continuing to do this shit. Like I mean obviously Hitler never ordered him to stop, so of course he bears the brunt of it, but I mean like even after, I think, and there were instances, Eichmann like disobeyed orders and continued sending trains because he was so fucking obsessed. But
there's no doubting what their first priority was.
yeah, it was his first priority. And I think like he actually bragged about it, I think, to one of the people who worked for him, that like, you know, I'll just be proud that at least I managed to kill a whole bunch of Jews or something to that effect, that he said. I'd have to look it up again to see exactly what it was, but yeah, that guy was ideologically dedicated. But
yeah.
I'm
happy if they have to pick one person. They picked him.
Oh yeah, no, it is good. Yeah, it is good that out of all the surviving people that they did get him, because like most of the other, you know, like Himmler escaped justice. Heydrich, I guess he didn't really escape justice because he was killed. He was killed by Czech partisans. I think it was Czech partisans. So like they assassinated him and he died of his wounds like 3 days later. So it's
serves him right. I like to think that especially after Eichmann, that even the ones who had managed to get away, like lived the rest of their life kind of paranoid and scared.
Oh yeah, they probably did. Yeah, you know, and a lot of them like ran away to like Latin America and stuff. So,
yeah, Argentina.
Oh, Chase sent me the Romanian king. This was the guy who was deposed, or he was forced to abdicate. Or no, that was his forced abdication. There was another. Romania was the country where they also had like their own like kind of group of crazy fascist people. Yeah.
Yeah, Romania is like a funny situation with the Jews because like they didn't do it the way the rest of Europe did.
Nicolae
but they
Ceausescu.
have their own shit.
Yeah. Oh, Ceausescu was this guy was in charge for a long ass time, I think. Oh no, this wasn't the dude. There was someone else who was in charge of Romania during World War II, whose name I can't remember. There was a book that I read about him. But I think it was Romania. Oh yeah, it was Antonescu. This dude. This was the military dictator in Romania. This fucking guy. Yeah, I think that he took power in like a coup too. Yeah, Antonescu, yeah. Anyway, yeah. I still have to learn like all of these various different Eastern European countries or like Central European countries and all of the different like puppet states or leaders that basically, you know, like that the Nazis kind of bossed around, or eventually they would just come in and take over. And yeah.
Yeah, it's especially hard because none of them were the same country for like more than 7 minutes in a row.
Yeah.
So, and like borders kept changing and evolving and existing and not existing, and a lot of history was destroyed and is like very much written by like very biased people who want things like there's a lot to like dig through there in general.
Yeah.
Um,
And
but yeah, I'm gonna go and finish making my cookies. But if you have any more questions and stuff, let me know.
oh yeah, absolutely. I shall indeed let you know. Yeah.
And any Israelis listening, good luck. Stay safe.
Yes. Yeah, good luck, guys. Hopefully
And Iranians, of course.
nothing will happen. And oh, and the what?
And just charge your and Iranians, of course.
Yeah. And the
And
Ukrainians.
everyone.
We have at least one.
Everyone stay safe and have good luck.
Yeah.
And it can't hurt to have your portable charger charged. Just a word to
True.
the wise.
Yeah. Thank you, Tuckman.
And
All
the
right.
Palestinians. Of course, the
Yes.
Palestinians, Chase. They should always stay safe.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Especially those people in Gaza.
have a good stream.
Jesus. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks, Eddie. Have a good one.
And please like the stream and subscribe and become a member if you want to be cool and not like all the bad dictators that we were talking about.
Yes. True. Absolutely. All right. Have a good one, Addie. Thanks.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. All right. Now that we have talked about the Holocaust and Nazis, it's time to move on to some other stuff. So there was one other. I also have to feed this guy, but I'm gonna ramble about Ukraine a bit when I come back, and then after that, I want to, and then we're gonna get into that YouTube video. Yeah. Or we're gonna watch Wick's debate with basically there was a panel that Wick did last night. It had let's see here. He did a sort of team Pisco versus team Hutch thing, and there were a bunch of people that came on his panel, and one of those people was Ogre Boy, and Hutch was there too. And initially it just kind of started out as like a fun little thing, and then Hutch showed up, and then eventually Ogre Boy showed up too. And Dev was there. But we will skip to when Ogre Boy appears. I don't think, oh yeah, Pisco's not there, so it's just Ogre Boy. Oh geez, Tony is here too. Oh no, Tony, this guy hates Hutch. By the way, this is the guy who told Queeman's Discord about my channel after Queeman wondered what I look like. Yeah, he's part of that whole anti-fan crowd. He was on Loner's stream, like basically shitting on Dan. But yeah, this guy fucking hates Hutch. And he's working on like a hit piece about him. Yeah, ZJM. I mean, you didn't gift Ogre on purpose, to be fair. He was subscribed and ungifted saw. Yeah, it was kind of random, but you know, okay.
I had blown Conduit up, but Conduit started with me, okay?
Okay, so there was one other thing, because Wasserman is here. Yeah, yes, Coffee. Basically, Queeman he was reacting to my debate with Pisco, and he was making all these jokes because you could hear me eating because I was having an ice cream sandwich during that discussion at the start of it. And because that I am a woman, he immediately felt the need to assume that, that like I must have been like fat or something, or at least everybody in his chat was making that assumption. Which, by the way, I am skinny fat, thank you very much, and I am trying to work on losing weight. I used to actually weigh a lot less than I did, but then COVID hit. And we all gained weight during COVID because I no longer had a job where I was on my feet. But I mean, I'm not, yeah. Who's the person in the top right of this panel? That's Wick's co-host. Oh yeah, no, those guys aren't progressive. They don't care about politics. Like their entire thing is just drama. And for some of those people, their entire politics is just hating Destiny or hating insert target here. Yeah, I don't, I don't think that any of those guys believe in, but Tony linked my stream in Queenman's Discord after Queenman was wondering what I looked like. And he was like, yeah, they stream with a face cam, in case you were wondering or whatever. Yeah. And then he played dumb, about it afterwards. But, Ogre Boy is ally now. He loves Pisco Boy. I mean, he only loves him because that Ogre Boy hates Hutch, like, a lot. Because Ogre Boy's like Hassan's #1 stan. I mean, or he'll never live it down, but never forget the Hassan tattoo. Okay. I'm gonna listen to this while I run off and feed the cat, but I'm just gonna leave this running. And I'm gonna have it playing so that I can hear it. Hold on. Just a sec. Oh, at some point I should tell you guys about the funny drama that's going on in my apartment building because it's kind of politically related and it's also really interesting. Because I feel like I feel like there's some racism underlying it, but it's just also funny, like it's because it's like a bunch of old people who are mad about the number of Muslim immigrants or like Indian immigrants that have moved into our building because the Ontario government gave them subsidies to do so. Oh, Ice Beans. Yeah, that's her name. Politics, yes, politics is just a vehicle for drama for them. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's it's kind of even like I think Freeman has like some leftist values, but obviously like not enough where like he's not gonna like make fun of people's looks or whatever. Anyway, hold on, guys.
Okay, you can claim him.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, we have teeny tiny Tony, who says that he is
Tony,
Pisco's strongest warrior.
Tony.
And then we have Dev. Okay, I don't know if Dev's a Pisco guy, but we'll find out. What are your thoughts here, gang? Teeny, are you Team Pisco?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you Team Pisco or are you Team
Yeah,
Hutch?
I am Team Pisco.
Okay, well,
Tony,
give us your thoughts here. Yeah.
No, but let's get ahead of this. Tony, I'm a Destiny Orbiter. I co-sign everything.
Thank you,
he
Hutch.
said
I'm not here
about-
to talk about that. All right, thank you.
Okay, I just want to
Oh,
preempt
God.
it. I just want to preempt it.
Oh, do you guys know each other? Is
Are you
there
stirring
beef?
the pot already, Hutch?
I concede everything that you have to say about Destiny.
I know.
Whatever it is.
I've already
It's all
seen that,
true.
Hutch. Thank you. I've already seen
It's
that.
all of
Thank
it.
you.
All of it's true.
Thank you, Hutch. Thank you. So, do you want me to explain why?
Yeah. So why are you Team Pisco? Go ahead.
So, I am Team Pisco because, in general, I agree that people like Hassan and people like Mike from PA and people like these extreme tankies, they are they are in a lot of ways helping Trump win by encouraging things like the non-committed movement or the uncommitted movement, whichever that was called. But another issue with that is that this non-committed, uncommitted movement was extremely small and insignificant in the election. There's also, I know Hutch has seen it, there's the IMEU poll, the Institute for Middle East Understanding Policy Project, where he's getting the 29% of voters who didn't vote for Harris in 2024, but voted for Biden. An issue with this, there are several issues, I think, with this poll and trying to extrapolate from it.
Okay.
Because the poll is selecting specifically for people who cast, so it is polling people nationally who voted for Biden in 2020 and cast a ballot for someone else besides Kamala Harris in 2024.
Can I just ask you, like, I don't know, like, I guess my question is, do you agree with Pisco when Pisco says that Hutch is spending too much time attacking these people? So I understand that you agree with the facts of the matter, that Hassan is generally leading people down tanky pipelines. But as I understand it, Pisco's argument is that Hutch is spending way too much of his time and energy beefing with these guys when he should be going after Trump. Do you agree with that, and why?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so why? Why do you agree with that specifically?
Well, one is, I was trying to explain, like, It's a thing that was done to death on Live and Learn. They went through these like statistical analyses, looked at the voter bases and all this. And these people just aren't that influential, but they do take up like if you watch Hutch's stream, if you look through his YouTube uploads, a significant portion, I think edging to 50%, maybe more, definitely more sometimes, is covering people from this snark adjacent left, people like Hassan, people like Denims, BE, Kyle Kalinske. There seems to be like a particular fixation that he has with covering these people that is greater than I think is necessary to say that like these people have some bad takes and we can kind of shove them to the side.
Okay. Well, what do you have to say to that, Hutch? You're spending over 50% of your time attacking left when you could be attacking MAGA? What's going on?
That's not much of an argument, though, is it? Like, my view is that this contingent of leftist creators are doing.
Okay, Jesus, that was a lot. So first of all, I just want to say, Cat knows Human will come back. Oh yeah, he just was sitting here. Kalinda said she'd feed Cat, but Cat is here, sus. Yeah, no, he doesn't. Sometimes he'll just sit here and he won't go to the kitchen until after he sees that I've gone to the kitchen. Oh, hi, Mirutsi. So here's my general overall problem, okay, with what Tony is saying. He is basically, I don't know that we necessarily have a full answer on like what exactly the influence of these people are. But to say that their influence is insignificant seems incredibly weird to me when the alternative media space on the left, the alternative media space is dominated by Hassan, Kyle Kalinske, Breaking Points, The Majority Report, all of these guys. And for a long time, like these guys were basically the only people, or they were the biggest people, aside from like David Pakman. And even David Pakman, although he is a liberal, his audience is still full of the same progressive people that like watch The Majority Report and all these other places. And that's why they got super mad at Pakman when he didn't like follow, you know, follow their purity test on Gaza, and they got super fucking angry with him over it. And it's just, I don't think that it's good that our alt media sphere is full of these people. These people who all loved Destiny until it turned out that no, he was not actually a secret socialist and they just needed to talk him into it. And when he started actually debating with socialists, then they all turned on him. And now they all think he's a Nazi. And by the way, they thought that he was a Nazi long before the court case shit too. And long before he defended Israel. Like they all basically turned against him. They tanked his canvassing efforts in Omaha. Which I thought was pretty fucking gross. Oh, hey, kitty. Hey. When he was just trying, like, he was trying to get, like, a Democrat elected mayor of that city. Hello. Come here. Come on up. Hello, sir. You gonna come up? No? Okay, then. But yeah, I don't think that it's good that the alternative media sphere, which I would argue was an important vector in Trump winning the election, on the left has essentially been taken over by a bunch of fucking people who hate the Democratic Party and who constantly shit on it. Like these crazy far left people, because the Democrats were late. And now the Democrats look at these people and they're like, oh, well, you know, we could still work with like this group of people. And liberal institutions like the New York Times do not, or like look at Hassan and they write like nice pieces about him. And I know people say that it was because of Night Media, that talent agency that like basically paid for all these puff pieces. And yeah, that might be true. But like at the same time, I'm still going to hold these institutions accountable for not doing any kind of research, as well as same thing with fucking Pod Save America. I don't know about any of this. It's fascinating to learn this drama went down. Oh, which drama? The Omaha drama or any of the other? Like there was like a shitload of drama that happened. For a long time, Destiny was on what people jokingly refer to as the lefty arc. And that was especially when during the 2019 primaries. And then in 2020, he did the canvassing thing in Georgia, and that was a huge success, like during the runoffs. And then he decided that he wanted to do more canvassing stuff, and so he did. And his next canvassing project was trying to get a guy named Mark Gudgel elected mayor in his hometown in Omaha. And he brought a bunch of people there, and he thought Mark Gudgel was cool, and he was like a school teacher. He was like a neat guy. And all of these leftists basically swarmed in and found various controversies from Destiny in the past, like his mow them down comments about the yeah. And it was just so stupid. And yeah, sure, you could say, well, you know what, Destiny brought it on himself. He shouldn't have said that stuff. But the problem is, like, I feel like maybe that might be a little bit more reasonable if it wasn't coming from fucking leftists. His campaign was sabotaged by leftists, not Republicans. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. What's up?
I want to disagree with you just a little bit, but I don't want people to lose their minds and think that I'm defending Hassan or like the far left. I think we can't. Okay, so liberals, we have to learn how to message in a way that gets us center people, like the suburban people that flip-flopped from Trump to Biden and then back to
the
Trump.
independents, yeah.
We need to pick up those people, but we also can't win without a certain portion of those far left people, right? So obviously some of those far left people are beyond hope, absolutely beyond hope. Ogre Boy being one of them, obviously beyond hope. Hassan, I fucking hate him. Everybody knows how I feel about Hassan. But within that audience, we have to, and I'm not saying we have to glaze the creators that they watch, but we do have to come up with a way that we can talk to a portion of that audience in order to maintain their votes, in order to counteract that retarded messaging that they're getting from mostly Hassan, not so much Kyle Kalinske, although Kyle Kalinske has been horrible on international shit.
I think Kyle is better than Hassan, but yeah.
Yeah, but to absolutely like just write off that entire portion, that entire half is ensuring that we never win again. Like we have to come up with a way to appease or to appeal to both of those groups. And I don't think it's impossible. I just think Democrats are fucking horrible when it comes to messaging.
Oh no, I absolutely agree. Democrats are really bad at messaging, and I think part of the problem with that is the fact that they did not take advantage of the alt media space in the same way that Republicans did, and as a result, the Republicans got a whole bunch of people on their side or on like in the right wing of the alternative media sphere who were basically set up and all ready to glaze Donald Trump. And if anyone stepped out of line, they would immediately get dogpiled. Whereas on the left, it was all just a bunch of people who spent all their time shitting on Democrats, which is, I think, the issue.
Yeah, there is a definite portion of like the far left that we're never going to be able to appease them. They don't vote anyway. Even if we gave them everything they wanted, they would just still not vote. And like, fuck those guys. I don't care about those guys. But there are winnable votes there. And I don't want people to, because of our hate for these specific creators, I don't want people to alienate those audiences because we hate the creators that they might listen to. Like, I feel like we need to kind of separate those possible votes that we can win from the retards that they watch.
I think that it's fair to say that. I guess the problem is it's difficult to figure out a way to do that, because with regards to like Hassan, I think that it's very important that, like, for example, Mamdani disavowing Hassan, I think that was a good move, just because that Hassan is such like a poison to the Democratic Party.
That was the best political move Mamdani made for the
Yeah. And like, it's just, I mean, personally, I would like to, I would like to see liberals try to, like, I guess, reach and de-radicalize those people. Although also, to be fair, like, I don't think it's necessarily unfair. We also have to, like, I guess, be careful about who it is that we're talking about here as well, too. Because that, I imagine that a significant portion of Hassan's audience did vote for Kamala, if they voted at all.
I hope so. I mean, obviously, we don't have any reliable data there. But I would hope so.
We'll never know, but and I believe that like most people probably who identify as socialists probably voted for or probably voted for Kamala, or who generally vote Democrat. I'm not like interested in like kicking out, like I'm not, my full-on thing is not necessarily to the same degree as like Destiny. Although I think he does in some ways have a point about not wanting to have like illiberal people in the Liberal Party. And there is a lot of illiberalism to the idea that, you know, like you hold an ideology that basically calls for the eventual appropriation of businesses and the forcing of co-op, and there's no way you can do that without violence, and that's pretty illiberal. And but putting that aside, I'm not, again, like my bar is literally, did you vote for the candidate? Are you going to tell your audience to vote for the candidate? No, then get the fuck out. And that's it. Like,
yeah, like, and I do think it's a lack of media training on the, like, when we look at the alt media apparatus on the right, like that is not an organic movement.
oh, I
That
know
is
it's not.
a,
Yeah.
yeah, a well funded, like decades long plan to put that shit in place, right? And like as liberals and as leftists, we have this like catch 22. I don't know if it's a catch 22. I can't think of what the actual word is for it. But like our political positions that we want to promote like eschews taking, you know, like that kind of like corporate astroturfing money. And like to what point are we willing to compromise our principles in order to build an alt media apparatus? And like is that trade-off worth it? Like, and it's complicated. It just scares me when people group these really shitty creators and think of their audiences as like monoliths that we can't reach out to. And that, like, because we just need to. And Destiny is good at some things. Building bridges with leftists is not one, right? Like, there is a way to reach those voters, and we have to reach those voters if we want to win. Like, that's just math. We have to.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Although I mean, well, I don't know how many of those voters we have to, but yeah, like I'm assuming the other problem too is that a lot of these people are young people, and young people don't vote. But it would be nice if they did, and everyone has talked about trying to get young people to vote. And I mean, Bernie couldn't even do it, which is, you know, because like he always talked about, like, I think a lot of Bernie's support came from a lot of young people, but then like a lot of those people didn't really show up to vote. Whereas obviously the people that you're talking about that the Democrats need to win, those independents, those are, you know, pretty much those people vote.
They vote. Yeah, they vote. They vote. And yeah, like I think like because the left-wing media, like alt media space is newer, like I would hate to see it get more entrenched to the point where like those people do become unreachable and it does become like a leftist MAGA, like that we absolutely need to stop. And like we do need to excommunicate the illiberal people and the anti-electoral or electoral people. I just like I don't want people to assume that everyone in those audiences are that and that they are unreachable because we just don't have a choice. We have to reach them. We have to figure it out.
I mean, although like I guess as people in the audience are pointing out, obviously like when Hutch goes after, he's not going after he's going after like the creators, like the people who are leading this. And I think there's probably like a way to do it because obviously not everybody who watches Hassan is necessarily dedicated full on to everything he says. Like they're not all like Teuton, you know. He probably has a lot of casual viewers too.
Where has he been lately? Haven't had a good 5-hour debate with him in a while.
Yeah, he hasn't been. I mean, he's in school, and also he's not American, so I'm pretty sure he lives in the UK. But yeah, he's not. I think he's just in school. Or he is mourning the IRGC, as Addie said. Yeah, I don't know. But like Teuton's a little bit different because he's. I don't know how
That's
you.
a nice way of putting it.
Mhm.
As a different is a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, well, I feel it, but the problem is that there's also quite a lot of people in Hassan's audience who are basically just like Teuton, which is the other problem, is that there's lots of people in these audiences, or like, actually, it's not even these audiences, in general, like audiences, or people who are political. There's a great many people whose politics is determined by their social group. Like all of these motherfuckers who were like, progressives were mean to me, but MAGA was really nice, and now I'm a conservative and I've abandoned all my liberal values. Yeah, like they probably never really were that liberal to begin
They
with.
never had liberal values.
Yeah, they just had friends who were liberals, and then like they said one wrong thing or did one wrong thing, and those friends weren't nice to them, and then they switched over to MAGA because MAGA was nice to them. You know, like that was it. Or they got social validation from MAGA rather than like what they received from any liberals that they knew. You know, like that Carolyn Borisenko person was one of those people. Candace Owens was one of those people. Although I think
she has whatsoever. Yeah.
she took like I think in her case it was more just like she Milo basically offered her a spot, and then she was like, oh damn, I can make a lot of money over here, and I suspect that it was twofold in that regard. But she was literally like, oh, she was a liberal, and then progressives were mean to her on the internet, and so she switched sides, which means I don't think she really believed
Jay Bourbon is or Jimmy Dore, like
yeah, like all of these people, like I just don't, I'm just not buying it. And so I mean, yeah, I Teuton's probably like that because he never really, because it seems like I don't think he really bothers to actually bother learning anything. And I suspect like, you know, and also to be fair, like people are lazy, which is kind of another problem too. And yeah, realistically, what I would actually like to see happen is I would like to see more liberal creators kind of ascend into this space and hopefully pick up more viewers, and from among the young people who watch them, they manage to convince those people to vote. Because I mean, like, there's a lot of these people who have audiences, you know, like Destiny's audience is largely made up of 20 somethings. Loner's audience is largely made up of 20 somethings. I think my audience is the same, or maybe not 20, like 20 to 30 somethings, basically people that you would consider to be younger, which is a lot of these folks. So yeah, I think that would be good ultimately. But I don't know. I mean, like, I get it. That being said, though, I think that it's possible to call out like stupid shit that these people do and still shit on MAGA. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. I'm still shitting on MAGA, and yeah.
I feel like it should be like an 80-20 right now, right? Like, I feel like it should be proportionate, and this is what I've said for a while. It should be proportionate to the amount of actual power these people have. So, like, you should shit on Hassan the same percentage that he has of power in the actual political power, right? And right now, nobody has more political power than MAGA.
Oh, yeah.
And if we're wasting all of our time focusing on Hassan, and believe me, I love some slap where we shit on Hassan. I just feel like we're missing what we actually like. The bigger threat right now, and yeah, Hassan could be the bigger threat in the future, but right now it's MAGA. So yeah, it should be proportionate to the amount of actual power they have.
I think that's a fair point. Oh, hey, 59
I feel like that's
people.
a hard point to argue, right? Like if you're
actually
90% of the political power, then we should spend 90% of the time critiquing you. If you are, 30% of the political power, we should spend 30% of the time shitting on you, like critiquing you. I feel like that's a really hard point to argue against. Oh, maybe it's just me.
So with regards to that, I do think that there is something that is important to be said about the extent to which that these particular people, like, yes, Hassan doesn't have a lot of political power, which is actually funny because despite the fact that he doesn't have a lot of political power, he still has an outside voice in the liberal
let me clear. When I say political power, I'm including political pundits within that power, right? And their amount of influence within that power. So if Hassan has 80% of the influence, then 80% of the time we should critique him. So when I say political power, I mean both like actual politicians and the pundits and the media sphere that helps boost those politicians, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the funny thing, this is kind of the funny thing about this too, and I think that this is also something where things get like exceedingly shitty, is that essentially what seems to happen here is that online, because all of these people are incredibly loud, and because that people like Pod Save America, for God knows what reason.
Didn't they go crazy? Did they go crazy? Did they go crazy? Didn't they do something really stupid lately?
I don't think so. I mean, unless you're talking about them letting Hassan on their show without any vetting whatsoever, and then letting him put
Oh,
on his
maybe that's
mask and
what I'm
pretend
talking
that
about.
he's a fucking sock dem when he's
Ah,
absolutely
that's what I was.
not.
Yeah, that was it. That was what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, like the problem is that Hassan then is actually this really radical guy, and Democrat and like Republicans will absolutely use him as a weapon against Democrats. And it doesn't help when mainstream Democratic shows or whatever that are like liberal have him on and let him like pretend to be moderate and shit in order to get more people in his audience. And then like he lets that mask slip considerably more and acts like crazy and says insane shit on his Twitch stream. But I feel like in some ways, like we need to be like, at the very least, we have to be hard disavowing these people and making it clear that they are not part of our movement, because
Yeah,
like, what the
and I
fuck
think
else?
we are doing.
What are you
I
gonna,
think we.
you know?
Yeah, I think we are doing that. I just want, like, at least, and maybe it's bias from the creators I watch. I wish they did it as much to the right. Like
Okay.
lately, it feels like they are doing it more to the left when the left has less power right now, right? Like when the bigger threat is the right.
I feel like this criticism does to some degree apply to Hutch, although Hutch does talk about MAGA quite a bit. But yeah, obviously, out of all these people, Hutch definitely talks more about uh like the left. And I do think that it was pretty ridiculous that he spent like a week covering like the fucking Collargate shit. Like it was funny for the first day, and then after that,
Yeah, the
I
color grade
just
thing it was
stopped
hilarious.
caring.
It
Yeah.
didn't need to be a week-long thing.
Yeah, it just got kind of silly. And I don't know. I feel like Loner doesn't do like a terrible job, although sure, yeah, he'll spend a bunch of time. But then again, Loner's whole thing is foreign policy. And I also talk a lot about geopolitics and foreign policy stuff. And unfortunately, that's where you're going to find a great deal of, at least in this space, a lot of foreign policy discussions are dominated by like retarded leftists saying exceedingly stupid shit. And monkey, no, Lonerbox did, and I think he spent like one day on it, and that was it. And I appreciated that. He did not spend like way much time, well, way as long. Yeah. I mean, I guess Loner kind of has personal beef with them because that they personally target. But I mean, so does Hutch, so does Destiny, so do
And I
all of
do
these
think,
people.
and this is me being blackpilled again too. I feel like some of this, not all of it, some of it is personal on the part of Hutch and Destiny, and like because people in those audiences and lonerbacks, because people in those audiences have been so horrible to them, like specific people, like individuals, not those audiences in general, but like a portion of those audiences have been so horrible to people like Lonerbox and people like Hutch that like I feel like personally they have beef with Hassan that they are overinflating under the guise of like, oh, like he's so bad for American politics, or like they're using that as a justification to continue to go at him
Yeah.
without addressing the right as much. I just think and I don't blame them for that. I feel like that's a human response. Like I would assume that I would probably have that same human response if I had been the target of those audiences. But I do think that's something that we have to like
Yeah.
we have to call out our liberal guys that we love, like also have their shit that they need to get called out on. And I think that is one of the things that they need to get called out on.
I mean, yeah, I suppose that's fair. Although obviously it's exceedingly sus if that's someone's like that's I think that's Queeman's entire criticism of Lonerbox, and that he's too nice about Israel, or like Tony is pretty unhinged about how much he hates Hutch, and it's not just like you talk about MAGA too much. He's just I don't know, but Tony's like on that unhinged anti-fan shit.
Like
but
obviously that's the personal team sport shit is a problem like everywhere, like and yeah, that's what it is. It's team sports shit, right? And like we need some of those team members in order to win the fucking game. And right now, like we're all too busy like pandering to our own egos and like like supporting our own cliques to like understand that like, hey, we're all gonna be fucked if we don't figure out that like a way to talk to all of these people and pull some of these people over. Like if we just write them all off, we are fucked. We're fucked.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea. The problem, there's so many issues there because, like, I guess the question that one has to ask is like, are how many of those people actually voted for Hassan or voted for Kamala? We don't even have like that's the annoying part is that it would be really cool if some university actually went out and got a sample size of Hassan Piker's audience or like audiences who watch a bunch of these different creators and did like some sort of a survey to figure out how many of them actually voted in the election and how many of them were there and all this other kind of shit among these audiences, and then extrapolated that out to make some sort of estimation as to what impact it may or may not have had on the election or to what extent these people are a reliable voting bloc. Somebody should do that because I feel like this space is important enough now that yeah, someone needs to do that at a university.
Oh no, you're gonna crash. Also big Nemo fan, or should I say Super Magic Pike? No, you don't get to be in the clique because you were disgustingly racist to Indian people and sexist. So no, fuck off. You're not welcome.
Wait, did he get banned from Loner Court?
No, I didn't ban him. Oh yeah, it's Super Magic Pike who said all of that really horrible racist shit against Indian people and some pretty gross sexist shit, and decided that it was super funny that somebody in Loner Court got called the F slur. So yeah, no, you like that's your clique. Go have fun in your clique. You are part of the people that reach out
is
to.
he from that clique? Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Okay.
Mhm.
I didn't know he was in Loner Court still, but yeah.
He's not in Loner Court still. He's pissed that he's not in Loner Court still. He's
I
his
see.
feelings are hurt.
Well, all right.
But that was all I had to say.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes, like, I guess I'll talk about this because it's geopolitics related. As long as it's not boring. Like, I'm not. For example, you'll notice that I'm not covering what liberal or what leftists said about IP anymore because that shit's boring as fuck. As much as Chase might want me to, because
So IP just fucking breaks people's brain. It fucking breaks people's
yeah, I know. The shitty thing is, though, is that it broke people's brains to such an extent that there was at least some contingent on the left who refused to vote for Kamala or Biden because they were super fucking mad about the Israel shit, which is annoying. Like, that's the other problem, that I don't know what the fuck you even do to get through to people who are so dead set on believing that it's a genocide that they absolutely will not like they'll just never vote, because to them voting for Kamala or voting for Biden is akin to voting for someone who's going to send weapons to Nazi Germany. And yeah, that's not.
Yeah, that is.
Like, those people are basically just lost, and there's not really much of anything that you're going to be able to do. But I mean, yeah, I do still think, though, I think there is value in calling out Hassan for the fact that the left, or the fact that, like, he did not vigorously encourage his audience to vote for Kamala. And I think it's super shitty that somebody like him has so much fucking money and he never, like, goddamn, he could make a real difference if he organized canvassing operations and wasn't like purity testing every goddamn candidate.
It didn't. Funky Tortoise, it didn't. There aren't enough of those voters in Michigan to swing it. It was the loss of the suburban whites.
Yeah, the whites people, yes. The whites, yeah. Those people, yeah, like it didn't lose Michigan. I don't think that IP actually really, like, as much as leftists like to claim
Americans
IP,
don't care.
Yeah,
We
Americans don't care about foreign
Like,
policy.
I'm sorry. That sounds so callous. Like, some Americans care. Like, I'm sympathetic to what's going on over there. But like, when it comes to voting, we don't give a fuck. That's not what they vote about. They vote on their feelings and what makes them feel the best. They don't even vote with their brains. They vote with their feelings. And they do not have enough feelings about IP to vote that way.
Unfortunately, those vibes led them to think that the economy was doing hella super badly and that inflation was insane. And as such, that meant that they wanted to vote for Trump because they forgot how bad things were at the end of Trump's term, because everyone's got really short memories.
And this goes back to the democratic messaging thing. Trump makes people feel shit, and like
Yes.
Kamala made people feel nothing. Just nothing. And like during the summer of 2020, I spent that entire summer in Michigan, which is a fucking swing state. And I saw literally not one ad with footage from January 6th in it. Not one ad with footage of people dying from COVID and the mass graves we had to dig for COVID. Like, I saw none of that. And then I would see like these incredibly powerful, like, my son was killed by an illegal immigrant ads from Trump. And that summer I knew, I was like, he's going to win. And everybody in my family was like, you're crazy. He's not going to win. And it's like, yeah, because we don't vote in America with our brains. We vote with our feelings. That's why you can hand an American a list of things and they will check off, I agree with reproductive rights. I agree with gun control. I agree with, I believe in democracy. I agree that climate change is happening. I think everyone deserves health care. And they will check all of those things, and all of those things align with the policies of the Democratic Party. But then they will go vote for MAGA because they
Yeah.
don't vote with their brains. They vote with their hearts. And we are not touching their hearts at all. And I think what Hassan does is to make people feel something, right? Like, it is. He makes them feel something. That's how he gets them. That's how he brings them over there. And we're just not like, and some of it is because like our positions are nuanced and academic and policy driven, but like there has to be a way that we can do both.
I think campaigning on affordability seems to be working very well for the Democrats.
Yes,
and-
Union Star, fear mongering works. It does. It works. MAGA is a testament to the fact that it
Well, hold on. So fear mongering does work, but it depends on what group of people you're talking about. Because I mean, Kamala was out there talking about how bad things would be under Trump, and it seems like that wasn't enough. Maybe she needed to do it more.
Yeah, but she also had zero charisma.
Yeah, that's also true. She also, although honestly, I don't know that. I don't understand how people think that Trump has charisma. I just can't.
Neither do I, but he clearly does because he's doing something, right?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I'm disgusted by him, but he clearly does.
I think it's just because he appeals to people who are stupid, and yeah. But there is something. I guess the question would be what could we say to I feel like talking about affordability actually would probably help considerably, especially too with like those far left people. Like if you talk about that more and you push like stuff related to that more, or stuff like about like what you're going to do, or like talk about, like I know you guys are hurting.
But it's not what it's how we talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Like, we cannot continue to have conversation. If you want to win an American election, you can't have a conversation about the intricacies of affordability and how to fight inflation. You have to find a way to talk about that is interesting and engaging and makes people feel.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, it seems like there are some Democrats who have done that. I guess in some ways you could probably look at like how Mom Donnie did it, but I'm wary of saying let's just go full populism, because you don't want to like go way too far.
No, I don't want that. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Okay, so for example, when in the debate, when Kamala was asked why Jewish people should vote for Trump, right? She completely thought what her answer should have been was something along the lines of, you might think Trump is better for Israel, and he might be in the short term, but Trump is no one's friend. And as soon as it becomes politically expedient for him to dump you on your ass, he's going to dump you on your ass. But she didn't. Like, and I remember watching the debate and being like, that was such an easy answer. How did you fumble that? Right? Like, it's shit like that.
Also talk about all the crazy people that surround him and all the anti-Semitic people that he doesn't get rid of.
He has Holocaust deniers in his administration. He's backed by, like, not in 2024, but in general for all the last 50, 60 years, the Republican Party has been backed by famously Jew-friendly organizations like the KKK and all of the American neo-Nazis. And he was the president of Charlottesville, and he was the president of their good people on both sides. Like, and it was I was stun-locked. Like, what the fuck are you even doing? Like, of course you're going to lose this election. And also, we need to stop running people that have no charisma. Like, I get that Kamala was it was either Kamala or Biden for campaign finance law purposes. But like, Jesus Christ, like find a candidate that knows how to talk to people, can make them feel something, and has at least an iota of charisma.
Do you think
Like,
Gavin Newsom has that?
I think he's getting there. I think he's getting there.
He seems to be
So
a better speaker than Kamala. Like he seems to have,
oh, for
you know,
sure. He's better than, don't get me wrong, he's better than Kamala. So I think Newsom has the specific problem that I'm talking about right now, that he doesn't appeal enough to either of those groups that we have to get, the suburban whiteys and the lefties, right?
the thing
Because
about
suburban-
here's sorry, hold on for interrupting. Here's the funny thing about the lefties. It is crazy to me that like I lost my mind, and Epic Fail was in the chat losing his mind too, because he as a Californian who knows way more about Newsom's policies than I do, he pointed out a bunch of shit to me, and then I looked it up to confirm it. Vosh doesn't know fuck all about anything about Gavin Newsom or the things that he did. Gavin
Or
Newsom
is it-
is extremely progressive. Okay,
Mhm.
he turned California into a sanctuary state for trans people. He did all kinds of really good things for trans rights, and yet like none of the like all of the, in theory progressives should fucking love this guy, but they don't. They hate him. And it's probably at least some part of it has to do with Israel, and also apparently because that I guess like he did too much pragmatism, something about like a wealth tax or some such thing. Even though like he's not against raising taxes on the 1%, because I believe he's talked about that. He certainly did in the Ben Shapiro podcast. But yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy. Like leftists shit on Gavin Newsom, and they don't know anything about his fucking record or what he did.
Yeah, and I mean, like, cause okay, so with Newsom, you have like the Ooga Booga, it's California boogeyman for like the country club, like Republican whites, like the more traditional, like bulwark Republicans, right? So that's the problem that he's going to run into on that half of the voters that we need to reach. And then on the other half, on the Hassan half, right? Like it's he's not enough. So he has to find a way to hit both of those
I mean,
targets, which I think he's working towards. I don't know if he's there yet, but hopefully in a couple of years.
The problem is that I mean, listen, I don't know if it's going to be possible to get like those people that you're talking about with regards to the whole he's not enough thing. Like it's just so weird. I feel like those people just live in another reality if that's what they think. Like I don't know. Like I guess like Two Hinged also just said it in chat, like, or maybe we need to get our own face to vote more. But I mean, although I don't know, I guess the question is like I'm wondering if there's data that suggests that it is actually necessary to win these people. Because I'm wondering, like, were these people part of Biden's coalition? To what extent did these people vote? Or because if they voted,
a lot of them are so young, they might not have even voted in 2020. But I think they were part of Biden's coalition, right? Just like. I'm not appealing to Hassan Mokid. I'm advocating that we appeal to a portion of his audience.
I was just about to say, let's not be unfair. She's not talking about appealing to Hassan. Like, I assume that you're not saying that Democrats should go on Hassan's show unless the purpose of going on his show is to tell his audience about why they should vote for him. Or them,
I think if he's going to have, I have no problem with him having Democratic politicians on, not because I give a fuck about winning Hassan over, but because we do need to win some of that audience. And if they have a chance to give them a more honest version of what they stand for, then yes, go on Hassan's show, right?
Yeah, I guess the issue is like, I don't know if I mean, I suppose that AOC playing Among Us with Hassan isn't necessarily a terrible thing, although that might be used against her now. But actually, no, you know what? That doesn't even fucking matter because AOC's not going to lose because she's in an incredibly blue like district. So she can do whatever she wants, her and like the others. The issue, of course, is Hassan isn't necessarily going to talk to anybody who doesn't pass his purity test, which is part of the problem, you know. Or like that who was it Alyssa Slotkin, that Democratic congresswoman who went on Breaking Points so that she could get lectured and purity tested by fucking Crystal Ball,
and that's
about
part of
will you not say genocide, you know, like
That's how Dems suck, but that's part of how Dems suck at messaging and Dems suck at politics, right? Like if you're a staffer that's going to book your like high profile Democratic politician on the show, have them be prepared to fucking debate, right? Like don't let them sit there in silence while they lecture her on shit. Like teach them how to fucking fight because we fucking suck at that.
Yeah, no, exactly. We absolutely do. And I don't, like, although, like, I feel like that's the other problem because Crystal Ball's entire metric for that debate was literally, okay, are you going to use the G word? Are you going to call it a genocide? And I know why Alyssa Slotkin doesn't want to do that. Bernie won't even do that, And I mean, in some cases, maybe for some of them, it's because they legitimately do not believe that that word applies, or they have not seen enough evidence to believe that word applies.
Right.
But
Also, America is not in the war. That's
yeah,
not
I
our war.
know. I know. You're right.
Not our
It's not. But these people are fucking obsessive over it and it's all that yeah, like that. I think that that's the shitty problem. That's the annoying problem is that this is everybody's pet issue still and they're all still super mad about it. And in a lot of ways I feel like there's not much point in going on a show like that where all they're going to do is just like fucking concern troll you
But I mean, I can say
about
the same.
yeah.
I can say the same about Fox News, right? But we still send Democratic politicians on to Fox
Yeah,
News.
but at least on Fox News, if Bernie goes on Fox News and he gets attacked, at least it's over fucking domestic issues where like he can fight back and appeal to like the viewers of Fox News about domestic crap. Whereas I don't know the extent to which that would work reaching people on Crystal Ball's
You
show
could,
when
because you wouldn't have to, so you wouldn't have to fight that, like I pointed out before, you wouldn't have to fight that battle about IP and genocide. You would have to fight that battle from a domestic perspective. You would have to fight that battle on like, and yeah, I'm going to say it because it does work, fearmonger about what Trump is going to do, right? Like you can fight that battle and bring it back to the domestic issue, bring it back to the history of the Republican Party, bring it back to what is actually on the ballot, which is a fight between fascism and democracy, right? And like, we're not going to have to worry about just one genocide. If you're concerned about genocide, there's going to be more than one if we continue to let Trump have power. And they don't say shit like that, and they need to.
Yeah, I mean, like there is stuff Alyssa Slotkin could say too about with regards to that. Like obviously, like the Democrats are more in favor of keeping Israel in line or holding Israel back than the Republicans are, especially this administration. Donald Trump is basically a Netanyahu bootlicker who will do whatever Bibi tells him to, and like all this other insane shit. And hello, Dev. Dev is in chat saying
I
hello.
promise, man.
It's
You'll
my
get
favorite.
so many genocides if we continue to let MAGA have power. I promise you that.
Yeah, we get multiple G words. You promise? Yes, Vanaloven. Yeah, it's just fucking crazy. I don't know. It's stupid. But yeah, I guess that's the issue. Also, by the way, Super Magic Pike or Big Nemo fan or whatever, they were saying some shit in chat earlier about stuff that you said about that, but I don't know if you want to talk about that on stream or not.
I don't care. He knows what he did. I've sent numerous DMs when he did it, explaining it, and we have screenshots. So I don't really give a fuck.
Okay, yeah. If you don't want to talk about that, that's fine. I get it. Yeah, I just saw that and I was like, interesting. Yeah. But no, I all of this stuff sucks. I guess like I'm skeptical about like the needing Hassan's audience to win part, but honestly, I can't really comment on that because there's so much data that we do not have.
Yeah, we just don't have it.
Yeah, I have no idea how much of his audience voted. I don't know like how much of his audience makes up the electorate. Yeah, like I said, somebody needs to do a survey.
Like coming from and I'm coming to that assumption. I feel comfortable coming to that assumption that we need a percentage of them to win because of how American elections function with the Electoral College. And like those are razor thin margins to win those states. And it's in most states, I think all but 2 states, it's an all or nothing Electoral College win. So like, if we lose by 1 vote in Michigan, they get all, I think, 19 electoral votes. So like it could take 2 people to win that entire state's electoral college votes. So to me, it's like, these are razor thin. Like this isn't like if the electoral college was not in existence, I might feel differently about this and might be more willing to say like, fuck them. But it's like the distribution, we have to look at the distribution of where those people live, like the margin in that state of where they live. Like, would they be able to swing that state? And I think in some cases they would, right? Like I don't know off the top of my head like how close some of those states were, but they were fucking close. Like, for example, in Florida in the infamous 2000 election, it was 500 votes. It was 500. It was literally 500 votes that that won Bush that election, which, by the way, was not a right-wing plot and it was not fascism. Bush just won that state. But when it's as small as that, when it's as small as 500, I'm not willing to take a bet that some of those people wouldn't be able to have an impact on the greater election.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think that that's fair. Although, like, by that same token, I do also think that that means that it's fair to, like, I guess, blame certain content creators for not telling their audiences to vote or for not getting involved or any of that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like I said, if Hassan had spent all of his millions or had spent some of his millions of dollars,
Yeah, like I would love, in a perfect world, I would fucking love Hassan to do more electorally. Fuck yes.
yeah, I mean,
just
he
don't want that guy
won't, but I
his
think,
entire audience
I
all
think,
of the time.
oh no, we don't have to throw his whole audience under the bus. That's not even necessarily who I'm talking about. Usually when I'm attacking, it's the content
I don't think
creators.
you're doing that. I don't think you're doing that. And I don't necessarily think anybody's doing that on purpose. I feel like because, and we talked about the team sports thing, I think because the team sports shit online is so intense, like the second you step out of line with the team that you associate with, people are like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I
Like I think
agree.
that it's so intense that we're inadvertently doing that. And I think that's something that we need to be more cautious of. And that like the right wins because the right falls in line, right? Like we need to, yeah, forget the people that are never going to vote for us anyway, but like get in line and start pointing at the proportionally at the people that we need to point at.
Yeah. Yeah, no, bots, listen, that's the other thing is we need to figure out, like,
No, they don't. I don't
I,
think that.
yeah, I don't think the average person knows who Hassan is. No. That's the other problem with all this too, right? Is that a lot of this is these people are very loud online, so I don't even know how much they actually matter. But in our sphere, this is kind of like where we influence people, and as such, I think it's fair to like, I guess, speak up about some of this stuff. But yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. Obviously, like I'm trying to, I would like to, you know, at least de-radicalize some of those people, or at the very least convince them that voting for Democrats is better than voting for Republicans for the sake of harm reduction. And I'm sorry, but the entire country is not all secretly socialists who are just waiting to become socialists once someone introduces them to socialist policies. I think that that's the thing that pisses me off the most about this is the fact that Hassan and all these other people act all high and mighty and pretend like they were pretend that they knew that Kamala was going to lose and that they were warning the Democrats all along when that's not true. And then and like Vosh is now doing it too with this bullshit like oh my god, if you guys don't change course, then like we're just going to lose forever and ever. And like it's like they think the Dems just need to go farther left, and that if we don't,
And
then
well,
we're
and
gonna...
it's exceptionally dumb to do that about Kamala because we literally like we only had two choices for campaign finance purposes. Like
Yeah.
we could not have like we would have had to give back all of the money that people donated to Harris and Biden if we didn't run Harris and Biden. Like you can't just take the money and be like, just joking, we're running somebody else. Like that's
Oh yeah,
so
yeah,
like
I know. I mean, the reality of that is that Biden should have just not run for a second term, and they should have just had a primary. But you know, yeah. But that's not what happened.
No.
So you know, unfortunately.
So yeah, I guess I'm more aligned with Pisco in this than I am with Hutch. I just don't like I will get off your stream now. I just
Okay.
don't want to see the team sports devolve into something where we are like alienating people from our cause, particularly people that we might need to win. So that's all. I'm not a Hassan fan. Like shut up people. I'm not advocating for Hassan. I'm advocating for not alienating people we need. But that's it. All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. Have a good
Okay,
one.
bye.
All right, bye. Binders full of women. Sorry, you were saying some interesting things in chat. Binders full of women. Yeah, you voted for Kamala. That's fine. You were saying some stuff about like the peace candidate. I'm confused. What do you mean about that? Or like campaigning on peace? Like, I also, if you're talking about Hassan's not a kingmaker. Nobody should treat him like a kingmaker. Like, really, I think that the thing is that these people should probably just, like, we just, like, I don't know, like, mainstream Democrats just shouldn't be working with these people. That's all. Yes, I know Binders Full of Women was Mitt Romney, but there's a person in chat whose name is Binders Full of Women. So I think it's like a joke about Mitt Romney. Anyway, I'm gonna keep playing this.
Real.
Also, I can speed this up if someone donates for me to do so. Yeah, because there's 67 here now. Kamala campaigned for war. She said she loves Israel and wants to do war forever while Trump didn't. Wait, Binders Full of Women wasn't saying that, were they? I don't think that they were. I just saw something about them saying, like, you should be the peace candidate or whatever, but I don't even know what that means. Oh, yeah, all right, sure, I'll make a goal. Oh. Yeah, I'm going until Loner goes live, guys, assuming that he does. I don't even know if he will. He was on so late last night. No, I'm hyperbolizing. Trump said, yeah, I know Trump said he was the peace candidate, which is bullshit. Anybody who looked at his first term should know that that's not the case and that he was lying. Oh, hello, sir. Anyway, guys, yes, there is a goal. $5 or above for pets for Stewart. Did he beat Silk Song? I don't think so, but I don't know. It looked like yeah, okay, he didn't. I think he's close though.
Damage to the discourse. I've never made the claim that you can lay the blame on disaffected lefties for Kamala's loss. I never made that case.
Well,
I think there's a much
Right,
stronger case
but I think-
to make in 2016 that might have been the case, but not in 2024. However, when we dive,
My point was campaigning to continue a war while the economy was the focus of the election was self-defeating. Yeah, but that's not a war that the United States was fighting. I don't understand. Like, Kamala campaigned for a ceasefire and a two-state solution and the return of the hostages. Trump campaigned by saying that Bibi needs to go in and finish the job. Yeah, but here's the thing though. Trump was going to continue funding it too, Binders Full of Women. And the other problem is that it's really not that economical in terms of the funding it thing, because that's not true. This notion that America sent money to Israel and therefore you can't have healthcare, that's not true. Like that's not how that works. And I mean, like, honestly, yeah, like, also, I hate this shit with regards to Ukraine too, by the way, because I think Ukraine deserved that money more than Israel did. Israel already had lots of shit. Pet the cat bottle on the shelf instead of Stewart. Oh, that was not enough for the goal, but that's fine. Thank you. Thank you for the $2. Wait, did it not read? Oh, it doesn't read it out, I guess, unless it's $5 or above. Hello. Okay, 2 pets for Stewart. I don't remember it being a part of her campaigning. Ukraine 1000% needs our help. Yeah, Ukraine does need America's help more than Israel because they're literally fighting an existential war. Which is like, it's just, but everybody forgot about Ukraine. Nobody gave a fuck by the time 2024 rolled around. Everybody was still obsessing about Gaza, which is annoying. Like, that became everybody's obsession. Israel didn't surrender its nukes in return for security assurance. Yeah, true. And Israel, like, had lots of military shit. But I mean, that wasn't Biden's fault. That was the Republicans. She ran contradictory TV ads. Wait, hold on. Binder's full of women. Are you sure you're not confusing her with Donald Trump? Because that Trump ran contradictory TV ads where he claimed in some areas that Kamala was super pro-Israel, and then in other areas he ran campaigns saying she was, or ads saying she was super pro-Palestine. Oh yeah, I know the tankies are happy Ukraine doesn't get what they need. Honestly, Kamala had a lot of missteps, but the worst was the nothing comes to mind when asked if she would do anything different from Biden. Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think that honestly, it was the fact that she failed to differentiate herself from Biden is, I think, the issue. No, you're welcome to look it up. I just double checked my memory and there's articles on it. Okay. I mean, like, I don't understand. Okay, whatever. Like, I mean, in some ways, like, that's not even necessarily wrong. She was both sides. You know, like she wanted, she was, her stance was, we need, it's time for a ceasefire. And, but also I want the hostages back. Also, Israel has a right to care about its security, but how it does so matters. And also, Palestinian state. Like, she's already like set herself out as a both sides are here. You know, but that's not like continuing the war. Leftists were just mad that she didn't come out in support of an arms embargo, call it a genocide, and say that Israel is evil. And she was never going to do that because it risked losing a reliable segment of the population if she was, by going like insanely radical. You know, like, I don't imagine that I imagine that probably would have turned off a great many reliable Jewish voters or like Christian Zionists who were mainly voting on that issue. But like, yeah, why would she take that risk in order to tank something on an issue that most Americans don't care that much about? Because then it would have made it like a way bigger issue. We cannot let Gaza continue to suffer, and also I will always ensure Israel's ability to defend itself. Obviously, in this context, it's continuing the war. I don't agree. I think that's silly. Like, I don't think these two things are contradictory statements. Israel continuing to defend itself is not, that's not the same. Call me crazy. We do not need a bunch of, we do not need or want a both sides president. One vision of the third worlders to comply with or die. Okay, Jill, listen, Ash. Easy win among low info. Listen, Ash, I understand that you hate immigrants and everything. But I don't think there's anything wrong with recognizing that Israel-Palestine is a nuanced issue. And I think that if more people understood and recognized that, then the world would overall be a better place. Like, I don't think saying Israel has a right to defend itself is saying, yeah, rah, rah, go, continue the war. It's saying that she's not going to stop, like, helping Israel. We can help Gaza and make sure Israel is safe. Yeah, it's not like, that's not a contradictory statement, I don't think. It's like saying, like, she was in favor of a two-state solution. The article headline you quoted does not support what you were saying. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to keep playing this now.
Dove into the math, the logic of the math, and Ice Beans, you agreed that if somebody did not...
I on Android, I don't know. I don't know if I've missed any of your messages, but I did see that message. Of course, it's nuanced, which is why they must fall in line with America's vision of peace. Okay, I don't even know what the fuck you are. Like, I don't even know who they is. Are you talking about the Middle East? Are you talking about Ukraine? I don't even... Like, they don't have to do anything. But I think America can absolutely twist people's arms given the, like, the stuff they have over there in order to try to, like, end the conflict. America has that power, and I don't see why America shouldn't wield that power. Doesn't mean that they have to use military force to do it, but that's what US soft power is, and that's why it's good. Okay, listen, Listen, Ash, I feel like you're just, I'm sorry, but I can't tell through text whether you're trolling or not. Yes, the cat is judging me. I don't think that you actually, I know that you don't want military options being used in the Middle East. I think that you are just trolling right now. Kalinda, this chatter is one. Yes, it's because that he's one of the few like crazier people in my audience who claims that he's not a right winger, but he's like hella right wing when it comes to fucking immigration.
Vote for Kamala Harris.
I mean, Binders full of women. Did you actually read that article? Is CNN perhaps clickbaiting with their headline, or like, because it sounds like, based on what you're saying, that headline really does not support what is like written in the article or what she actually campaigned on.
That was material support. It amounted to material support.
No, but
for
no,
Donald Trump.
No, but me agreeing with the people who stayed home helped elect Donald Trump.
Ash claims that he's a liberal, but I don't agree. I don't fucking know what he is, okay? Political labels are hard and annoying. All I know is that Ash is like, he will defend like fucking Stephen Miller's weird immigration rhetoric, and he's insanely anti-immigration in a way that is often comes off as like really weirdly racist, even though he will get super mad at me for saying that. But like, yeah, I don't know, like he says things that I think are a bit crazy. Yes, I know you're a lib, short fat otaku, and I haven't really seen anything contradictory of that fast. I still say I'm a libertarian, but now I say I'm the only libertarian. Based. That's a huge cat, yes. Wait, is he really? He's not, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I guess he's a big cat. Four corners centrist, I don't know, give me a lefty position to defend. Abortion's a big one. I mean, yeah, sure. Although it seems like you are against universal health, or not universal healthcare, but like government-run healthcare, because you went on like that rant about the doctors' associations or whatever. Bring out the ruler. Doomy is just small and chunky. Oh, oh my God. Look. God damn it, Addie, you're making me hungry. Look at them. Look at them. They look so delicious. Oh, thank you, Ash. Yes, this cat is a lovely cat. Yes, I love my cat. Also we have a we've got, let's see here, US politics, where is we've got a beautiful Doomy. This is Vanna Loven's cat. Absolutely. What a gorgeous face. A lovely void cat. She is so lovely. She's so cute. And Moat of Darkness. I don't know if I wouldn't say I don't know if she looks terrified. She's like I guess she looks interested in something. She's got the big beautiful eyes, you know. And this is my guy here laying in the sun. This is from yesterday. And there's the water fountain that he keeps pushing the lid off of. She's a meteor heading towards Earth. She saw a bird on the window. Oh, did she? Oh, that makes sense. She's looking at Van's bald head. Yeah, but yeah, there's my big boy. He's a I feel like you can get an idea of how big Stuart is when I pick him up. Which I will do right now to demonstrate. Hi. Yeah, he is. He's a bit. He weighs like 12 pounds. Aw. Well, if we're all cat posting. Oh, you can post a picture of your cat in pet pics, Ash, and I will in the Discord, and I will share it with the stream. Aw. He's got such a cute face. Oh, okay. Are you hungry? He is hungry. Oh yeah, there are 67 viewers watching cat stuff. Oh, Vam posted another one. Okay. 6, 7. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's a goal, you guys. Although there's 71 people now. I feel like I should make it be, I feel like I should change this goal, and I should start a different goal, and I should adjust it so that, you know what? I am actually going to remove this, and then I'm going to make a different one. I'm just going to make it be less. It seems like the $2 ones is just better, you know. There we go. Now your $2 and above donors will count for the goal, but they won't be red unless they're like $4.99 or above. Oh, there were more pet pics. Aw. This is Ash's cat, Gelatinous Rube, his cat. Look at this cutie. Like another void kitty. So adorable. Aw. Looks soft. Maelstrom. Nice name. Oh, another one of Doomy. This is Vanaloven's cat being incredibly snuggly. What a sweetie. Aww. I guess that she likes to nestle in there. That's so cute. I guess she's a little bit smaller. She is. Oh shit. Jesus, I'm sorry. Fuck. Professional streamer, by the way. We only see you seeing, we can't see it. Okay, well. This is Ash's cat. Look at that sweetie. Very adorable. Very fluffy. So cute. Also, it looks like you got a Corsair keyboard there. That looks just like mine. Maelstrom is this cat's name. There's Vanaloven's cat. Look how snuggly she is. Here's another picture. Just so cute. I love how like they always look like they're smiling if you look at them from the side. Oh, Mina posted her cat too. Oh. This is Addie's dog. Such a cute little pupper. Apparently a big hit at the shelter in Israel. Aww. Snuggled in. That dog looks very polite. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, at the bomb shelter in Israel. That's what I meant to say. Sorry. Oh, Desert Lemmings posted this cat and said RIP best cat. I'm guessing that this is his late cat. A very adorable void baby. Yeah, no, she hasn't given up her dog. That's what I meant to say. Oh my god, everybody. This is Mina's cat. Sleeping on the heater. Absolutely adorable. Or one of Mina's cats. I believe that she has two. So cute. Those dangling paws. Aw. Oh my god, okay. Marutzi's doggo. Very, very, very cute baby. Oh. That's so funny. Just trying to shove her way in there. That's adorable. This is Snurk Beef Jazz Cat. I don't know who this this person is, but I think they're from Lurcord. If you say who you are in chat, yeah. Oh, Windmill Stalker, okay. Yeah. Look at this. Adorable. Another tabby cat. We've also got a video of them. Give me a second there, Stuart. He's so demanding. Oh my god. So much talking. Stuart losing his fucking mind as you delay attention watching other cats. True. Oh my god, you guys! Alright, these are gonna be the last ones, because then I gotta go feed him and we gotta keep watching the video. There's Doomy again, Van Loven's cat. Look at the blep! So cute! Oh, this is Bill. Bill Clockwell's kitty. Aww. Look at that adorable baby. And this is Chloe, Addie's dog, at the shelter. Everyone at the bomb shelter, everyone enjoyed this doggo. Very, very cute. All right. Thank you, all of you, for your cat pictures. Thank you for stopping by for the cat portion of the stream. And now let us get on with the with the slop. Yeah, I'm gonna try to let it play and not pause every 3 seconds, okay? I'm gonna feed the cat, so yeah. She does a lap when we get down so everyone can give her a pet. Oh, that's nice. That's so cute. She knows her audience. Okay. I will be right back. It's not really a Hassan debate, Noonien Star. It's more broadly about like leftist, although I'm sure Tony's gonna show stuff about Hassan, but yeah. Or talk about Hassan some, but you know. Actually, I'm interested in the Tony bit, but and you know what? I am gonna speed this up, fuck it. Just because he was part of Lone Record and he's someone that I am aware of and I've had personal interactions with him. But yeah, I also want to get to the Ogre Boy stuff. I might skip ahead to that, but we'll see. This isn't that long though. I'd say it's like about 20-ish minutes maybe. So yeah, we can get through this if we 1.5 it. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Doesn't mean me. That's how I agree. I don't agree with how you're going forward with it.
No, I never said that. I never said that. But you
Right.
agreed, right? And
So,
Tony,
but it's no. I don't. I also don't agree that is then oppositional, right? Because these
I don't
people
understand.
are okay. When you say that these people helped elect Donald Trump, you
They
say
helped the opposition to Kamala Harris.
yes,
So how are they
right.
not opposition?
You don't treat them the same.
Why? They're opposition. In
No,
practice.
you didn't. No, you didn't. No. Okay, yes, but you're misunderstanding. You're acting as if they were your enemy. Which, for the purpose, if you look at it as a zero-sum game, they are there. They are your enemy. If you treat them like your enemy, if that's fine. If that's your approach you want to take, I just don't agree that that's.
It's just what you. It seems like people like you guys have more of an issue with me treating them like enemies when they proudly, openly positioned themselves as enemies.
I agree with you. I agree with you that they are. Can I speak?
Yeah.
I agree with you that they are opponents. That they are opponents, and they can be problems to overcome. That they can create problems to overcome, but that their influence is very small, especially compared to the amount of coverage that you give them.
You seem to think that there should be some standardized mathematical formula where I guess we're just going to take all the social media channels of every. Hold on, let me just say something. You can speak. We should tally up the total viewership of each individual political channel and then assign like a numerical value. Okay, like let's say conservatives control like 60% of the airwaves and lefties control like 40% or whatever. And then I'm supposed to fit in just like your idea of proportionality means nothing to me because there's no issue in my mind with if I wanted to focus 100%, literally 100% on lefties that I think are damaging the discourse. Why is there not space for creators to do that? Like, what is immoral about that?
You can do that.
Sorry, please. I get a limited time to talk.
Go ahead.
So my issue isn't with covering them at all. My issue is with the amount of coverage when there are other things going on. So if you remember, during Hassan Collargate, which you said you covered for about 3 weeks continuously during the government shutdown, if you recall, you dedicated multiple entire streams to this issue, which in my view is a non-issue. I think it doesn't matter. Like the Collargate thing isn't going to flip anybody's mind on these issues. It's not going to change anybody's vote.
That was just for fun, buddy. There was not praxis there. That was just a funny story.
But here we are criticizing the amount of time you spend that you dedicate to particular people, that you dedicate to covering these particular issues, and you cover Hassan a lot more than is warranted.
Can I ask you, Tony?
Wait, real quick. Let me just say something real quick, and then do you understand that I could use this logic and spin it right back around on you? Why are you talking about me when ICE is out killing people in the streets?
I am not. Hang on.
I'm 1/50.
I am not a political advocate. You're a self-described political advocate.
I'm also a streamer. You said before
you started streaming politics, when you were a game guy, that you wanted to do more with your platform. Is this the more that you aspired to spend 3 weeks digging into Collargate?
Yes. That shit was fucking funny.
Why? Let me ask a question to Tony. Just real quick, please. Please, Tony. Can I ask you a question?
I'm not an activist. I am not a political activist.
So you don't care about politics?
Of course I do, but it's not 100% of what I do. I also talk about my balls moving.
You do this on your stream.
I talk about my urine streams being split. I talk about shitting my pants in my car.
Yeah, I wish that you wouldn't make comments like that. It's really gross.
It's true. I shit my pants in the car. It happened.
Crazy.
I'm not proud of it, but it happened.
But to his point, Tony, hold on, stop. To the point, Tony, and I just want to ask you, right? Like, would you have the same issue with Hutch that you do now if instead of going on Collargate, he did a 3-week Collargate thing, if instead he'd done 3 weeks of just Arc Raiders and he didn't talk politics at all, would you still have the same criticism?
I would have the same criticism, yeah.
Interesting. So, for example, I'm having a discussion tonight on this topic. Just real quick, can I finish my question? I'll let you speak. I'll let you answer. Right?
It's okay.
I promise. Just let me get it out.
There's like a couple hundred that like it. I'll have you know.
If like instead of covering ICE and stuff tonight, I'm covering what some might consider drama, right? Lefty on lefty action, Democrats versus leftists, right? Do you have that same criticism that you do for Hutch for me because I wanted to do something that was different just for my own fucking mental health?
Do you spend like a significant portion of your time saying that you are a political advocate for a particular thing and that you're trying to say, like you're trying to gatekeep the movement from certain people to say that we should keep these people out, we should keep some people in?
Yes. I think that gatekeeping is good, and gatekeeping keeps a movement healthy. One of the things that
I think it's bizarre.
If I may finish, one of the arguments I have here, and I don't know if this is Hutch's argument, but it is mine, is that one of the problems with Hassan and his cohort isn't just the people that watch him, It's the people that associate him with Democrats who think, when they think Democrat, they think Hassan. When they think Democrat, they think extreme left, radical, crazy people, right? Tankies and things like that. One of the reasons that I think it's important to criticize Hassan is to create a clear distinction in the persuader of people's minds so they can be like, oh, well, we can vote for the Democrats because they're not like Hassan. Does that make sense as an argument?
Yeah, that makes sense.
How many of those people are there? How many people actually like think of Democrats as like Hassan is the representative of Democrats?
Of tankies in general and the extreme communist
okay,
left?
yes. So if you ask them who progressives are and they tell you Hassan, that's not the real world.
Okay.
The real world does not know Hassan that well.
Okay.
No. It's us permanently online fucks.
I promise you that there are plenty
I know real people. Yes,
of people,
I know real people
who think Democrats are extremists when they're not.
Okay, from the right. I'm talking
center and center right people who
okay,
stayed home because they saw no difference between Kamala and Trump.
Right, and they think and Hassan is their champion for the left. That's what they think of when they think of the left.
It doesn't have to be him specifically, but his kind.
No, but this is no. Okay, no. This is no.
You know what a representative is or a symbol?
No, this is the crux of the argument for people who are defensive of Hassan, right? They just don't see Hassan as representative in the real world. No, that is not true. No.
Okay, he has millions of viewers. He has articles written about him in major newspapers.
Do you think
the idea that no one knows who Hassan is and he has no influence or impact is insane.
Do you think that's possible? Do you think that's possible?
No, Hassan? No, he's not Joe Rogan.
But Hassan's coverage that he has millions of viewers?
He did not.
An election that was decided, what, on a few 100,000 across?
This is my best guess, but I don't think the numbers are there for him to single-handedly swing an election when the margins were what they were. Now, Rogan, that's a different story. He might have single-handedly helped to swing that election, but not Hassan. I'm not saying that to disparage him. He's obviously a massively successful streamer, but I never made that claim. I never said that Hassan is responsible. I said he contributed to a climate of fierce anti-democratic party rhetoric in the run-up to the election.
I'll agree with that. I just don't, and this is where
he contributed then, right? That's what I'm saying. He contributed.
No, I agree that he contributed. I've never disagreed with that.
Okay,
right?
that's
I'm
my
just
point.
saying, and again, my criticism to the extent that it exists is just play to your fucking strengths. Like, if you actually think that Hassan deserves this level of like scrutiny, sure, go ahead. It's not my cup of tea, but I'm not going to stop you from doing it.
Okay.
You're just probably not going to get you're not going to get the lefties who would want to stick around and listen because you're shitting on their guy, which that's fine. If that you don't want them in there, that's okay. I just don't think that it's necessarily an effective way to peel off those lefties, right? They're not going to naturally sit around and wait in your chat if you don't hear them out, right?
But I think it's not just about the lefties who exist now, it's the lefties that they'll get in the future, right? We're looking at things that people who may not be in any pipeline right now, the younger generation, that would go down Hassan. We need to stop that from happening. That's what I'm arguing. But before you go on, I want to hear from Dev. Dev's been very quiet. Dev, what are your thoughts here?
I just want to say, okay, I think that in some ways, that Wick is correct about like the idea that Democrats do not vote for, or like that people like Hassan and other people around him give ammunition to Republicans, and that it is important for Democrats to disavow these people rather than embrace them in their mainstream publications. Obviously, the New York Times is not run by the Democratic Party, but I'm just saying that like liberals don't help the Democratic Party when they team up with people like Hassan and let themselves get gaslit into thinking that Hassan is just a social democrat when he is not. But the other problem is that like Republicans are going to do that no matter what. And so we have to recognize that. And like, you can't spend an inordinate amount of time dealing with that. Like, I'm sorry, but I think that Ice Beans is wrong when she says that people think that. There are millions of people probably who I would have to check, but Libs of TikTok is an incredibly popular Twitter and like Twitter feed. And the person who runs it is probably making money off of it, especially since Elon very obviously boosts this account and subscribes to it. And like, all this account does is go online and find like fringe fucking nobodies on TikTok and then posts their shit and attacks people and tries to, and basically goes, this is the Democratic Party, you guys, when they're not. And that's not true. And these people are fringe. And yeah, Republicans are going to do that no matter what you do. I think it's worth it to say, like, to set yourselves apart and to say, no, we are not associating with these people. And like, no, these people are not part of our movement, for like people like Hassan or whatever. But there's only so much you can do. And you shouldn't waste all of your time doing that, because otherwise you're basically just going to be fighting back constantly. And you have to go on the offensive. You can't just be constantly defending against Republican attacks like that. So, you know, also, sorry, wait a minute. Are you guys talking about loner core drama in my chat now? Wait, what's going on? Oh, you guys are talking about that now, like the super magic pike guy. I didn't mean to. I was telling someone else to chill. No, it's fine, Duckbringer. I'm not like blaming on you. It was the big Nemo dude. Yeah, like I can't you detect sarcasm or only when you're friend? What the fuck? Who justified slavery, big Nemo fan? Are you like another David hater who like accuses him of doing crazy shit? This is not the right place to discuss that, but send the screenshots, which I have been asking for months. F-slur is tournament what? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Can we not listen? Can we please don't, if you're mad that you got banned from Loner Cord, please don't come here and try to litigate it with me just because I'm a mod or like because there are Loner Box mods in my chat. Please stop. This is not the place to fucking like to do that, because I'm not just gonna unban you because you come here and demand it. And I'll probably just ban you if you keep bothering me about it. Yeah, I don't even know what you guys are talking about or why you're all mad or what the fuck is going on. I'm trying to like get on with my stream, so please let us stop. I don't want to. Can we not litigate Loner Core drama in here, please? No, I'm not going to ban the Loner mods because they're also my mods, or at least some of them, you know, are. You guys are just going to keep going. God damn it. I'll be right back.
Well, I mean, I don't really have anything to say about this specific part of the conversation.
Well,
That's
what did
why
you come to talk about?
Yeah, so wait, hold on. You can't hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. No, this is like a new setup I have. I'm just making sure that all
Okay.
works. Okay, but as long as it's not good, that's fine. Okay, yeah. So, Wick, when I was watching the first part of the stream, what it sounded like to me, the conversation that you were having was Team Hutch versus Team Pisco,
Yes.
and the idea is basically like, should you be punching right now, or should you be punching towards the far left right now? Which one of these two things you should be doing? I think that's the wrong way to frame the conversation, and I think that's one of the big problems that the Democrats have right now is that they need to frame the conversation in such a way that it puts the communists and MAGA on the same team, because they are on the same team. They're both anti-democracy, and that's how you have to frame that conversation. To say, listen, we are against anyone who is anti-democracy, and that means we're against Hassan, and that means that we're against MAGA. And so it has to be liberals versus authoritarians, not should we punch left or right.
That's fair.
Mm.
Thoughts on that, Hutch?
Yes. This is not about. I don't make a distinction between tankies and MAGA. In my mind, they're on the same team. If you're illiberal, if you think that we should just speed run towards like authoritarian rule, then we're not on the same team. We don't share the same coalition. Hassan Piker has just outwardly described his strategy of what's called entryism. You know, he went on this podcast called the Deprogram Podcast, which is this fucking podcast of these two idiots. They're super radical leftists or whatever. And he just very plainly talked about like, well, it's going to be really difficult to sell socialism to people. So we're going to launder it in with social democratic policies. And he said that like it was a negative thing. He said social democratic policies in a negative kind of way. But his whole thing is to advocate for that as a means to push for something more radical down the line. He is not looking to uphold liberal democracy. Why would I like, why is it controversial for me to treat him as opposition when he wants, is it Sleepy Dabo? Is that your dev? He does favor a system that is a authoritarian leftist, you know, dictatorship of the proletariat. That's what he's going for. I don't want that. That's a fucking nightmare to me.
And yes, it is, Dev. I've been on panels before, actually. But I had a debate a couple of days ago, in fact, with like a far lefty, and he basically.
Oh, hey, is Dark Dark Gigas just a troll again? Yeah, it looks like it. I bet he's that same fucking ghost guy who's been back here like 3 or 4 times and has a billion alt accounts. Anyway, are we done? Can I get on with the content now? Kalinda, did you miss all of that? Did I miss all of what? Short Fat Otaku. I mean, like, listen, Dark Gigas, if you're actually a real person and you want to join the Discord and come on and talk to me, if you actually think that ICE is based and you're not just trolling, yeah. No, Short Fat Otaku, I didn't miss it. I have a thing that lets me change my audio output so that it'll play on my Bluetooth speaker. And I know I heard it all. I actually really liked what you said here. I agree. Now that being said, I actually don't agree that that communism and Nazism, for example, are equally as bad. But if you are judging them through the lens of illiberalism, then I do think that they are then yeah, you can basically just say that they're both just as bad. I think that on a moral level, communism is slightly less bad than Nazism, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter. Yeah, I know that you would. I know you would say that, Vasserman, because of I understand why, and I'm not gonna like go to Eastern Ukrainians and like lecture them about this, or go to Ukrainians or Eastern Europeans in general and lecture them about this after all the shit that the Soviet Union put them through. I don't think communism is worse than fascism. No, at least not based on the regimes that we had, namely Hitler's regime. And the reason why I think that is because that they come from different places. I think that Nazism is worse because that if Hitler had had a chance to, if his regime had lasted longer than 12 years, he would have killed way, way, way more people. And he would have done it because he intended to kill them, not because of stupid, negligent shit. A lot of the deaths that were caused like by communism were because of negligence and incompetence. And then there were some that were intentional. Yeah, like the problem is the end goal of Nazism was the creation of a racially pure society, which basically meant the killing of a fuckload of people who were considered racially impure. And that is what is at its, like, I think the thing at its heart is worse than what was at the heart of communism. But but like, obviously, I still don't like communism. Basically, I describe it thusly. I would say that if you have a stepladder in terms of levels of badness, Hitler is at the top of that stepladder, and then like 1 foot down from him is Stalin. Meaning that, like, yeah, Stalin's still really fucking bad. He's only slightly less bad than Hitler, which it honestly, like, I probably wouldn't argue super hard about it either. Pol Pot's probably on the same level as Hitler, although I don't know enough about him, about like the intentions. Actually, no, I would probably put him on the same level as Hitler because he definitely intended to kill a lot of those fucking people. No, I'm not going to defend commies, gelatinous Rube. What the fuck? I will absolutely not defend. I hate communism. It's fucking cringe. But yeah, in terms of like how evil they all were, at least like between Hitler and Stalin, I would say Stalin is slightly less bad, but only slightly, not much. You know, a tiny little amount. Okay, Dark Gigas, you want to get in the Discord and talk about this? If you don't, then shut the fuck up. Although I have a feeling that you are just a troll. Saying communism was worse than Nazism just screams PragerU to me. Yeah.
He straight up said, "Yeah, listen. The best way.
Whoops.
For socialists to dismantle neoliberalism is to just help Trump." And then after, like, and Trump, like, they obviously don't like Trump, but after Trump's government collapses, we can come in and save the day. It's like they are very open about this. They hate.
I just want you to come on. Are you going to come on, Dark Gigas?
Liberals more than they hate the far right. So treat them as if they're the same thing, because they're the same thing.
Do you think, Dev, do you think that the people who genuinely espouse this and also have like the means to, do you think, like, how much of a threat do you think these people are?
Which people specifically?
Like the people you just mentioned, the people who.
Thanks for the sub.
Who, you know, genuinely push that libs are just as bad as conservatives, you know,
I would say those
it's
are
all
worse
going.
than conservative,
It's all. It's well as bad as, right? Like there's nothing for it but a complete reset. Like capitalism needs to come down. We need a fucking revolution. Like these people, right? Like how much of a threat do you think they are? Do you think that they know? Do you think that they know? Do you think that they understand policy? Do you think that they like know how to campaign, know how to canvass, know how to do all these things? Or do you think that they're? Would you agree with my view that for the most part, the people who push this kind of rhetoric, all they know is to just get people to stay home. Like that's the most that they do. They might do.
I agree with you there, but people staying home is also bad, right? Like,
I understand that. I'm just saying it's a different. I'm just saying that it's a different problem, right?
Sure.
Than
But the
like
way I see
pipeline,
it,
tankies, communism.
I would, but I got to catch Michael Knowles' show. Oh, come on. You could totally watch that later. Assuming that you actually are. I'm sorry. I'm just. At this point, like, there's been so many trolls that have come here that I am basically unsure if any of you guys are actually real people.
That sort of shit, right?
Sure.
That's
But
what
I
I'm
guess the way I see it is that like most individuals don't really know much about policy. They don't really know much about politics at all. Most
Hazard, so Hazard, can I talk now? Oh, yes, fine. Wait, what? What do you. Okay.
individuals can't do all that much. But what the far left does is they help MAGA. So you should treat them as if they are MAGA, as if they are the same thing as like a
That's
low
I
level
think
guy.
that's a good
in
way
MAGA.
to look. I take your point, Dev.
just don't agree.
That's a great way to frame it, and I think I will be stealing that going forward. Just to be clear, right? I will take that framing.
No problem.
Okay,
You still
let
remember
me
these words.
put it this way.
Quickly, and then we got
There-
quickly,
yeah,
then we got to get
I
to
just think
Tony,
that-
and then we're gonna last words for Tony, and then we're gonna cycle out. But yeah.
Yeah. I just think that there are better ways to like. I just think that there are.
Yeah, there's a lot of bots on the internet. One sec. Oh, no. What are you doing? No. Stuart. Sorry, guys. He took my... Let Stuart speak. He loves this blanket, and I put it here to add more cushion because this chair is slowly dying. He took my opinion. He took my opinion. He took my chair.
Of course, if you want to dunk on lefties, that's your content. I'm not going to stop you. Like, I know some people are still addicted to Twitter. Lefties all over Twitter, right? Still, even in this day. I understand that. I'm not going to stop you from that. I'm not going to yuck your yuck.
You want
right?
to talk to the
I just think that
stream?
there are going to be people, for example, like Soypill, right? Lefty adjacent, but still understands things. He is still a lib. There's this guy, GusX Broadcast, who he is a lefty. Yeah, he watches some of this problematic stuff, but he also understands policy. He understands the Supreme Court. He understands these things. And there are who are coming in who are Hassan adjacent, and then they stay and they understand, okay, yeah, AOC is not the fucking scourge of the earth, right? I want more of these creators, and I would rather encourage them than discourage them. That's all I'm saying.
I don't
right?
think I don't think we're discouraging them because they're
Yes,
willing
you
to
are.
work with us. It's
No,
the
but-
ones
no,
who
no,
are
but-
saying,
no,
hold on,
it's
I
push
can stop.
push and
It's
pull,
not
push
those
and
people. It's not the soy pills of the world that we're criticizing here, right? It's
Right.
the people who say the Democrats are just as bad as Republicans, and democracy is capitalism in decline, all this shit.
Yeah.
If you can agree to
True.
a certain base level of acceptance, like we believe in democracy, we believe that the Democrats are better than the Republicans, and that you should vote Democrat at least in this environment, then welcome to the club.
Right, but that's not that's not enough though, right? Like, okay, Hutch. If Hassan said, okay, that like if he said, okay, yeah, I'll vote for Kamala, would you suddenly stop treating him as opposition?
Probably for their campaign. Yeah. Like if he really got on the same page.
Well, let Hutch answer. Go ahead, Hutch.
If he got on the same page, I would probably tactically hold fire until after the election. But I mean, like, by the same page, I mean more than just, yeah, I'll vote for Kamala, but she basically loves genocide, and I'm going to feel really ashamed to do it. You have not met my
No,
threshold.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not
If you
talking
meet
about
my
that. but, like,
threshold, if you meet my
Right, so that's
threshold
the
and
threshold.
it's during an election, then I would for sure, I think, yeah, tactically hold fire.
Right. But what your threshold? I would just
Oh,
say
I'm
that what your
sorry.
threshold is might still disqualify him, even if he said like, okay, yeah, go vote for Kamala, right?
Well, look, if they're doing it half-assed.
It would have to go beyond.
I'm not saying half-assed. I'm just saying that like I think you would take into account his other actions, like the voter apathy stuff, right? Like you wouldn't just take a lip service, go vote for Kamala. That's my point, right?
I would take that during an election cycle. I would take that gleefully.
I
sure.
guess
But that's not going to happen. So
Tony?
this is a useless hypothetical. He's
Sure.
never going to do that.
Yeah, Tony, last word, then we're going to cycle you out. Last word.
I guess I'm just gonna stand here.
Sure. I want to bring up a wording from Wait, there was something Dev said there where he was saying that he views MAGA and these extreme far lefties as basically the same thing. An issue is that I'm going to take Pisco's wording that people like Hassan and his orbit and those, the tanky left, are more proximate allies to the Democrats than MAGA. So we have Hassan voted for Harris. I know that had to be like dragged kicking and screaming out of him.
So the problem is that, I mean, yeah, sure, you could say that they are more proximate allies, but they're really not. Like they're not allies. The reason Pisco thinks that these guys are allies because that what he bases this on this whole like Kalinda has been ethnically. Yes, you're right. My cat is a settler, and he has settled my chair. And now I'm standing here on the other side of the green line, and I can never go home. No, basically, so the problem is that, like, the stories of Stuart the Settler, I just don't think that, the issue is that Hassan and all those people are not allies of the Democratic Party. They're purity testers. And what they want is they want to infiltrate the Democratic Party in order to change it and move it further to the left. And that's why they spend all of their time like shitting on Democrats and saying, no, these people aren't good enough. Oh, look, now he's just going to lay down and go to sleep. Hi. Oh. I'm gonna keep playing the video. Get another chair. I don't have one. I mean, like, I kind of do, but not really.
But he did vote for her. I believe most of his audience who did vote voted for her. There are leftist communist creators like the Vanguard who are more open and more than willing to have these kind of conversations.
Okay, Lonerbox is going to be live in 30 minutes, and I'm pretty sure that I can raid him, so I'm going to figure out how to do that as we watch this.
Same with Straighter Age, who canvassed for Harris. Same with Ogre Boy, who I see.
Also, 81 people here. Thank you so much, you guys. This has been an excellent success. I think this is probably a good stream time. Yeah, I'll have to just I just gotta like grow the audience or whatever. But you know, based. And I will be a Lonerbox waiting room in the morning. And I might also go live tonight, too, depending on who else is around or what else is going on. Maybe after Loner is, once Loner starts playing video games or whatever, maybe I'll go live and do like a more chill Ukraine research stream. I'm sure that Loner is going to talk about this, but we'll just finish off this bit with Tony.
Over there in the waiting room. So we do have like these, and like I agree that Hassan and them will say things that are harmful. And that they did contribute to something like the non-committed movement. But the non-committed movement, if we remember, was...
Oh, thank you for the $2. Feel free to drop more donos. Let's see if we can get to the goal in the next 30 minutes, even if it's just with $2 donos. Or actually, I guess it has to be $5 donos. But thank you, Dense Pixel.
There's like 20 people standing outside the DNC and like point whatever % of the vote against Biden in some primary. It was like nothing. But there is a trend that we see where people are fixating on Hassan in a way that I think is
unhealthy.
Excessive.
Okay.
Yeah, excessive, unhealthy. Unhealthy is a good
Hassan
word, I think.
Okay.
Like, you may remember, just really quick, there was Pisco posed a question to Destiny, who would he vote for president between Hassan and Trump? He said Trump. He said he would vote for the guy who supported Jan 6 over the guy who supported October 7. And I think it's...
you disagree with that. Okay. Thank you, Tony, for being here.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it.
I would Minecraft
Wait.
myself if you
Wait.
forced me to choose between.
Yeah, wait,
Trump
no. I
and
think it's
Hassan.
very. Hold on, I think it's very important we all answer right now. Hassan or Trump?
I would Minecraft myself if you
No,
forced me to
okay,
choose between
Hassan.
those two.
Okay. So you're taking the gun to the head. All right, you two. What about you, Wick? What do you
All
think?
that bullet's looking mighty tasty, but I think honestly, ooh.
Be very
See,
careful. I'm
during
judging
Trump
you.
1, I would have chosen Trump 100%. During
No,
Trump
Trump
2,
two. You know
That's
that
a
the,
much harder question, and I honestly don't
You
know.
want to give Hassan Piker nuclear weapons?
That's what I'm saying.
you
Like,
think-
like,
you
Trump,
think
like, let me explain my
You
answer.
think Hassan? You think Hassan?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you so much for the donos. I agree, Maruzzi. Yes. Yeah, I know. I think that I don't really understand Destiny's logic there, but I also think that that was kind of a dumb question. Like, realistically, if you think about it, if Hassan Piker became president, and he said that, and he didn't have like total power, and instead he just had the, instead like he was constrained by like the system or whatever, I think that probably nothing would get done, and he would probably just push for a bunch of social reforms or something. Because I don't think that realistically he'd really be able to get much of anything done. Thank you very much, guys, for the cash. In any case, so before I go within the next 30 minutes here, the answer is obviously Hassan. Like, the Dem part wouldn't confirm his terrible cabinet picks like the Republicans did. Well, yeah, that's the other thing too, right? Is that I feel like if Hassan won, I don't know the extent to which that, like, I think that if Hassan were to win an election on domestic policy, he'd probably like, wait, hold on. Hutch didn't say that he would vote for Trump over Hassan. He said that he would take a bullet. He said that he would like he would Minecraft himself, is what he said. That's what he said. Maruzi. He didn't say that. It was Destiny who said that he would vote for Trump over Kamala, or over Hassan, which I agree is silly. He had like some weird reason that he gave for it, but I think that question is dumb. Now, that being said, I think the question becomes much more difficult if it's Hassan versus Trump and which one of them gets total power. Then I think that it's like, you know, like which one of them like has a chance to essentially become a dictator. And then at that point, my answer would be fuck this, I'm out, because I think both of them would be really bad. Hassan said Destiny said if both had no restraints, he would vote Trump, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like kind of a dumb question. Oh, okay, maybe that was it. He said that he would vote for Trump. I guess maybe it's just because that he feels like Hassan would just go way, way, way overboard. I don't know. But I feel like that question is stupid. It's a very weird hypothetical, and I just don't know if I care, honestly. I think a more interesting hypothetical is Fuentes versus Hassan. But yeah, it really depends on like how you're even going to phrase the question. Meanwhile, Trump is having ice kill people in the street. Yeah, I know, exactly. Maruzzi, if you gave Hassan the yeah, but what if it was like Hassan and he got to be a dictator? Then I think that question becomes way more difficult. Like if Hassan basically got to do his proletarian revolution and then like become in charge, then I think that question becomes way harder, because the things that he would do would probably at that point then be a lot worse, you know. Like he might start, like he'd probably like declare war on Israel, and then he would probably like throw all the quote unquote Zionists in prisons, and he would imprison all the capitalists and take away everybody's private property and like force people into re-education camps or something. Yeah, I don't know. Hassan would be the one to actually put soda in the water fountains. Yeah. Oh no, I absolutely do think that Fuentes would still be worse in that scenario, but I'm just saying if the scenario was Hassan or Fuentes for dictatorship of America, I'm just fucking like, if I lived in America, I would just leave. Oh no, Trump actually would still do shit like that, Maruzzi. That's why I'm saying, like, if both of them got to do whatever they wanted, then I would just say, fuck it, I'm out. If I were American and I lived there, and I would encourage all my friends to leave, because I think that, like, either one would be fucking awful. However, if you're talking about them being framed by the, or if we are, like, I think Pisco's actual hypothetical was, they are constrained by the institutions, then yeah, I would vote for Hassan 1000%. His foreign policy would be dog shit and I would hate it, but I would still vote for him, because that he would be constrained by the Democratic Party more so than Trump is, and also by the systems. And yeah. Now Hassan might still try to do fucky weird shit, but I just think that, like, because of, like, the kinds of things that he talks about or whatever, I just don't think that he would manage to get away with it. Also, he's an idiot, which is the other thing too. Like, Trump's an idiot as well, but Trump has, like, people around him who actually know things, and I don't know if Hassan would be able to find any people around him who would be that level of ideologue, who would actually be good or whatever. Do we believe Trump is being restrained currently? I think they're being very strategic in their timeline on how they will all get rolled out. No, I don't think Trump is being restrained currently as much as he was in his first term. Absolutely not. That's the issue, is that he's installed a whole bunch of sycophants around him. But he is still, like, I think he's being restrained a lot more by the fact that he is a coward, and he only ever wants to do things if they're easy. And if something is too hard to do or too complicated, then he won't do it. And I think that, I do think that there are some lines. Like, I mean, hell, he's already running up against a line with regards to the stuff in, like, in Minnesota with the ICE shooting, because all this rhetoric around guns and Preddy was armed and all this other weird shit. I think that stuff is, like, that stuff's already starting to hurt him, because that Republicans and gun rights advocates who support him were like, bro, what are you doing? Why are you saying all this shit about armed and stuff, you know? Yeah, that's true. As bad as his first term was, it's wild how much further and worse he's already gone, and only 1 year. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It is very scary. You're saying he's not actually getting hurt, Maruzzi? I mean, it seems like he is in the polls, and there's at least backlash. And I mean, and now he's talking about de-escalating, and Bovino got pulled out, and, like, so yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But if Trump pulls back out of Minnesota, then that's him caving, which means that he's a pussy. And he didn't want to, he just, like, he can't deal with any kind of backlash from within his own camp, which is exactly what happened, you know? I mean, it's not just the polls though, Maruzzi. Like, there have been articles that have been talking about, how the gun shit has, like, all the talk about, like, Preddy was kind of like, because he was carrying a gun, that stuff just did not go well for a lot of Democrats. And yeah. Or not a lot of Democrats, sorry. There's been stuff about how, like, there is dissent against against what's happening there with regards to Preddy and everything, because of because of the rhetoric surrounding guns and all this ridiculous shit about, like, how, like, you know, you can't bring a gun to a protest and so on and so forth. I know that, like, Trump still has approval in the Republican Party, and as, like, Maruzzi just said, that ain't changing because they're in a fucking cult. Yeah, that last 38% is probably his base, and, like, maybe some independents who are still okay with him. He'll never drop below that. It's a cult. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can find the, I would love to redirect to Loner, when he goes live. I think that would be cool, because I'll end my stream then, and then we can all go watch Loner Box together. Although a part of me wonders how many people I would keep if he was live, but I don't know. Probably what I'll do, though, is I might come back tonight, depending on how I feel, because this has been very successful. I got more viewers than I thought that I would. Yeah, I know. Loner's not going live for another 20 minutes, but yeah, I think I can do redirects now, though. I saw the option. Yeah, but, I mean, like, we could continue to watch this. Actually, hold on. Is Vasserman still here? Because there was something else that I want to talk about Ukraine. So there was this is a really interesting philosophical thing that I was thinking about for a bit. When I debate Lactoid, I know what strategy he's going to have, because that I watched him. He did a discussion with Connor that happened after him going on Tim Pool, and I watched some of that, and I'll watch a little bit more. But essentially, during that discussion with Connor at the start of it, he laid out his position, and it seems like either he's hiding the ball and he's actually like way more pro Russia. He's usually a bit late. Also, you can usually assume the academic. You can basically assume the academic quarter with loner streams. Wait, I don't know. What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean like there's going to be a certain segment of people who are going to move to like Hassan's or not Hassan, sorry, who are gonna watch Loner because of the academic aspect of his streams. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. He's always late. Honestly, I'm surprised he's starting this early. Actually, no, wait, hold on. He's starting later today than he did yesterday. Because, like, even though with his time zone, the thing is that the later he stays up, that means the later he sleeps in, and then he gets out of bed, and then he does whatever shit he does before stream. He goes to the gym or does whatever shit, you know. But yeah, Lactoid is definitely pro Russia. He barely tries to hide it. Yeah, I gotta watch more of his stuff, but yeah, he has a weird brand of libertarian, but basically what he did is he tries to in the convo with Connor, he tried to both sides the conflict. And he tries to say that people who support Ukraine and think that, and on the basis that like self-determination is good or whatever, he tries to make it sound like basically that people in the Donbass got fucked over out of their votes or something, just because that they supported Yanukovych. And because that they didn't support Euromaidan very much, and because they wanted to be closer to Russia. But the problem, as I look further into this, is that first of all, he way overstates the amount that people didn't support Euromaidan after. Like, I think even in that Connor debate, he legitimately says something to the effect of like, most Ukrainians don't support Euromaidan or didn't support it afterwards or whatever. But that's not true. That's not true at all. But like, yeah, like Lactoid is like against the US being involved with Ukraine, and he doesn't like the framing of it as the United States trying to help a fledgling democracy that wants to be free from Russia. But the issue is that framing is accurate for a lot of people who live in Ukraine, who want to be their own country. I'm not underestimating him, Gelatinous Rube. I absolutely am not. Why do you think that I am preparing by watching his debates? I'm not just doing that, but I'm also doing a shitload of research into this. Even though there's stuff that he didn't know. But my problem with him is that, like, I think he's putting way too much credit into the Russian narrative, and he is completely underestimating the extent to which that like Russian meddling and interference in the Donbass had an impact on the things that people believed there, and also the extent to which that they actually believed or wanted. Like, if you look at polls, I think it was like the highest was 25% of people who wanted to join Russia before Euromaidan. And then like afterwards there was talk about like federation or whatever, but like it's pretty telling that a lot of the like separatist fighters were just like fucking Russians, and that one of their leaders was Igor Girkin, a Russian, and that it was him and his guys who started doing military, or like, yeah, I believe that was actually where they kicked it all off. They took over something. I forget which town it was in like the east, but yeah, it's so stupid. Oh, thank you, Dense Pixel. Yay, you made the goal. And it doesn't. Your preference for the opposition in a democracy does not grant you the right to secede from said democracy. Yeah, exactly. That's the other problem that I have. Is I don't know why Lactoid seems to think that we all believe that this means that we should all just get to fucking that, like, oh my god, if I feel like if they voted for something that I didn't want, that means that I should get to leave. The other problem is that this is also exceedingly stupid, because at no point did the EU ever say, guess what, guys? if you make this deal with us and sign our association agreement, you are forever cut off with Russia, and you can't trade with them, and you can't talk to them, and you can't even fucking look at them. And if you do, then so help you God, we're gonna cut you off and do terrible. No, they were not the ones who were doing that. That was Russia. Russia blackmailed Ukraine with economic coercion to make them not sign the association agreement. The EU did not give a fuck if Ukraine continued, to trade with Russia and to have economic relations with them. So there is no reason whatsoever why Ukraine could not have signed both agreements, or why they could not have had a trade deal with Russia, and why the people in the East could not have helped out, it just doesn't the people in the East still could have continued to work in Russia if they wanted to, if that's in fact what they were doing, or they could have closer relations with Russia. These two things are not mutually exclusive, and acting like they are is exceedingly fucking stupid. And you're overselling all this other shit, and you're downplaying the extent to which Russia influenced stuff in the East, where they had lots of Russians, Russian-owned media, which is basically controlled by the Russian state, and a lot of the time people were getting fed propaganda. This is something that happened in Crimea too, by the way. But yeah, I don't think that the majority of people would have been, or I don't think that people should be able to secede from the country just because you didn't get the results of the vote that you wanted. The actual problem, I feel like the only point at which point secession becomes justifiable is if you are being oppressed to such a degree that you have no other recourse, such as, for example, in Somaliland, where they were getting genocided. Yeah. Kalinda, please look up my comments on the Donbass people, even chatters. Oh, okay, hold on, just a sec. I will. Sorry, I just didn't want to get sidetracked by chat. Yeah. Eastern Ukrainians who wanted to join the ECU rather than the EU deal were still a minority. That robot, I said that. Yeah, I know. I understand, and I agree. I know that that's the case. The European Customs Union rather than the EU. I'll have to look into that further, because I've been looking at polls. And it seemed like I think that it was pretty, it's even 50-50 split too. Lactoid makes it out as though it's the majority of people in the Donbass were super pro Russia or whatever, but that's not even really true either. It's really complicated. And also, like I said, being pro Russia and wanting to be close to Russia is not the same thing as wanting to be invaded and annexed and occupied by Russia. The majority of people in the Donbass still wanted to be part of Ukraine. They did not ask to have Russian fucking separatists come in, or to have Russia come in and basically start a war there, which is what happened. Make sure to point out the case Russia had at the ECHR against Ukraine for the supposed Donbass abuses, and which they then abandoned in 2022 after the invasion. Oh yeah, you mean the weird genocide shit? The European Court of Human Rights. Yeah, Russia tried to claim that Ukraine was committing genocide in the Donbass. Yeah, that was fucking stupid. Vasserman says, yes, first of all, someone who talks about Donbass people is already sus. They are Ukrainian citizens, not some separate group. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he was trying to just make it seem like there was something specific about them, which is weird. And I just... I don't know. He's acting like they were denied self-determination, and that makes the situation more complicated, all while ignoring the fact that Viktor Yanukovych quite literally took the Ukrainian constitution and stomped all over it when he passed those anti-protest laws that severely limited people's rights to peacefully protest, and he sent his thugs into the street to beat people up in an incredibly violent way. Euromaidan became like a war zone by the end. Watching that video was fucking insane. That documentary that had people on the ground to show you what it was like, it was crazy. And a lot of that escalation was basically entirely his fault, because he's the one who sent the fucking Berkut out into the streets to clear out the square by beating people with fucking metal sticks. Yeah. And then later on people died, and it's insanely crazy that Lactoid seems to think that, and by the way, I don't even think Lactoid believes this. I think that he's just trying to claim it's all more complicated, and then he's trying to say oh, well, you support self-determination, well, what about the people from the Donbass? None of that gives Russia the right to invade. Eastern Ukrainians, okay. What else did he say? What else did Vasserman say here? Debateboard says there are, though, facts involved in the Russian narrative, no matter how much we want to shit on Putin. Lactoid goes too far, though, lending validity to the overall Russian narrative. I mean, like, I'm curious as to what facts specifically you are referring to. Yeah, sure, like, there are, like, facts, but the problem is that these facts get overplayed or played up way too much. Like, for example, the Russian narrative will say that the people in the East preferred Yanukovych. Yeah, it's true, they did. They voted for him. That's where his support base came from. And the people in the East didn't support Euromaidan. Yeah, that's true, they didn't. Not as much anyway, as people in the West. But like, there were still people from like cities like Kharkiv, or well, Kharkiv's not in the Donbass, but yeah, like it. The separatist movement was pretty much invented by Russia. The people of the Donbass weren't necessarily keen on moving westwards, but they didn't want to get annexed either. Polls show that. Yeah, I know exactly. And I'm pretty sure they wanted to stay in Ukraine. That's what the other polls that I saw were. Or even ones that wanted to do the federation shit. That doesn't mean leaving Ukraine. That's like sort of pursuing a more Crimea-esque, we want to be autonomous republics kind of thing, which is different. Hold on here. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. What else? Sorry. Oh, you're saying, Vasserman, you're saying that like we shouldn't refer to people of the Donbass as like Donbass people or whatever, or talking about them like they're separate. Yeah, of course not. They are Ukrainians, obviously. And it's not like they don't love you. Remember, the vast majority, remember, it was like 95% or something of Ukrainians, that includes people in Eastern Ukraine, voted to leave and to to leave the Soviet Union and become an independent country. That was everybody. They all did that. Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, Lactoid does seem to believe that like Euromaidan was that like the removal of Yanukovych was an illegal and unconstitutional coup. I mean, like, he has kind of like a semi. I understand when he says that it's illegal. Technically, I guess you could say that it was illegal because but there wasn't any mechanism in the Constitution to remove a president who had run away. So at that point, what the fuck are you supposed to do? And the other problem too is that like, even if Yanukovych hadn't run away, he was going to get impeached because those fucking anti-protest laws were crazy. And the fact that he did that and basically stomped all over the Constitution, and he didn't want to leave office, and he sent his thugs in to beat up yeah, he was going to get impeached. Like, they were probably going to impeach him if he didn't run away. That was what was going to happen. Autonomy should have region. Donbass is named after Donetsk, cold geographic location. Why should it be autonomous? No, yeah, I agree. I don't think that they have a good reason for wanting autonomy. I'm sorry, but like, I don't think that a vote not going your way means that you get to secede. That's not how that works. And if we adopted that standard, then like California would have to secede, Alberta would have to secede, Texas would get to secede. Like, it's just fucking crazy. You just wouldn't have countries anymore if you just let everybody secede for like because they were like, oh no, I'm being oppressed. Like, that's not how that works. How many more years will these people spend terminally online arguing about Russians' pretexts to invading Ukraine? Talk about absolutely missing the point. Well, the thing is, Debateboard, it comes back to the argument about whether or not the United States should, or even the West should help Ukraine. I'd miss Texas, Maruzzi. I have friends there. Yes, Eastern Ukraine voted for Zelensky. I was afraid he would go with Russian concessions, all pro-peace rhetoric. People were more afraid of full-scale war that might happen. Oh yeah, that's true. Zelensky was also the peace candidate. He was calling for ceasefires and shit. Every day we get closer to the 2028 California independence referendum. A vote yes sounds more compelling. Oh, hello, Epic. We can get your friends out. I think my friends love Texas, though. SDA is one of those people. Alberta and Quebec are going to become the West Prairie, and yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Everybody being able to secede it's silly. Like, you would have no countries anymore if we set this standard where everybody gets to fucking secede. The entire point of a democracy is that sometimes you don't win, But as long as you still have some kind of a recourse, or as long as your rights are not being stomped upon, then you're generally okay. But Putin still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to take it all, and after full scale, well, you can't be afraid now, just angry and hurt. Yeah, also, let's be real here. After the war in the Donbass started, support in the Donbass went up, I think, for Euromaidan, and support for Russia went way down too. That's the other problem. Like, all Russia did was make everybody hate them in Ukraine with their fucking invasion. Zelensky also campaigned on freedom for Russian artists in Ukraine. People who call him anti-Russian don't know anything about him. Yeah, I know, right? Like, he was very he was a different, like the kind of politician he is different, you know? We don't need to evaluate Russians' case for these invasions. Absent Ukraine literally attacking Russia, there is no rational justification that we'd accept for Russia invading Ukraine. Yeah, I know, I agree, that's true. But the issue is that I think that it's important that people understand that that a lot of the stuff that people say about this is Russian propaganda. And that's not, yeah, and like, we should call this stuff out because it's a lie. I mean, Zelensky's not Russian, Bill. He's Ukrainian, but you mean to say that he's like ethnically Russian or whatever? That's fair, I suppose. Maybe. Actually, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if any of the people that Stalin moved in would have been Jewish, and Zelensky is Jewish. Oh, Pisco's not on this panel. I thought that he was, but he's not unless he shows up later. It's just that Hutch ends up coming on. Oh yeah, Tear Gas was saying, I would argue the Declaration of Independence actually made this case quite well, and its opening clause stating that independence is exceptional and needs exceptional circumstances. I think that was a relatively amicable precedent that any American should be able to get behind. Yeah, no, that's true. The real question, real point is whether we should care that Ukraine is Belarus 2.0. Oh, you mean if Ukraine becomes Belarus 2.0? Yeah. It's not important for people to understand propaganda because there is debate over whether either side is engaged in propaganda or not. That's a fool's errand. No, I think that the problem is if you want people to support Ukraine, then they have to understand that like the shit that they hear online from people like Lactoid isn't true, because all that does is muddy the water. Because Lactoid's argument is that America shouldn't be supporting Ukraine because that Ukraine is a thug and Russia is a thug and we should not care and just let them fight. But that's not true. Russian speaking, not Russia, not Russian. But for these people, if you speak the language, you are the ethnicity. Well, yeah, for Russia, for Russian propagandists, that's true. I think Debate Board just doesn't want me to like care about this. I don't know what he wants me to care about, because like I'm not a conservative, Debate Board, and it seems like you are, although maybe you'll say that you're not, I don't know. But I just remember you from Sonzel's chat. By the way, for Washingtonian isolationist libertarian types, and I'm telling you this as someone who used to be part of the Libertarian Party and believe this stuff, he doesn't care about any of this. That ideology rejects ethics as a cause for foreign policy. He only cares about what materially benefits the US. That's a big part of the libertarian movement. And if you want to make that argument, I apologize for not finishing the research document. I had some things come up, but I can add at the end a list of US security interests in supporting Ukraine. Oh yeah, that's, yeah, sure, why not? I'd be down. If you want to do that, believe me, there's lots of time. I still got a whole bunch of shit that I want to research. The problem is that the problem is Lactoid doesn't just do that, is the issue that I have. Epic. Lactoid, that's not how he argues. If Lactoid's only argument was the US shouldn't be supporting Ukraine because I'm an isolationist and I don't give a fuck about like helping other countries, or like I'm America first, America only, or whatever. But he doesn't just do that. Then he turns around and he makes all these other weird arguments essentially justifying Russia's invasion. And like giving way too much credit to Russian propaganda, which just makes him come across as pro-Russian. Remember to read up on Georgia if you debate Lactoid. Last time he debated Loner and Dylan, he brought it up and then embarrassed himself when he knew nothing about it, especially the 90s wars. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, hello, Ice Beans. Mr. Miser, Lactoid is a quote-unquote libertarian dude who, for the most part, supports Trump and is pro-Russia. I'm just going to say he's pro-Russia. Don't get sucked into arguing about the validity of the Russian argument or narrative. Argue about the U.S. interest. That's the point. And our interest doesn't rest on the validity of Putin's narrative. Yes, again, I was part of these groups. I know they used to play RT at the Libertarian Convention. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but the problem, Debate Board, is that Lactoid, when he argues about this, does not focus on making that argument. He essentially focuses on justifying Russia's invasion of Ukraine or muddying the waters and trying to claim that it's way more complicated than it actually is or some other dumb shit. That's what he does. Libertarian candidates used to argue about how to form a stronger alliance with Russia than each other. Keep in mind that the Russian funding and influence in the US third parties is insane, mostly because there are parties that don't have a shot at winning and are quite desperate. Yeah. Are you going to debate Lactoid? Yes, Ice Beans. I'm planning on debating Lactoid about Russia-Ukraine because that he triggers me. And I want to have this discussion, because I think this is an interesting topic. It's something that I care about. I care about Ukraine. I support Ukraine. I want them to get more support. What is the debate prompt, though? Is it the validity of Putin's pretext or not? I have to ask Lactoid what the debate prompt is. I would like the debate prompt to be Russia did not have casus belli to invade Ukraine, but I don't know if he would agree to have that argument. Because I don't know if, like, he might deny that they did, which is weird because he spends so much time basically defending all of their arguments. Yeah. Jill Stein was photographed. Yes, Jill Stein was photographed having dinner with Putin. I think that was before the invasion. You're going to know more about online debate than me. This is what you do, but I will say if you make the national interest case, a lot of his fans listening might find it compelling. Oh yeah, no, I'm absolutely going to make that argument. I will be making that argument too, because I do think that there is a national interest to it. I think that it is also in I think that a prosperous Europe is good for the United States. But yeah, if the prompt is about casus belli, well, good luck. I don't know why you're saying that, Debate Board. The answer is clearly no. Russia did not have just cause for war, and anybody who isn't like completely like sunk in on Russian propaganda knows that that's the case. Look at my comment above. Hold on. Wait, what am I even doing? I can literally just channel activity. That's why the first thing they do after occupation is change the name of cities, streets, throw away books, change schools, curriculum, and after that they say, "Oh, why these Ukrainians are so hung up on language?" Yeah, no, I know. That's the other thing too, right? Is that Lvova Belova did that interview with Vice News where she basically lied through her teeth and acted like, oh, Russia and Ukraine are brothers, we're best friends and so on and so forth. We're all good guys. And like, we don't take away their language and shit like that. And like, but that's not true. Like, as I read about what's happening to these kids, they are being sent to, like Russian indoctrination camps, basically, and taught to love Russia, and told that everything they learned in Ukraine growing up was just propaganda and lies, and like, and Russia has banned the Ukrainian like they're basically they're doing the same shit that that they did under Stalin, and yeah, it's just. It's crazy. They want to erase the Ukrainian identity because they think you guys are just Russians and they just want you to be Russian. Safe and secure partners make the United States more safe and secure. Prosperous partners make the United States more prosperous. This is why NATO and the San Francisco system are so important. Yeah, but a libertarian won't care about any of these esoteric concepts involving the global order. Libertarians would call the liberal global order imperialistic. Ukrainian language lessons in Crimea post-occupation have decreased 31 times to what they were before. Yeah, it's actually interesting because in the early Soviet Union, they actually had this program of like sort of indigenous Korenizatsiya is what it was called. And it was basically like they actually encouraged the teaching of the Ukrainian language in Ukraine because they wanted to win over all of the various republics that were like now under their control. And so in order to do that, they decided to like let people, you know, kind of like have their own cultures or like have their own language and shit, at least under Lenin. But then I suspect that I think Stalin then came in and basically reversed all of that because he was against that. And I think that was something that they disagreed over. Lieber's Ukraine Symposium has some good articles on Jus ad bellum for Ukraine acting in Russia. I don't know if they wrote about casus belli for Ukraine. That seems kind of obvious. Well, yeah, I mean, Ukraine's just cause for war is that Russia attacked them. West so much hate try to rationalize Putin. Well, you can't. We look crazy trying to point. Well, yeah, I know. No, there's no like. I mean, like you can like explain like what it is that Putin wants, but the thing is that it's not good. That's why I'm saying this is one of those rare cases. And normally I would never say this, where it's really not that complicated. You have a little country that wants to be independent, and they are getting bullied by their neighbor who has bullied them for ages, like for like multiple centuries, I think is probably fair to say, and who is now bullying them again because they don't want to let them go and want to annex them. Yeah, Tanki's used Korenizatsiya argument to argue that Lenin loved Ukraine, ignoring how he opposed their independence. Oh yeah, no, yeah, he wanted to hold on to all these republics. That's the thing. He was like, how can we keep all of these guys and have them not like fucking hate us or whatever? And rather than go the super repressive route, he decided to like, why don't we just let them have their own languages or some shit like that? Ukrainizatsiya, is that what they called it? And yeah, the Ukrainization basically of Ukraine. But then like Stalin came in and he said fuck that and basically decided to do Russification instead. And then Trotsky appears. Because yeah, I think that was their disagreement, or one of their disagreements actually. It was over that, over how to handle the republics and how to treat them. Although I could be wrong about that. If I am, tell me, believe me, like I'm not like digging super hard into this. It was just something that I was looking into and reading about because I think it's important to understand that because yeah, you can make that concession. Yeah, okay, sure. Initially Lenin had a different idea, but it didn't stay that way. In Kiev started learning my native Ukrainian language in second grade, Russian in first grade. Yeah, they still teach Russian in schools. Like there's nothing wrong with that. So is our support a consequence of the justice involved in defending a small nation against large, or because we find Putin's pretext invalid? I mean, can't both of those things be true? I think I think it's because we find Putin's pretext invalid. It wouldn't fucking matter. Like if Ukraine, it wouldn't fucking matter if Ukraine was a small nation that was next to Russia. If Ukraine was like fucking sending like separatists over the border to like kill Russian civilians or something, or they were bombing Russian cities on the border, then obviously Russia would have casus belli to invade. I put a YouTube short in stream suggestions of Miss Payne from the War College, something behind, saying something lactoid and everyone else needs to hear about Xi and Putin. Oh, you went to school in the USSR, Vass. Oh, that's interesting. In the 80s? Oh, okay. So you don't. So you were learning Ukrainian in second grade in your school, or was that when the USSR fell? I think Loner just reset the countdown clock to 40 minutes. Lol. Oh my god. No, Van Loven, I was asking in the 80s because I was trying to figure out how old he was. Like, it could have been in the 70s. It could have been in the 70s when he grew up. I don't know. In the USSR, it was policy to teach native language as second. Oh, okay. So it didn't actually. So, okay. So this was changed then. Was it under Stalin that they banned the Russian language? Yeah, it is. It is funny, Maruzzi. That is actually funny. Van Loven didn't. Yes, the USSR broke up in 1991. You said you put something in stream suggestions.
It's guaranteed that if they go into Taiwan, it is a high consequence event, without a doubt. And what the odds are, I don't know. However, if you listen to their speeches, they tell you they're going to do it, right? They're consistent. People read Mein Kampf and said, oh, this is a nutcase. No one would ever do that. Well, it quite accurately represented. Even in dictatorships, they have to transmit message to population, and they quite often very accurately tell you what they're going to do. Putin has been quite clear what he's been up to. Stalin was very clear what he was up to. So let's judge Xi Jinping at his word.
Oh, maybe Wasserman is a woman. I don't know. I'm sorry. Wasserman, if I'm getting it. Oh, geez. Oh, you're a woman. Jesus. I'm so sorry, Wasserman.
And he says he's going to go for it. It's guaranteed.
The USSR's economy would have really taken off if it wasn't being weighed down by Brezhnev's giant eyebrows.
Good one. And the commies totally would have gotten away with it and made like such a beautiful, amazing, awesome communist state if it weren't for those dirty, dirty capitalists. Kalinda disrespecting pronouns confirmed. I don't know. It's actually bad. I need to stop assuming that people are dudes. I thought my PvP shows it. Oh, it does. I just don't see that well because yeah. Oh, there you are. I see it now. Okay. Point Miss Payne is making Putin, when Putin and Xi say they are going to do, pay attention, they're probably being honest. You're right. And also, we've got lots of Putin's writings. We've got lots. And he sure talks quite a lot about how Russia belongs to Ukraine. And all this other shit. I think Sarah Payne is retired now and is not holding back in interviews. Yeah, no, she seems to be really good.
And this notion that
why dictators keep making the same fatal mistake. This is interesting. I'll have to listen to some of her stuff. Vox just added another 45 minutes to the wait time and still streams. Wait, actually? What is happening? $130? Oh, Sarah Payne retired from the U.S. Navy War College 3 months ago, and no one can speak on politics openly without being fired. And she has been based about criticizing Trump. Oh, hell yeah, nice. Tash Gordon says loner who. Oh, is that the ice beans from the... Oh yeah, ice beans. Are you... I'm assuming you're the ice beans from the Wick panel? I think we might have some disagreements, Ice Beans, because that I am a little bit more on Team Hutch, although not as much. Like, I am still kind of slightly in the middle, because I'm not fucking, like, I really don't think it was necessary to talk about Hassan's dog for, a week. However, as Hutch said, he just did that because he thought it was funny, and it was content. And, I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to do what you think is content. And that's part of it for me too. That's why I was watching this, because Ogre Boy arguing with Hutch is content to me that I find entertaining. And always, by the way, in those arguments, I'm going to agree more with Hutch because that Ogre Boy is way to my left. And he's one of those crazy people who thinks that the Democrats need to move further left in order to win. And who thinks that, and who is obsessed with fucking Israel Palestine and constantly whining about the genocide and shit. It is in our interest that Russia fails in Ukraine, so they are not in a position to threaten NATO territories next. Zero assumptions were made there. Yeah, you're right. I think that that's true. Yeah, Putin wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. He wants all the former Soviet states back. He thinks that the fall of the Soviet Union was the greatest tragedy of the 20th century. The greatest tragedy. Think about that. All the terrible shit that happened in the 20th century. And Putin thinks the fall of the Soviet Union was the worst thing to happen. When I would argue it's one of the best things that happened. Because the Soviet Union was incredibly, it was oppressing the fuck out of people. And all of those all those countries, all those republics were real happy when they no longer had to be part of it. And when they could finally throw off communism. Because they didn't like that shit. Yes, Maruzi, that is indeed a take from Mr. Vladimir Putin, former KGB agent and dictator of Russia. Oh yeah, also Lactoid won't even call Putin a dictator, which is fucking ridiculous. He literally has been saying since 2007 in security conferences with NATO, in public, in private, and in his writings, that he will restore all lost Russian lands in Eastern Europe. Yeah. He has been open about it for 19 years. At some point, people need to start believing him. Well, yeah, I mean, Poland believed him. That's why they were like, please let us in when they went to NATO. Poland saw it. They knew that that's what he was going to do. And so did all those other countries that managed to get into NATO. Latvia, Lithuania, those guys. The Baltic states. But yeah. People ignoring Putin's own words on Ukraine reminds me of the people who read bin Laden's letter and ignored that he flat out said he hated American liberalism. Well, yeah. Although, to be fair, Chase, a lot of those people also hate American liberalism, so, you know. Yeah, Putin said it was worse than the Holocaust when the USSR fell. Yes. It's also well documented he spent the entire day crying in his office in East Berlin when he found out that the USSR fell. That is very funny. He must have he must have been super hella mad. And Putin has spent the last 20 years saying NATO destroyed the USSR and is responsible for its collapse. That's some copium. It was all NATO's fault, you guys. Yeah. I hate how most people also forget that Eastern Europe started talking about NATO membership in the months leading up to the first Chechen War. Well, yeah, because they were like, guys, they're gonna do it again. Can you let us in, please? Show us where NATO hurt you. Yeah. Did NATO touch you in the no-no place? Yes, Maruzzi, NATO did touch Putin in the no-no place. At least in his mind. And he still has nightmares about it because he's because I guess, like, Jesus Christ, that's almost but not quite to the level of, oh my God, we lost World War I because of the Jews, you guys, because they betrayed the German people. I mean, it's not quite there because NATO could have very well been responsible for the fall of the Soviet Union. And obviously the United States at least played a role in the fall of the Soviet Union. But largely the fall of the Soviet Union was because of the Soviet Union. Like they collapsed because people saw the rot in the system. Because I think it was Perestroika, Glasnost and Perestroika that did it ultimately. Although their economy also took a hit because of the Afghanistan war. And the United States basically was responsible for that by funneling a whole bunch of money into that, and then Russia, basically Conradical. That was I think that kind of fucked it. Kalinda, please again look at my comment above about language. I'm obnoxious. Sorry. No, it's okay. Channel activity. Speaking about language, it's even more tricky because Russian was the language of the city, educated people, and Ukrainian is rural. So it was also pushed culturally, not just by legislation. Oh, okay, yeah. That's stuff that I need to read more about that and to see like how the direction of which that all went or whatever. Because like and also like how long Russia was repressive in terms of cultural stuff with regards to Ukraine or even other Soviet states or whatever, because it sounds like what happened is that they basically made Russia be the language, or they made Russian be the main language in Ukraine, like the lingua franca throughout their like the Soviet Union, the language that you kind of had to speak if you wanted to be able to do anything or whatever, the business language essentially, and that meant that more people wound up speaking it anyway, and it was also the language that they taught in like that they preferred. Yeah. Chase, is this a real news report? Hold on. I know it's from MS Now, but is this a real Twitter account? Okay, it is. They are verified. Federal agents involved in Preddy shooting placed on leave. Interesting.
And I'm joined by. We have some breaking news in this, and I'm joined by MS Now investigative reporter Mark Santia, and it involves the border agents who were involved in the shooting, correct, of Alex Preddy?
Yeah, absolutely. This is confirmed from an official who has direct knowledge. We're told the Border Patrol agents involved in the death of Alex Preddy have been placed on paid administration.
Oh no. Debate board, do you want to argue with Epic? Although I have a feeling that you probably wouldn't do particularly well. Epic knows a lot of shit. Oh, paid leave.
Administrative leave. The two agents who fired the shots, they've met with a mental health professional, we're told. That's standard operating procedure for Border Patrol for any agent involved in a fatal incident. Now, the ability to meet with a mental health professional was also offered to all agents who were involved in the death of Alex Preddy, who were there at that fatal incident. It is an automatic 3-day administrative leave, we're told. And if the agents return to work, Chris, that would be desk duty. It would not be field work, and that would continue as long as the investigation continues. So it would be desk duty, modified duty if they return to work, but no field work. They would not be in the community.
So one way to look at this, Basil, is to say, well, they're taking them off the street because there had been word that they had been moved elsewhere, but they were still working. But as Mark just points out, this is SOP. This is what is supposed to be done, right? They're supposed to meet with a mental health professional. They're not supposed to be out there again until there can be a real investigation. I wonder how you read this now. How many days after the shooting are we?
Saturday.
Saturday.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Well, the question I
Do not fed.
have is should they have been out there in the first?
Listen, if you guys feel the urge to fed post instead, either spam the do not fed emote or just write vote.org in caps in we need to vote, okay? Yes, think your fed posts, and in chat talk about how we need to vote.
First place. Stephen Miller said they broke protocol. What is protocol when on average, these newer ICE agents are being trained for what, 42, 47 days? When you have police departments
And it's not actually 47 days. It's like it's I think a little bit more than that, but it's definitely I believe it was cut down or it's less than it was or whatever. Yeah. Fed posting, it refers to like basically calling for violence. Although it used to be a bait to try to get people to call for violence by asking them questions. It used to be about 6 months. It's less. I know that they've shortened it because they really want to get people out onto the streets. I propose we put voting up to a vote slash S. Well, I'm glad that you slash S to that. Okay. Um.
That
Do we need to schedule a debate between Debate Bro or Debate Bore and Epic? Is this a thing that either of you would be interested in doing, talking on voice chat for the entertainment of my stream? Although I don't even know what the fuck you guys are arguing about. Like, Debate Bore, I thought that you agreed that Russia's invasion was bad. I don't think Debate Bore's the one you'd have to convince. It would probably have to be Epic. Epic has made another lifelong enemy. Look, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just not interested in discussing military science with you. You're not qualified. Jesus. I'm just wondering what you guys are arguing about because I wasn't reading that because I was reading other stuff that was being written about in the chat. But anyway, I don't think I need to like watch this whole thing and listen to these guys like talk about that. We got the information. They were being put on paid leave. Minor spelling mistake. Democrats blown the fuck out once again. Lol. Oh, hello, Phineas. Yeah, I know. I remember Debate Board back from the Sonzol days, and I guess like it's interesting that he found his way here. Yes, for 3 days, and then when they come back, they get to go on desk duty. 1:30. That's funny. Okay. Huh. Oh, I think, yeah, Stephen Miller acknowledges possible breach of protocol. That's really fucking funny. Take 3 paid days off. Get some free mental health care and come back to do an easier job. Yeah, the desk duty stuff. I'm fed posting in my mind. Yes. Yes. Remember to vote.org chat. Okay. Yeah, but I guess like that's what Lactoid's probably going to argue. But it's very strange. I don't know if it's very strange that he does this, but then he still like makes a bunch of weird arguments about like basically defending the Russian position and trying to claim that the West was sold some sort of a lie. I don't think that he even believes that, by the way, all that stuff about like about Eastern Ukraine being robbed of its sovereignty or any of that shit. Because I very much doubt that if you were to ask him, that he would say that it would be based if California left the Union. I just don't imagine that happening. I'm not pro-Russia, but fuck off with the first part. We know what you're actually saying. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like he is just pro-Russia. Debate board, are you like ex-military or are you just like interested in this shit or like what is your I don't know. Yeah, Marucci, it is entirely possible. That he really just is because Trump is. I don't know. Obviously, like I'm sure that he doesn't want the U.S. to be involved, but
Come to Texas, we have barbecue and warm water port.
I like Texas. I've been there. If I was going to move to the U.S., I'd probably live there because I have multiple friends who live there, and it's a nice place, and it's warm. No, no. Also, Maruzzi, Texas inches closer to blue every election. That's also why I would want to move there. Because that I would want to because I want to do political activism in that state. I think that the Texas Democratic Party, if they actually fucking change their shit, yeah, it's not going to happen in the next 4 decades. I don't know, maybe it's not. Obviously, the problem there is that Republicans have so much control that they can like basically fucking gerrymander the shit out of everything, and it would get really frustrating. Texas is getting gayer and gayer, but also like Texas has really blue cities, like places like Austin and whatnot, and it's also cheaper to live there than in a lot of other places. Stephen Miller is staring at me right now. Oh, Jesus, I'm so sorry. Let me take that away. Oh, okay, so they think it's apple cider vinegar? Okay. Get Joe Rogan to move back to California. I don't know if Epic wants Joe Rogan. Yay, I got power. It's been a week. My poor fridge. Oh God. I'm glad. I'm glad that you have power, Vasserman. Congratulations. Also, Vasserman, do people in Ukraine use like space heaters that they hook up to their generators at all? Because I know that people will have like generators or space heaters that are battery powered at all. Maybe is that like something? Because I was looking up charities the other day, or things that were used to help Ukrainians. I have space heaters I could donate. Yeah, I know, right? Like I wondered about that. Like there should be like a campaign to send like a shitload of space heaters to Ukraine. Maybe propane heaters. They make those ones. They use the propane tanks that barbecues use. Oh, they don't need electricity? I see. Yeah, because I know that in Ukraine a lot of heating is done. They have like gas heaters, or like like they don't have electric heat there, so that's kind of the thing, right? But yeah, I was curious about that. If that's the but if they're just using like yeah, maybe they are just using propane heaters. I don't know. You can get kerosene ones as well. They're toasty. Oh yeah. Wait, F? I'm not dropping any frames. It's fine on my side. Okay, no F. That's good. Oh, hello, Momo. Someone did no one gift Momo a sub? Or maybe Iraqis can't receive subs. I don't know. No F. YT just keeps refreshing and I don't know why. That's fucking weird. All right, well, I have to get going to work pretty soon, but you should get the conservative dipshit in your server to balance the commie losers. You should get... Oh, yeah, debate board. You should join my server. We need more conservative people. It is doing it to me too, and I hate it. I can't get gifted subs. Well, of course you can't. Toby, you have a sub already. Did Ice June join Kalinda? I haven't asked them yet. I need to DM him and ask. Retired from Navy ONI as an officer commissioned out of Annapolis. Oh, did you now? Interesting. Okay, Epic is Air Force, so yeah, and he has like a lot of stuff. I don't think I've ever been gifted a sub, and that feels anti-Semitic. YouTube is being anti-Semitic against Van Loven. It's lame. You can't choose who to gift subs to Van Loven on YouTube. All you can do is just like hope that it gets gifted to you when someone gifts subs. It's random. And they can go to like any subscriber. I don't think that they even like prioritize people who are in chat. Oh, hey, ZJM sent 1 gift membership, and it was sent to someone who I don't even think is in the community or who is in chat right now. Thanks, ZJM. LOL, I'm trying here. Oh, you have to approve getting subs. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. You do. You have to, that's a setting that you have to turn on. The default setting is for you to auto-refuse subs, so you need to check your settings. Yeah, that would also help. Epic has a lot of stuff. He took it from the Air Force. It's in storage lockers. There's even a GE 110 in parts there. Wait, what? Are you saying that Epic stole stuff from the Air Force? I'm just kidding. Did you read that, Hassan? Yes. Hold on. I'm sure that Hassan Piker over here desperately trying to make everything about Israel, staging fake phone calls to present your unlawful military as the victims as you kill civilians. Where have A seen this before? Wow, good typo, Hassan. You have fucking premium and you couldn't even fucking fix that. Jesus. Anti-ICE agitators are threatening the families of our law enforcement. We will hunt down these sickos and put them behind bars. ICE-Gov officers are facing more than an 8,000% increase in death threats against it. What's the? Oh. What's this?
You're a fucking fascist pig. You should fucking kill yourself. I hope your wife dies. I hope your mom and dad die. I hope everything wrong that could go in your life happens.
Thank you, ZJM, for the 5 gifted memberships.
I hope you have the most miserable life. I hope you get hit by a bus. I hope you're paralyzed and your wife leaves you and starts getting...
Fuck, I'm sorry. Thank you, Boof, for the 5 gifted memberships. Jesus. Now I feel bad.
By BBCs every day. You are a traitor to the American people, to the values that made our very country. You should kill yourself. You're fucking disgusting. I hate you. Everyone hates you. You're a fucking murderer, and all of your friends are fucking murderers.
Oh my God.
Your bosses are a bunch of pedophiles. Kill yourself. You're a...
Oh my God. Why does Hassan think this was fake? This could very well be real. I mean, like, whatever. Why did DHS keep listening? Well, I think it was an answering machine message, right? Like, you know what this reminds me of, actually? This reminds me of, unless this actually is. The previous note states that freedom of speech is protected under the Second Amendment. Oh, this is just people trying to use community notes to say some shit. Yeah, I don't know. Hassan is just assuming that this is fake. I don't know if it's fake. Like, it's not really, could you really put it past people to make like fucking prank calls like this? And like tell people that you hope they're gonna die? I mean, Jesus, does anyone remember that Oh, hey, Toby, you subbed with your second account. Thanks, that's nice of you. Homeland Security got one guy. Yes, they did. But yeah, do you guys remember when Lonerbox played the phone calls that one Republican representative put up on Twitter, and it was just like a whole bunch of people calling him and calling him like a and like calling him the F slur and saying that he was a fascist and whatnot. That was funny as fuck. Oh, thank you, ZJM, for the one gifted membership. What's more concerning is the administration are saying these are threats when they're not. I mean, it's just...
You're a fucking fascist pig. You should fucking kill yourself.
Yeah, I think it's literally just, I hope you die, which isn't, I don't think that's not the same as a threat. Are the ops getting membership? I have no idea, Bad Bearing. I don't think that there were that many of them. Also, like, to be fair, there's quite a few people who will like subscribe and watch and just never say anything in chat. Still thinking about this, like, why would this be a lie? Of course there would be calls like this, especially after ICE is doing a porn shit. Yeah, I know, exactly. I don't know why this is a lie. Like, does Hassan just think that this is fake? Actually, I don't even know if he necessarily does. I think it's just that he just wanted to make this comparison because that Hassan is just so desperate to continue to compare shit to Israel. Probably because he's mad that this is no longer in the news, and he wishes that the Gaza war was still going on so that he could go back to obsessively talking about it every single day. And maybe his view count's gonna drop now. Because not as many people... Yeah, I don't know. It's very funny, though. Like... How much... I don't even think Hassan talks about, like... At least he's talking about other stuff. Oh yeah, shitting on Tim Walz, you know. Yeah. Wait, ZJM, did you just gift another sub, or did that... Regardless, thank you. Tornado sirens when it's freezing and sunny. Thanks, y'all. I don't know why they do that. Gotta add up all those loner bucks. I was out. As for heaters, we need generators. Poland donated a ton, big commercial ones. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so and those generators provide you with electricity, yes? Do you guys then use like space heaters or whatever to like keep your homes warm? Or do you just like kind of dress real warm and go without heat? Because like I imagine that probably during the day you could get away with doing that, but at night it must get insanely cold. Genuinely, I think Hassan is raising doubts because he wants to act like Democrats and Republicans, Trump, are the same, because otherwise his lack of support for Kamala would be inexcusable. Well, yeah, that's also true, as he does think that, which is fucking stupid. It's so cold here, the snow is still frozen over, and if you stand in the same place too long, it eventually breaks like it's falling into a canvas, a crevasse on Everest. Yeah, it's it happened to me and I had to army crawl my way out and pack out the bed. Oh yeah. If you stand in the snow, yeah, then you sink into it because there's so much snow, yeah. There's quite a lot of snow here too. Having to climb over the snowbanks when going to the grocery store is oof. That's not hyperbole. No, I understand. You army crawled, goddamn. Maritzi misspelled crevice. It's over, ma'am. Rip. But yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking that it might be interesting to run some sort of a fundraiser to try and help Ukraine to get like heating or whatever to Ukrainians, or to give them stuff that they could use for heating if there was something like that that was happening. I was looking around to see what kind of stuff there was, or stuff that was available. What sort of orgs there were. But maybe I should ask Ukrainian Anna about that, or Vasserman, if you know of any or whatever. That would be good. But 40 likes. Damn. Oh, heaters consume electricity. Yeah, they can. If you get space heaters, they would consume electricity. But like the generators that Poland sends you, are those not for electricity, or do they not provide electricity? Do they not like run on gas to give electricity? Jesus, I'm sorry, Barabas. That sucks. Being sick is not fun. They use gas heaters. Oh, okay. I mean, if they, yeah, that's fine. I mean, whatever it is that people are providing them with, you know. I just was saying that I think that it would be, I was just thinking about that, and I wondered if there was any charities. Gas heating would be more efficient. Electric resistive heating is a big power suck. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. If there is I mean, I think you could probably get like propane heaters or something. If I know that there are charities though that are trying to do stuff to get like better heating and whatnot to Ukraine. So gas as in gas, not petrol. Yeah, oh, you mean natural gas? Propane or kerosene heaters, yeah. I don't know, I might look into it more because it might be a propane, butane, and so on. What, you think the Russians don't need heating? No, unapologetic Zionist. I think that the Russians can go fuck themselves. Space heaters, I mean, in apartments. Generators are for buildings, big commercial. Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was wondering about the space heaters in the apartments or whatever. Basically, what I was wondering is like, is there a has there been an effort to like get individuals that could be like to get space heaters for individuals that could be kind of handed out or whatever, like internationally, whether they be electric space heaters or other kinds of space heaters, like just whatever would work best for Ukrainians. Diesel generators are usually the most common, but I don't know about it in Ukraine. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, my parents have a diesel generator, I think. Kid named Russians. Boof Clouds, SDA is Shave Dog's ass or Punish Dog's ass. He's been on here a few times. He's one of my moderators. We kind of like to joke about or like, I guess I think someone suggested the ban SDA emote as like a joke for like if he was like Coomer posting or whatever. And he approved it and said that it was fine, so I thought it would be funny. All that being said, though, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look further into that, just to see. I'll see what kind of stuff that people have, or like what kind of charities or whatever that are running in order to try to get more heating stuff to Ukraine. Also, unapologetic Zionist or Avi, listen, okay? Russia could easily get heating again. It's not like they're constantly without power. All they got to do is stop the war, and then they'll be able to get heating again. It's not like they don't have the resources to fix this. No, people I know don't use propane heaters. What even is it? LOL, it's some fired hazardous shit. Yeah, well, I mean, what kind of heaters do they use? Do they use any kind of heaters, or do you guys just kind of like bundle up, and basically basically wait for the power to come back on? Oh yeah, cats are like little heat batteries if you snuggle them. That's true. I'm sure that lots of Ukrainians probably are snuggling with their pets under their blankets. Diesel generators can be placed outside only, so cafe shops use them, or in private houses, but in apartment it's a hazard. Some people placed on balcony and got killed. Oof, damn. Okay. Yeah, so that's not good. Propane heaters are basically a cylinder of gas with a fire tap. With a fire tap on top for heat. Well, of course you don't. You can't donate Doomy Vaniloven. Ukraine has lots of cats. It's okay. Good afternoon, my beautiful nerds. Hello, Short Stat Goblin. I'm just waiting for Loner to go live, and then I'm going to send my audience his way. I'm actually curious if it's actually. It should be possible to do that. Oh, neat. I didn't realize that this was even here. That's kind of a neat little thingy. Pop out dashboard. Yeah. Wait, what? What's a voosh? Let's not talk. We're not here to talk about voosh, okay? Not voosh. This is a oh. Wait, what's a long-standing policy? Oh, hello, Speedy Taco. Andrew Wilson got on Rogan. Oh, God. Whoosh is the noise Vosh makes when he sees a horse. Oh, my God. Yes, Short Stack Goblin is a Voosh. It sounds like it's a Voosh reference, yes. Of course, Andrew Wilson got on Rogan. I hate Andrew Wilson so much. Mostly because that he hates women. Actually, that's not even mostly because. It's because he's so fucking... Because he's an undemocratic dipshit. Who wants to, like, force his views on everyone. I use my big battery generator for my laptop and power bricks. It lasts 12 hours. For heating, it would last 5 hours. Not an efficient way to use it. Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah. Wait, why is Destiny's head gonna explode, Maruzzi? The Wilson guy sounds pretty... He absolutely does not. He is not awesome. Wait. Oh yeah, Joe Rogan. Yeah, Joe Rogan is always smoking pot, isn't he? He fucking loves that. Oh no, oh no, you're talking about Andrew Wilson. Yes, Andrew Wilson is insanely like goddamn, he just loves to fucking chain smoke. It is disgusting. Oh my god. There are so many emails regarding the drama that's going on in my apartment building. He is a weak-willed man who calls others weak. Many such cases. Yes, yes, you're right. He can't open a pickle jar. Yeah, he's not a fun dude. Don't call me out, chat. I smoke a lot of cigs since I stopped smoking weed. No, Boof Clouds, no! That's really bad for you. Toaster cleaner. But it was moist and slippery, true. Chase, I think he is a monarchist, or at least like I've heard stuff about that. I'm not 100% sure, but he is a fucking Christian nationalist and he's a fascist. And he doesn't have a problem with basically saying that. He's another one who doesn't think Putin's invasion of Ukraine was bad, I don't think. I should cover the, whoa, you mean my apartment drama? In some new buildings, power and heating are connected. I live in an old brick one. I see, okay. Yeah, it sounds like they need to it sounds like individual Ukrainians need more heaters, or like I guess they need to like donate a whole fuckload of like not like electric heaters, not like electric space heaters necessarily, but other okay, so basically what's happening in my apartment is that the Ontario government financed a bunch of or like basically allowed a bunch of immigrants to move in here, and so there's a whole lot of immigrants who live here now, like Indian immigrants, immigrants from the Middle East. So yeah, we've got a lot of Muslim immigrants here, okay? And they have a shitload of kids. My phone's not ringing, no, if that's what you mean. It was just that I was just getting a bunch of or like notifications. But essentially, yeah, they have like a whole bunch of kids. The kids are always playing outside on the various on the grounds of the apartment building, and they and yeah, sometimes they'll run up and down the halls and make a lot of noise. This building is also full of a bunch of old people, a bunch of old white people, and the white people are annoyed about all of these scary brown people who are coming in to here, and they're bringing their culture and shit. And yesterday I started reading the email exchanges. Basically, they're trying to jack up the rent in our apartment building, but it's actually not going up by that much, and people were mad about that. But the other thing that they were initially really angry about is the fact that the fact that the children are out of control, and they don't think the management's doing much about it. And I definitely think that to a certain degree, there seems to be some small element of racism regarding all of this, because so much of this is kind of like these people are like, listen, I'm not racist, but, and it's all this weird shit. But apparently, I mean, yeah, I think some of it is racism. It's very funny. Like it's just like a kind of weird, like immigrants are bad sort of attitude that like a lot of old people here have. As for donations, I think you could ask Anna. I think she's better knowing where it could be donated. I mostly know military and medical related. Okay, yeah. Well, I wanted to see like if there was specifically, obviously like donating for military and medical stuff is good, but I wanted specifically to see whether or not there was any sort of fundraising or anything going on to like help people in Ukraine stay warmer, you know, like any kind of like technology related to that, or like heaters that you guys could use that that are not like that are more efficient or something. I don't know. But I mean, maybe we'll just see about looking into that or whatever, because I imagine probably a lot of that stuff is probably quite a bit expensive. In any case, yeah, so yesterday somebody sent an email about how oh, he's finally live. Jesus. I wonder how long he's going to wait for his intro. Basically what happened yesterday is somebody sent a fucking email where they were complaining about the fact that the immigrants that sometimes the immigrant residents of our apartment building will leave food out in common areas for other people to take as like a you know, a nice gesture. And someone was like, "Listen, guys, this is not okay. This is not your culture. I don't care if it's your culture. You came to fucking Canada and you need to stop doing this shit. This isn't the Middle East," or whatever. Like, they sent this really angry email. And this was after somebody else said, "Hey, you know what? We should just have a food bank, like in the building or whatever. And if people want to leave stuff, they can." And obviously the stuff that gets left should be like sanitary or whatever. But yeah, and I just, but the one person just had this really angry, forceful response about how like you have to assimilate when you come here and like all this other shit. It was just really fucking funny. And I haven't like read all the responses to it, but yeah, the food will lower bears. I mean, like, listen, if you're leaving food out that could go bad, then I think that that's fair. But if you're leaving like non-perishable items, or like the community wants to set up some sort of food bank or whatever in the building for people who might need it, then you know what? I think that's fine. But like, it was just the way that this one guy replied was very strange. You can't be this kind. This is Canada. Because like, yeah, there is like a sort of culture like that, but I don't know, like, I think that something like that would be good rather than telling people that they need to like not do it or like this is bad because your culture or some shit. I just thought that was really funny. That was very, very entertaining to me. Okay, I guess I can't. I could have swore that I saw something related to redirects, but I have no idea how the fuck to do redirects. I don't know where this is. So, I mean, you know what? Oh, wait, hold on. I found it. Redirect privilege is needed. Aw, damn, I can't redirect to him. Lame. Because I don't have privileges. I could redirect to Destiny, but I'm not going to because I know that most of you guys just want to go watch Loner Box. So, yeah. I'll have to ask him to add me. Yeah, he has to whitelist me. Don't you have white privilege? No, I do not. I do not have the whitelist privilege. But at least now I know where it is, and I'm glad that I know where it is. So that's good. So I can do it in the future. All right, guys. Head off to the loneliest of boxes. Head on over there, okay? Head on over there to Loner Box's stream. I'll just link it if you guys don't have it, although I'm sure that you probably do. But yeah.
And being late just gives
Anyway, yep. Have a good one. And I will absolutely give Stuart all the love and everything. I think it's cool that there are still this many of you still here, but yeah, head on over there. Have a good one, guys. Bye.